Hello, my tired friends. In May of 1845, two ships left England carrying 129 men into the Arctic. They vanished completely. For more than a century and a half, the ice kept their secrets. So tonight, you are stepping aboard two of the most advanced ships ever built. You're standing on the deck of HMS Erebus as she prepares to leave the Thames. The year is 1845 and everyone believes this expedition will finally conquer the Northwest Passage. But before we feel envisioned in this episode together, let me know how you're doing in the comments, and if this is your first time stopping here, feel free to follow and thank me later. Now let's get it going. The morning smells like coal smoke and river water. HMS Erebus sits low in the Thames, her hull painted black with a single yellow stripe running along her gunwale. Next to her floats HMS Terror. Both ships started their lives as bomb vessels, built thick and sturdy to withstand the recoil of mortars firing from their decks. Now they have been transformed into something remarkable. The shipyard workers spent months reinforcing every timber and beam. They added extra layers of planking to the hulls. They wrapped the bows in iron to protect against ice impact. The work cost the Royal Navy thousands of pounds. These ships represent the most expensive Arctic expedition Britain has ever mounted. You walk up the gangplank and feel the solid oak beneath your boots. The wood has been treated with preservatives. The surface feels slightly oily under your fingers when you grip the rail. The deck has been reinforced with iron plating in key areas. The metal gleams dully in the overcast morning light. Below deck, the ships carry a revolutionary heating system that would have seemed like pure fantasy to earlier Arctic explorers. Steam pipes run through the lower decks, emerging from a small locomotive engine installed in the hold. These pipes distribute warmth to every compartment. The engine was removed from the London and Greenwich Railway specifically for this purpose. It burns coal that the ships carry in substantial quantities. The engines can also drive a propeller when the wind fails, or when manoeuvring through ice requires more control than sails can provide. The propellers are retractable. They can be raised into a well in the hull when not needed. This protects them from ice damage. The technology is new and not entirely proven, but it represents the cutting edge of naval engineering. Captain Sir John Franklin stands near the mainmast, speaking with one of the officers. He is 59 years old. His face shows the wear of previous Arctic voyages, undertaken decades earlier when he was a younger man. Deep lines crease his forehead and frame his mouth. His hair has gone entirely grey. He moves with the careful deliberation of someone whose joints protest in cold weather. Franklin served with distinction in the wars against Napoleon. He commanded ships in battles that are now part of history books. After the wars ended, he turned his attention to exploration. He led an overland expedition in Canada during the 1820s that nearly killed him, and several of his men. They survived by eating their leather boots, and according to some accounts, resorting to even more desperate measures. Later, Franklin governed the island of Tasmania for 6 years. The posting should have been a comfortable semi-retirement for an aging naval officer. Instead, Franklin clashed with local officials and was eventually recalled to England. The governorship ended in embarrassment. Franklin needed a success to restore his reputation. The Admiralty gave him this expedition. Now he has returned to Arctic exploration, driven by a desire to complete what he started decades ago. He wants to find the Northwest Passage. This legendary route through the Arctic would connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. It would provide a shortcut to Asia. Countless expeditions have searched for it. None have succeeded in making a complete transit. Franklin intends to be the first. The ships carry enough supplies for 3 years. The calculations were made carefully. Tinned foods fill the holds from floor to ceiling. Over 8,000 tins of preserved meat, soup and vegetables line the storage areas, stacked in careful rows and secured with rope netting to prevent shifting during rough seas. A London company called Goldner won the contract to supply these provisions. Goldner had never undertaken such a large contract before. He rushed to meet the deadline. The meat got processed hastily. The soldering of the tins was done quickly, using thick beads of solder with a high lead content. Nobody thought to check the quality carefully before the tins were loaded aboard. The Admiralty trusted that a contractor would deliver adequate goods. That trust would prove fatal. You walk below deck and past the library. The narrow corridor smells of tar and wood, and the particular mustiness that accumulates in any enclosed space. The Erebus carries over 1,200 books and pamphlets. The Terror holds a similar collection. These are not simple adventure tales meant to pass idle hours. The shelves hold scientific journals from the Royal Society. Novels by Dickens sit beside religious texts and practical manuals on everything from navigation to carpentry. Some crew members brought personal volumes, family Bibles or favourite poetry collections. The expedition expects to spend long winters frozen in ice when darkness reigns for months. Reading will pass the time and keep minds sharp. An idle mind in the Arctic becomes a dangerous mind. The scientific equipment fills several cabins in both ships. Brass instruments gleam in their felt-lined cases. Thermometers of various types can measure temperature ranges from tropical heat to Arctic extremes. Barometers track atmospheric pressure changes. Telescopes allow celestial observations for navigation. Magnetic observation tools represent the finest technology Britain can provide. These magnetic instruments are particularly important. This expedition serves two purposes, not one. Finding the Northwest Passage matters enormously for reasons of national prestige and potential commerce. But gathering scientific data about magnetism in the far north matters equally to the scientists and naval officers who planned this voyage. The magnetic North Pole exerts strange influences on compass needles. Understanding these forces could improve navigation worldwide. Francis Crozier commands HMS Terror. He is 49 years old, 10 years younger than Franklin. Crozier sailed with both William Parry and James Clark Ross on previous Arctic expeditions. He knows these waters. He understands ice. He has seen men die from cold and scurvy and accidents. He also understands how quickly conditions can turn deadly when weather changes or ice shifts unexpectedly. Crozier had hoped to lead this expedition himself. His experience surpassed Franklin's. His knowledge of Arctic conditions made him the obvious choice for command. But the Admiralty chose Franklin instead, partly because Franklin held a higher rank, and partly because Franklin needed the success more urgently. Crozier accepted the role of second in command without public complaint. Privately, he harboured doubts about the wisdom of the decision. The crew represents a cross-section of naval experience and age. Some men sailed on previous polar voyages and know what to expect. Others come fresh from tropical postings in the Caribbean or Mediterranean. They have never experienced real cold. The ice sergeants, veterans of earlier expeditions, command automatic respect from younger sailors. They know the sounds ice makes when it shifts and grinds. They recognise the difference between safe ice that can bear a man's weight and dangerous pressure ridges that can collapse without warning. Several boys serve as stewards and assistants. The youngest is just 17 years old. His name is David Young, and he serves as assistant steward aboard the Erebus. These boys joined seeking adventure and steady pay. The Royal Navy provides both, along with a chance to be part of history. Young men with no prospects on land often find the Navy offers better opportunities than farming or factory work. Nobody aboard suspects they're sailing toward disaster and death. The ships carry unusual cargo alongside the standard provisions and equipment. Cases of fine china bear the Admiralty crest stamped in gold. Silver cutlery rests in felt-lined boxes, each piece carefully nested to prevent scratching during transport. Cut glass decanters nestle in straw, wrapped in cloth to absorb shocks. Even in the Arctic, hundreds of miles from civilization, British naval officers expect to maintain proper standards. Dinner will be served formally whenever supplies allow. The officers will dress in full uniform. The table will be set with china and crystal. This is not mere vanity. These rituals preserve social order and remind men of who they are. Without such structures, the isolation and hardship of Arctic life can erode discipline and sanity. The formality matters more than the food it accompanies. Musical instruments fill a storage locker in the lower deck of each ship. A hand organ can play 50 different tunes by means of a rotating barrel with pins that strike the keys in proper sequence. Several crew members brought fiddles inherited from fathers or purchased specifically for this voyage. Someone packed a concertina that produces wheezy notes when the bellows are worked. Music helps morale during the endless polar night when the sun disappears for months. The Admiralty learned this lesson from previous expeditions. A singing crew is a crew less likely to succumb to despair and madness. The day of departure arrives with grey skies and light rain that falls in a fine mist over London. Crowds gather along the Thames to watch the ships depart. The spectacle draws thousands of people. Wives and children wave handkerchiefs from the docks. Some women cry openly. Others maintain composed faces while their hearts break. They know the statistics. Arctic expeditions lose men. Sometimes they lose entire ships. Franklin's wife, Lady Jane, watches from shore with a group of naval wives and officials. She gave her husband a silk flag embroidered with messages of encouragement. Franklin is to plant this flag when he completes the passage through the Arctic. Lady Jane believes utterly in his success. She has faith in British technology and British determination. Nothing seems impossible to the world's greatest maritime power. You stand at the rail as the ships begin to move. The steam engines cough to life with mechanical sounds that seem alien on a sailing vessel. Black smoke rises from the funnels, smudging the grey sky even darker. The propellers churn the water, creating foam and turbulence in the brown Thames. This is the modern age. These ships represent the pinnacle of British engineering. They carry enough food for 3 years. They have heating systems that will keep the men warm through Arctic winters. They have libraries to occupy idle minds and musical instruments to lift spirits. They have scientific equipment worth thousands of pounds. Every possible comfort and necessity has been loaded aboard. The expedition should succeed where all previous attempts failed. The Thames narrows behind you as the ships move downstream. Buildings give way to marshes and mud flats. The North Sea opens ahead, looking cold and uninviting even in May. The expedition will stop in Greenland to take on final supplies and send home last letters. After that, they will enter the labyrinth of ice and islands that forms the Canadian Arctic. Nobody knows the best route through this maze. Previous expeditions mapped portions of the passage, but significant gaps remain. Ice conditions change from year to year. Channels open and close unpredictably. Franklin carries the best maps available, compiled from decades of exploration. He also carries orders from the Admiralty specifying which route to attempt first. These orders, well-intentioned but based on incomplete information, will lead the expedition into disaster. Historians much later identified multiple factors that sealed this expedition's fate before the ships even left England. The tinned food contained dangerous levels of lead from the soldering process. The ships would choose a route that led directly into the worst ice in the Arctic. The expedition departed at a time when Arctic conditions were entering an unusually severe period that modern scientists call the Little Ice Age. Nobody aboard the Erebus or Terror understood these dangers yet. They believed technology and British determination could overcome any obstacle. They sailed north with confidence and hope, carrying their libraries and musical instruments and fine china toward a fate that would horrify a nation and remain mysterious for over a century. The crossing to Greenland takes several weeks of steady sailing. You watch the landscape change from the green European coasts to the stark, haunting beauty of northern waters. The air grows colder each day. The temperature drops gradually enough that your body adjusts. But when you think back to the warmth of England, the contrast seems impossible. Icebergs appear on the horizon like floating cathedrals carved from blue-white stone. They dwarf the ships completely. Some rise 100 feet above the waterline. The portion visible above water represents only a fraction of the total mass. 9/10 of each iceberg lurks beneath the surface, invisible and deadly to ships that approach carelessly. The water turns a deep, cold blue that seems to hold no warmth whatsoever. When spray from waves hits your face, It stings with a coldness that makes your skin ache. The ocean here has a quality unlike any water further south. It feels harder somehow, more substantial. Salt content changes as fresh water from melting ice dilutes the seawater. The expedition reaches Disco Bay on the western coast of Greenland in early July. The settlement here consists of a few Danish buildings and the homes of local Inuit families. This is the last contact with civilization that the expedition will have. The finality of this moment weighs on some of the men. Others seem eager to proceed into unknown waters. Final letters go ashore with the transport ships that accompanied the expedition this far. The men write cheerful messages home, reassuring family members that all is well. Everything proceeds according to plan. Morale remains high. The weather holds fair. These letters will be treasured by families waiting in England. For many, they will be the last words ever received from husbands, fathers and sons. Local Greenlanders come out to the ships in small boats and kayaks. They sell fresh meat to the expedition. The sailors trade buttons, bits of ribbon, needles and other small items for seal meat and fish. The Greenlanders are friendly and curious about these large ships. Some have encountered whaling vessels before, others have never seen Europeans. These fresh provisions will be the last the expedition receives. After this point, they depend entirely on their tinned supplies and whatever game they can hunt in the Arctic. This seal meat tastes rich and oily, nothing like beef or mutton. Some sailors find it unpleasant, others develop a taste for it. The vitamin content in fresh meat will be missed desperately in the months ahead. 2 transport ships, the Rattler and the Barretto Jr., turn back toward England on July 12th. They carry the final messages from the expedition. Several crew members who fell ill during the ocean crossing also return home. These men are lucky. The illnesses that seemed serious enough to merit a return to England will save their lives. The Erebus and Terror continue north with 129 men. This is the final count. Every name is recorded in the ship's logs. Later, when the ships disappear, these lists will allow families to know for certain that their loved ones were aboard. You stand on deck as the transport ships disappear over the horizon. Their sails shrink to white dots and then vanish completely. The expedition is alone now. Ice floes drift past the hull, rotating slowly in the current. Some are small enough to push aside. Others are massive platforms of ice that the ships must navigate around carefully. The air smells clean and sharp in a way that city air never does. No coal smoke, no sewage smells, no press of humanity. Just wind and sea and the strange mineral scent of icebergs. The ice smells almost sweet, like very cold, very pure water frozen into solid form. Your lungs feel cleaner with each breath. The ships enter Lancaster Sound in late July. This waterway forms the eastern entrance to the maze of channels and islands that might contain the Northwest Passage. Ice partially blocks the sound, but the ships push through without serious difficulty. The reinforced hulls handle the impacts well. Small ice pieces scrape along the sides of the ships, making sounds like distant thunder rumbling across a summer sky. The ice makes other sounds too. It creaks and groans under pressure. It splits with cracks like rifle shots. Sometimes it produces a singing note, high and pure, when the wind blows across ridges at particular angles. The experienced ice masters teach the younger crew members to interpret these sounds. Each one carries information about ice conditions and potential dangers. A whaling ship, the Prince of Wales, encounters the expedition in late July near the entrance to Barrow Strait. The captain comes aboard the Erebus and exchanges brief greetings with Franklin over tea in the captain's cabin. Both ships are waiting for ice conditions to improve before proceeding further west. They share information about ice movements and weather. The Franklin expedition appears to be in excellent spirits. The crew is healthy. The ships show no signs of damage from the ice encountered so far. The scientific work proceeds on schedule. Everything suggests a successful voyage. The whaling captain will later report this encounter when he returns to Scotland. This is the last confirmed sighting of HMS Erebus and Terror with living crew aboard. You sail west into Barrow Strait after the ice clears enough to proceed. The water here remains relatively ice-free during summer months. Previous expeditions mapped this area extensively. Franklin knows exactly where he is. The charts prove accurate. Islands appear where they should. The landmarks match the descriptions recorded in the journals from earlier voyages. Cornwallis Island passes to the north. Beachy Island appears as a low, rocky outcrop. The expedition will later winter near Beachy during their first year. The island looks barren and unwelcoming even in summer. No trees grow here. The vegetation consists of lichens, mosses and small flowering plants that hug the ground to escape the wind. The expedition follows orders from the Admiralty to proceed as far south and west as possible before winter arrives. They seek a route that will take them below the polar ice cap, through the islands and eventually into the Pacific Ocean. The Admiralty believes this southern route offers the best chance of finding consistently open water. They are completely wrong, but nobody knows this yet. The ice data that might have prevented this mistake simply does not exist. King William Island appears to the south as the expedition approaches Peel Sound. Earlier explorers mistakenly charted King William as a peninsula connected to the mainland. Franklin's maps show this error clearly. He believes he must sail west of King William Island to continue his southward progress. The eastern channel past King William, which actually offers better ice conditions and a genuine route through the passage, appears blocked on his charts. This cartographic error will prove fatal. The eastern route has less ice, shallower water that freezes and thaws more easily, and proximity to land where game animals provide food. The western route leads into deep water filled with thick, multi-year ice that never completely melts. The ships turn south into what will later be called Franklin Strait. This channel runs between Prince of Wales Island to the west and Somerset Island to the east. The water here is significantly deeper than the eastern route. It also holds much more dangerous ice. Multi-year ice, thick and hard as concrete, drifts down from the permanent polar ice cap. This ice can crush wooden ships like eggshells despite any amount of reinforcement. You notice the ice changing character as the ships proceed south. The floes become thicker. Their edges look weathered and rounded from years of freezing and partial melting. Some pieces tower 20 feet above the waterline. The ice takes on bluish tints and shadows, showing its density and age. This is not seasonal ice that forms each winter and melts each summer. This ice has been frozen for years or decades. September arrives early in the Arctic. The temperature drops sharply in a matter of days. Ice begins forming on calm water surfaces overnight. The leads between ice floes start closing. The ships need to find suitable winter quarters soon, or risk being caught in unsafe conditions where moving ice might damage the hulls. You feel the ship shudder and groan as ice closes around the hull. The open water that surrounded you yesterday has solidified into a continuous sheet during the night. The ships are beset. They cannot move forward or backward. The ice holds them as firmly as if they were frozen into solid stone. The crew tries using the steam engines and propellers to break free. The effort accomplishes nothing. The ice is too thick and extensive, and the crew expected this. Arctic expeditions always spend at least one winter frozen in ice. The ships were specifically designed for this condition. The heating system activates successfully. Warm air begins circulating through the lower decks from the steam pipes. The men establish routines for winter life, dividing duties and organising the long months ahead. The location is not ideal. The ships froze in place off the northwest coast of King William Island. They are far from any land, locked in the ice at least 2 miles from the nearest shore. No game animals visit ice this far from shore. Seals stay near coastal areas where they can find breathing holes. Polar bears hunt where seals congregate. The hunting will be poor or non-existent. But the ships are solid and well provisioned. The supplies should easily last through one winter and well into the following summer. One winter in the ice poses no serious threat to a well-equipped expedition. The men settle in to wait for the ice to break up in the spring. You watch the sun make its final appearance above the horizon in late October. The polar night begins its long reign. For the next 3 months, darkness will be absolute except for the light of stars and moon. The stars wheel overhead with unusual brightness, undiminished by any atmospheric haze. The aurora borealis dances green and purple across the northern sky, shimmering in waves and curtains. It makes no sound, despite old stories claiming you can hear it whisper and crackle. The silence is complete. The darkness feels absolute during those first nights after the sun disappears. Your eyes adjust slowly to the permanent night that stretches ahead for months. Lanterns and candles provide the only light now. The ships become small islands of warmth and illumination, surrounded by endless cold and dark that presses against the hull like something alive and malevolent. The heating system works remarkably well, better than anyone dared hope. The steam pipes keep the temperature in the lower decks above freezing most of the time. The crew sleeps in hammocks strung close together in the berth deck. Body heat from dozens of men adds to the warmth from the pipes. Condensation forms on the cold iron hull, where warm air meets freezing metal. The moisture freezes into intricate patterns of frost. The men scrape away this frost regularly to prevent dangerous ice build-up inside the ship. The ice accumulates quickly if left unchecked. Within days it can grow thick enough to reduce the living space and add significant weight. The scraping becomes a daily chore. The ice comes away in sheets and chunks that get tossed out onto the sea ice through hatches. Daily routines provide desperately needed structure when the sun never rises and time loses all normal meaning. The ship's bell rings at regular intervals throughout the day and night. The watches change every 4 hours. Officers maintain strict discipline despite the unusual circumstances. This is still a Royal Navy vessel, operating under naval regulations even though it sits motionless in ice, hundreds of miles from any other British ship. The formality helps maintain morale and prevents the isolation from eroding social order. Men wake at the same time each day. They eat meals on a schedule. They perform their assigned duties whether those duties seem necessary or not. The routine matters more than the specific tasks. It reminds everyone that civilization and order still exist even here at the edge of the habitable world. Classes begin during the dark months when outdoor work becomes impossible. The ice masters teach younger crew members how to read ice conditions by sound and appearance. They explain the difference between new ice and old ice. They describe the warning signs that precede dangerous ice movements. This knowledge might save lives if the ice threatens the ships. Navigation officers provide instruction in using sextants and calculating positions from celestial observations. Mathematical problems get worked out on slates. The officers explain spherical trigonometry and the corrections needed for atmospheric refraction. Some students grasp these concepts quickly. Others struggle, but appreciate having their minds engaged with learning rather than dwelling on the cold and darkness. Some men study the scientific instruments under the guidance of officers trained in their use. Magnetic observations must continue throughout the winter. The readings get recorded in careful columns in leather-bound journals. The handwriting remains neat despite the cold that makes fingers clumsy. This data has value regardless of whether the expedition survives. If the journals ever reach England, they will advance scientific understanding of terrestrial magnetism. Others practice reading and writing. The Royal Navy in the 1840s contains many men who never learned letters. The long winter provides time for education. Basic literacy opens new possibilities. A man who can read and write might advance to positions denied to the illiterate. Some crew members teach themselves during the dark months, slowly working through children's primers with the help of more educated shipmates. The library sees heavy use during the winter darkness. Men request specific volumes from the ship's collection. They read by lamplight in their off-duty hours, hunched over books to catch the flickering glow of candles. Dickens proves particularly popular among the crew. The serialized nature of his novels makes them ideal for passing around. One man finishes a section and passes it to the next eager reader. Religious texts provide comfort to some. The Bible gets read and reread. Some men find solace in familiar psalms. Others discover new meaning in passages they had previously ignored. Prayer services occur regularly in the mess areas. The chaplain's voice echoes through the wooden spaces, offering hope and reassurance that divine providence watches over the expedition. Others prefer practical books about natural history or geography. These volumes describe far-off places that seem impossibly distant and warm. Reading about tropical forest or sunny Mediterranean coast provides a kind of escape. The mind can travel even when the body remains trapped in ice and darkness. Music fills the evening hours when work ends and men gather in the mess areas. The hand organ plays its repertoire of 50 tunes. After hearing each tune dozens or hundreds of times, the men develop strong favourites and equally strong dislikes. Some tunes become associated with particular moods or memories. Hearing them triggers emotions unrelated to the music itself. The fiddle players hold informal concerts whenever the mood strikes. The instruments sound different in the cold. The wood contracts slightly, and the strings respond differently to the bow. The sound is brighter and more brittle than it would be in warmer conditions. Still, the music provides enormous comfort. Familiar melodies connect the men to homes and families thousands of miles away. Someone discovered that tapping on different parts of the ship's hull produces varying tones. The thick oak planking rings with different pitches depending on thickness and location. An impromptu percussion ensemble develops, with men tapping out rhythms on beams and bulkheads to accompany the fiddles and organ. The sound fills the ship with energy and life that pushes back against the desolation outside. Officers maintain the tradition of formal dinners despite the isolation and limited resources. China plates and silver cutlery appear on tables covered with white linen cloth. The tinned food gets plated and presented with as much ceremony as fresh provisions would receive in a London dining room. These rituals matter deeply. They preserve a sense of normalcy and civilization in an environment fundamentally hostile to both concepts. The food tastes adequate at first. Tinned mutton, beef and vegetables provide reasonable variety. The cooks do their best to create interesting meals from limited ingredients. They prepare stews and soups. They make puddings and simple pastries using flour and preserved eggs. Nobody notices anything seriously wrong with the provisions during this first winter. The high lead content in the solder used to seal the tins has not yet caused obvious symptoms. Lead poisoning develops gradually. The body accumulates the heavy metal over time. Initial symptoms are subtle and easily mistaken for other ailments. Fatigue, mild stomach upset, irritability. These things seem normal given the circumstances. Nobody suspects the food is slowly poisoning the crew. You walk the deck during the brief period of twilight that passes for midday in the depths of winter. The ice stretches in every direction to the horizon, broken only by pressure ridges where the floes collided and buckled upward. These ridges form barriers taller than a man, jagged and treacherous to cross. The wind sculpts the snow into strange formations called sastrugi. The patterns repeat endlessly across the ice. The silence outside the ship is profound. No birds cry, no waves crash, no trees rustle in wind, just the occasional crack of ice adjusting to temperature changes, or the whisper of snow crystals blown across the frozen surface. The silence has weight and texture. It presses against your ears after the relative noise of the ship's interior. Temperature readings become a daily ritual performed with almost religious regularity. The thermometers often register below -40 degrees. At these temperatures, exposed skin freezes in minutes. Frostbite appears almost instantly on cheeks and noses if men venture outside without proper face coverings. Breath crystallizes immediately into ice fog that hangs in the air. Any metal touched with bare skin will tear away a layer of flesh when the hand is pulled back. The crew ventures onto the ice for exercise and scientific observations whenever conditions allow. Magnetic readings must be taken at regular intervals regardless of weather. The instruments get set up at carefully measured distances from the iron in the ships. The metal in the hulls interferes with the magnetic readings if the equipment sits too close. Officers record the data in careful handwriting. Ink freezes in the cold, so they work quickly, noting numbers before their fingers lose all feeling. Some men hunt for seals near the rare patches of open water that persist in currents and tidal areas. Seals must breathe air, so they maintain holes in the ice where they surface. A patient hunter can wait near these holes for hours. The seals provide fresh meat when successfully taken. They also provide blubber that burns with smoky flames and gives off welcome heat. The hunting proves very difficult this far from shore. Seals are scarce where the ice extends for miles in all directions. The few successful kills get distributed carefully. Fresh meat becomes precious beyond gold. The organs get eaten first while they retain the most vitamins. The meat gets portioned out to provide each man a share. Nothing goes to waste. Christmas arrives with special celebrations organised by the officers. Extra rum rations get authorised. The alcohol provides warmth and loosens tongues. Men sing songs from home, carols and folk tunes their mothers taught them. Some voices crack with emotion. Others shout with forced cheerfulness that masks darker feelings. The cooks prepared special meals from the reserve provisions set aside for holidays. Plum pudding appears, dense and sweet and rich. The pudding contains dried fruits and suet and brandy. It tastes like civilization and home. Men eat slowly, savouring each bite, making the portions last as long as possible. Decorations appear in the mess areas, fashioned from whatever materials the men could find. Some carve small wooden figures, simple shapes whittled during idle hours. Others fashioned wreaths from preserved greenery they brought from England specifically for this purpose. The decorations transform the stark spaces into something almost festive. The celebration feels simultaneously joyful and profoundly melancholy. The polar night gradually weakens as January turns to February. A slight brightening appears on the southern horizon during midday hours. It is not true daylight yet, just a lessening of the absolute darkness. The twilight expands day by day. The change is subtle but noticeable. The return of light lifts spirits in ways that surprise everyone. Men move with more energy during the twilight hours. Conversations become livelier and less forced. Laughter sounds more genuine. The human spirit responds to light in ways that run deeper than conscious thought. The darkness was bearable, but the return of light feels like salvation beginning. March brings the first actual sunrise in months. The sun barely clears the horizon for a few minutes before sinking back below it. But that brief appearance causes genuine celebration. Officers break out special provisions saved for this moment. The crew gathers on deck to watch the event despite the bitter cold. Faces turn toward the south like flowers seeking the sun. The sun looks strange after months of darkness. Its light seems thin and weak compared to memory. The familiar yellow-white disk appears smaller than expected. But it is the sun, the same sun that shines on England and on every place humans call home. Its return means winter is ending. Summer will come again. The ice shows no signs of breaking up during the brief spring. The ships remain firmly locked in place. This is not necessarily concerning at this point. Ice typically holds until July or even August in these high latitudes. The crew settles in to wait for summer with renewed hope. They maintain their established routines. The classes continue. The music plays. The formal dinners proceed. 3 men died during the winter. 2 from pneumonia that the surgeon could not treat effectively. 1 from what was diagnosed as heart failure, though the exact cause remains uncertain. These deaths are recorded in the ship's log with dates and presumed causes. The bodies are wrapped in canvas and placed in a crypt dug with great difficulty into the permafrost on nearby King William Island. The frozen ground makes burial nearly impossible. The digging requires hours of chipping away at iron-hard earth. The graves end up shallow, barely deep enough to cover the bodies. Rocks are piled on top to protect the remains from animals. The funeral services are brief. The cold drives men back to the ships quickly. The dead are left alone in the frozen ground, the first casualties of an expedition that will claim everyone. Summer arrives, but brings no relief from the ice. The temperature rises above freezing during July. Meltwater forms pools on the surface of the ice. But the thick multi-year ice surrounding the ships barely melts at all. Leads do not appear. open water remains hundreds of miles away. The expedition is stuck for another winter in exactly the same position where they froze in the previous year. This is concerning but not yet catastrophic. The ships carried 3 years of provisions when they left England. 1 year has passed. 2 years of supplies theoretically remain. The heating system still functions without major problems. The ships show no serious structural damage despite the constant pressure from the ice. The crew remains mostly healthy, despite the 3 deaths during the first winter. You notice subtle changes in the men's behaviour as the second summer wears on without the ice breaking up. The forced cheerfulness of the first winter has faded completely. Conversations turn quieter. Men speak less and spend more time staring at nothing. Some sit motionless for long periods, lost in thoughts they do not share. The isolation weighs heavier in the second year. Everyone had hoped to be moving again by now. Franklin makes difficult decisions about rationing the provisions. The food must stretch further than originally planned. The daily portions decrease slightly. Nobody complains openly about the reduction. Complaining would serve no purpose and might undermine morale. But hunger becomes a familiar sensation that never quite goes away. Stomachs rumble. Thoughts turn frequently to food. The tinned meat tastes increasingly unappetizing with each passing month. Some tins, when opened, contain food that has obviously spoiled. The meat looks discoloured and smells foul. These tins get discarded immediately. The frequency of spoiled tins seems to be increasing. Nobody realises that the hasty soldering process allowed contamination in a significant percentage of the provisions. The lead poisoning from the tin solder begins affecting more of the crew in noticeable ways. Symptoms appear gradually over many months. Some men complain of stomach pain that persists despite the surgeon's remedies. Others experience confusion and memory problems. Irritability increases. Arguments break out over trivial matters. Men who are previously easygoing become quick to anger. The surgeon notes these symptoms in his medical journal, but does not connect them to the tinned food. Medical knowledge in the 1840s did not fully understand lead poisoning. The symptoms could be attributed to the stress of Arctic life, the poor diet, the isolation. The surgeon treats the stomach complaints with various medicines. He tries bleeding for some ailments. Nothing helps, because he's not addressing the real cause. Scientific work continues despite the deteriorating morale. Magnetic observations proceed on schedule. The officers still take their readings with care. Weather data gets recorded daily. Temperature, wind direction, barometric pressure. The numbers fill pages in leather-bound journals. Officers map the nearby coastline during brief summer excursions onto the land. This data, if it ever reaches civilization, will prove valuable to future expeditions and to scientific understanding of the region. The men take some pride in maintaining their scientific duties. The work provides purpose beyond mere survival. They are not just enduring the Arctic, they are studying it and contributing to human knowledge. This sense of purpose matters deeply when everything else seems meaningless. The second winter arrives earlier than the first, or so it seems. September brings heavy snow and temperatures that drop rapidly. The polar night returns like an old enemy. The darkness feels more oppressive this time. You have experienced it before and know its full duration. The anticipation makes it worse. Knowing that months of darkness stretch ahead feels heavier than the darkness itself. Discipline becomes harder to maintain as the second winter progresses. Small infractions increase in frequency. Men sleep through their watch and must be shaken awake by frustrated officers. Tools go missing and turn up in wrong locations. Food disappears from the stores. The officers punish these breaches according to naval regulations, but their hearts are not fully in it. Everyone suffers from the same grinding monotony and creeping despair. Scurvy appears despite the tinned vegetables that were supposed to prevent it. Scurvy results from vitamin C deficiency. The canning process destroyed most of the vitamin content in the vegetables. Heat treatment necessary to preserve the food also broke down the delicate vitamins. The lime juice, which might have compensated for the poor vegetables, was also contaminated with lead from its storage containers. Men develop the characteristic symptoms. Gums begin bleeding spontaneously. Teeth loosen in their sockets. Old wounds that had healed years ago reopen without explanation. Skin bruises at the slightest touch. Energy levels drop dramatically. Men can barely perform simple tasks without resting. Climbing the ladder from below decks leaves them gasping for breath. The surgeon recognises scurvy. He has seen it on previous voyages. He prescribes the standard remedies: fresh meat when available, lime juice from the stores, exercise when possible. But the treatments are less effective than they should be. The lime juice itself is tainted. The fresh meat is almost non-existent. The men are too weak for meaningful exercise. Franklin dies on June 11th, 1847. The event shocks the entire expedition, even though some officers saw it coming. The exact cause remains unclear. The surgeon records the death in his journal, but provides no detailed medical explanation. Speculation suggests either a heart attack or stroke. Franklin was nearly 60 years old. He had endured 2 brutal Arctic winters. His body, weakened by inadequate food and lead poisoning, simply could not sustain the ongoing stress. The funeral takes place on the ice beside the ship. The crew gathers in the bitter cold. A canvas-wrapped body rests on a sledge. The chaplain reads passages from the burial service. His breath creates clouds in the frozen air. The words seem inadequate to the moment. Men remove their caps despite the cold. Some cry quietly. Others stand blank-faced, too shocked or too sick to process the loss. Command passes to Francis Crozier according to the established hierarchy. He inherits a desperate situation that grows worse daily. The ships have been stuck in the ice for 22 months. Food supplies are dwindling faster than planned due to the spoiled tins. The crew is sick with scurvy and lead poisoning. Some men show signs of tuberculosis. The ice shows no indication whatsoever of releasing the ships. Crozier faces a terrible choice. He can keep the crew aboard the ships, hoping against all evidence that the ice will break up during the 3rd summer. This option offers the comfort and shelter of the ships. The heating system still works. The remaining food sits in the holds. But staying means gambling that conditions will improve. Or he can abandon the ships and attempt to march the crew to safety overland. The nearest Hudson's Bay Company outpost lies over 800 miles to the south. The route crosses ice, frozen seas, and the barren Canadian tundra. Most of the crew are too sick to walk such a distance. The supplies they could carry would run out long before reaching help. This option is desperate, but staying might be worse. The ice does not break during the summer of 1847. June passes, July comes and goes. August arrives without any significant change in conditions. The ice remains solid and unyielding. The leads that should have opened stay frozen shut. The expedition faces a 3rd winter locked in the same position where they first froze nearly 2 years earlier. Crozier makes his decision in the early spring of 1848. The expedition will abandon the ships and march south toward the nearest outpost of civilization. They will leave HMS Erebus and Terror frozen in the ice. They will take what supplies they can carry and attempt to walk to safety. The distance is immense. The crew is desperately sick, but staying aboard the ships offers no hope at all. They will die here if they wait for rescue that will never come. The decision once made brings a kind of relief. The waiting is over. They will act. They will fight for survival even if the odds are terrible. Action feels better than passively waiting for death in the frozen ships. You stand on the ice on April 22nd, 1848. The date will later be documented from the note Crozier leaves in a cairn. The crew is preparing to leave the ships that have been home for nearly 3 years. Supplies are being sorted into piles on the ice. Decisions must be made about what to bring and what to leave behind. Every item represents a terrible choice. Boats are being mounted on heavy wooden sledges so they can be dragged across the frozen landscape. The boats will be needed if the crew reaches open water or major rivers. They might also provide shelter during the march. But each boat weighs hundreds of pounds even before supplies are loaded. The sledges add more weight. Moving these loads across broken ice and rough ground will require enormous effort. The abandonment of HMS Erebus and Terror represents the final collapse of the expedition's hopes. These ships, built specifically for Arctic service and equipped with every possible advantage, are being left behind. They sit silent and dark, their coal supplies exhausted, their heating systems cold. The men will take what they can carry and walk away from the only real shelter for hundreds of miles. Crozier leaves a written note in a cairn that earlier explorers built on King William Island. The note is printed on a standard Admiralty form designed specifically for this purpose. The form has blank spaces for recording key information about an expedition's progress. Crozier fills in the details in handwriting that shows the stress he is experiencing. Some words are misspelled in the haste. The writing crowds the margins. The note reports Franklin's death on June 11th of the previous year. It states that the ships have been abandoned on this date after being beset since September 1846. It says the remaining crew, 105 men, will march south toward the Back River under Crozier's command. This document will be found 11 years later. It provides the only written record of the expedition's fate. 105 men prepare for the march. 24 have died during the nearly 3 years in the ice. The dead include Franklin, the 3 men buried during the first winter, and 20 others who succumbed to disease, scurvy, lead poisoning, and the accumulated effects of malnutrition. The survivors are desperately weakened. Many can barely walk without assistance. They will attempt to drag boats and supplies across hundreds of miles of the most hostile landscape on Earth. The amount of equipment the crew tries to take defies all reason and common sense. Boats loaded on sledges weigh over 1,000 pounds each. The supplies piled into the boats include items of highly questionable value for men in their situation. Silk handkerchiefs appear among the loads, button polish, books, a writing desk complete with inkwell and pens. These men, facing death within weeks, cannot bring themselves to leave behind the markers of civilization and gentility. You help drag one of the sledges during the first hours of the march. The weight seems impossible. The runners, designed to slide across smooth ice, sink deeply into soft spring snow. Every few feet requires tremendous effort. Several men must pull together to move the load even a tiny distance. The crew establishes a rhythm born of desperation. Pull with all remaining strength. Rest briefly, pull again. The sledge moves forward in tiny, painful increments. At this pace, reaching the mainland will take weeks. Reaching a Hudson's Bay Company trading post will take months if it can be done at all. The crew is too sick and too weak to sustain this effort for long. But they have no choice. Staying with the ships means certain death. Attempting the march offers at least a small chance of survival. The route heads south along the western coast of King William Island. Crozier chose this path because it provides the most direct line toward the Back River, and eventually toward the established fur trading posts. From there, they might reach Great Slave Lake or even civilization. The plan depends entirely on finding game animals along the way to supplement the limited supplies they can carry. The land offers no comfort whatsoever. King William Island is flat, windswept, and utterly barren. Gravel and rock form the substrate. Small hardy plants grow in protected spots during the brief summer, but this is still spring. Nothing green shows yet. No trees exist this far north. The only available fuel is driftwood gathered from beaches. Without fuel, they cannot cook the food that might keep them alive. The Inuit people who live in this region provide testimony years later about encountering the starving sailors. They describe seeing men dragging boats toward the south. The sailors' faces looked strange, they reported. The skin appeared grey and tight. The eyes stared without focusing properly. The behaviour seemed confused and erratic. Some Inuit offered to help or tried to trade. The sailors, perhaps too sick to think clearly or too proud to accept help from people they considered savages, refused all assistance. You collapse during a rest stop after hours of pulling the sledge. The cold seeps through your clothing despite the exertion. Your feet have lost all feeling long ago. Frostbite has claimed several toes. The blackened tissue will eventually fall off if you live long enough. The Pain from scurvy makes every movement agony. Your gums bleed constantly. Teeth move loosely when you probe them with your tongue. You are dying slowly. Everyone in the group is dying slowly at different rates. The sledges get abandoned one by one as the march continues. The men simply lack the strength to pull them further. The loads are too heavy and the ice too difficult. Supplies get scattered along the route as exhausted sailors discard weight in desperate attempts to lighten their burdens. Rescue parties that arrive decades later will find this trail of debris stretching for miles. Books appear scattered across the ice. Fine leather-bound volumes lie open to the wind and snow. Silver cutlery is dropped and left behind. Clothing gets discarded even though the temperature remains well below freezing. The crew is making irrational decisions. Lead poisoning affects judgment. Starvation produces confusion. The combination creates behaviour that makes no sense to outside observers, but seemed reasonable to dying men. Some men turn back toward the ships at various points. The physical evidence discovered later suggests this clearly. Bodies and artefacts are found pointing north, back along the route the expedition had travelled. Perhaps these men hoped to find safety and shelter aboard the abandoned vessels. Perhaps they simply wanted to die in familiar surroundings rather than on the barren ice. Perhaps their confused minds simply forgot they had left the ships. The main group continues south despite the deteriorating conditions. They reach the southern coast of King William Island and manage to cross the frozen strait to the Adelaide Peninsula on the mainland. This represents real progress. They have travelled perhaps 50 miles from the ships, but the cost is terrible. More men die each day. The bodies are left where they fall. Nobody has the energy to dig graves in the frozen ground. The dead are simply abandoned. Evidence discovered much later suggests the survivors resorted to cannibalism. This should not be surprising to anyone who understands starvation. Starving humans throughout history have made this choice when all other options are exhausted. The alternative is death. Some rescue parties that arrived years later found human remains showing cut marks entirely consistent with careful butchering. The long bones had been split to extract the marrow. This discovery shocked Victorian England when it became public. Charles Dickens and other prominent figures refused to believe British naval officers could have descended to such depths. But the evidence is clear. The men ate their dead companions. They did what humans do when starving. They chose life over propriety. The judgment of history should recognise their desperate circumstances rather than condemn their actions. The group fragments as the strongest men push ahead and the weakest fall further and further behind. Small clusters of 2 or 3 men begin appearing in the historical and archaeological record based on where remains were later found. These men died together, seeking what comfort they could in companionship. Even in death they stayed close to someone who understood what they had endured. The trail of the dying expedition stretches south and west across the Adelaide Peninsula. A few men apparently made it remarkably far before succumbing. Bodies and artefacts were eventually found over 100 miles from the abandoned ships. These were presumably the strongest and healthiest members of the crew. They kept walking long after most had fallen. But they too died eventually, alone in the wilderness. No member of the expedition survived. 129 men left England in 1845. All 129 died in the Arctic. Most died during the march south from the ships. Some died aboard the vessels before the abandonment. 3 died and were buried on Beechy Island during the first winter. The Arctic claimed them all without exception or mercy. You're no longer with the expedition in this chapter. The narrative shifts perspective to what happened after the last man died somewhere on the barren ground of northern Canada. The Arctic kept its secrets with perfect silence for years. No word came back. No survivors staggered into trading posts with tales of survival. The silence was complete and absolute. Britain waited for word that would never arrive. The first search expeditions departed in 1848, just 3 years after Franklin sailed. This might seem early to mount a rescue effort, but the Franklin expedition was expected to complete the passage and emerge in the Pacific within 2 or 3 years. When no word came by 1848, concern began to grow among naval officials and Franklin's family. Lady Franklin refused to believe her husband was dead. She lobbied the Admiralty relentlessly for rescue missions. She wrote letters to officials. She gave speeches. She used her social connections to pressure those in power. The government agreed to send search parties, partly from genuine concern for the missing men, and partly to quiet her persistent, forceful advocacy. Dozens of search expeditions explored the Arctic over the next decade and beyond. They sailed into the labyrinth of channels and islands. They covered thousands of miles of coastline. They found traces of the Franklin expedition, but never any survivors. Cairns with messages from earlier expeditions, but nothing from Franklin. Abandoned equipment. Eventually bodies. Each discovery added small pieces to the puzzle, without solving the central mystery of what happened. Dr. John Ray, working for the Hudson's Bay Company rather than the Royal Navy, heard disturbing reports from Inuit hunters in the spring of 1854. They described finding bodies of white men on King William Island and the Adelaide Peninsula. The bodies showed evidence of extreme starvation. The Inuit hunters had recovered various items from the bodies and from campsites scattered across the region. Ray purchased these artefacts and brought them back to England for identification. The collection included silver cutlery with officers' initials engraved on the handles, military medals and decorations, personal items like pocket watches and rings. All of these objects clearly belonged to members of the Franklin expedition. The evidence proved the expedition had ended in disaster somewhere in the region the Inuit described. The Inuit hunters also reported signs that some of the dead men had been butchered and eaten by other members of the expedition. This revelation horrified Victorian society to its core. The idea that British naval officers, representatives of the world's greatest empire, could have descended to cannibalism seemed impossible to accept. Charles Dickens, the famous novelist, publicly dismissed the Inuit reports as lies and slander. He wrote articles attacking Ray for repeating such claims. Dickens argued that the Inuit themselves must have murdered the expedition members. He simply could not accept that civilized Englishmen would resort to eating their dead companions, regardless of how desperate they became. But Ray reported accurately what the Inuit told him. The evidence would later support their testimony completely. The Inuit had no reason to lie, and every reason to tell the truth about what they found. Their knowledge of the Arctic and its dangers far exceeded anything Europeans understood at that time. Lady Franklin sponsored private search expeditions when the Admiralty stopped funding official ones after several years of fruitless searching. She used her own money and funds raised through public appeals. She remained convinced that some members of the expedition might still be alive, perhaps living with Inuit groups waiting for rescue. Captain Leopold McClintock led one of these privately funded missions in 1859. His team made crucial discoveries that finally revealed the expedition's fate. On King William Island, they found the cairn where Crozier had left his note. The paper had survived remarkably well despite years of Arctic weather. The message provided the first written confirmation of Franklin's death, and the date when the ships were abandoned. McClintock's expedition also found a boat containing 2 skeletons and the most bizarre collection of items imaginable. The boat was mounted on a sledge and appeared to have been dragged some distance south before being abandoned. The items inside made no sense for men trying to survive in the Arctic. Silk handkerchiefs, scented soap, 5 pocket watches all stopped at different times, books, slippers. The scene suggested men too sick and confused to make rational decisions about what to bring. The years passed and decades accumulated. The Arctic ice continued its slow, patient work of grinding and eroding. The ships, if they remained intact somewhere, drifted with the ice pack according to currents and wind. Metal fittings corroded in the salt water. Wood degraded slowly in the cold, but still degraded. The ice ground against the hulls season after season, year after year. Inuit oral history preserved knowledge of the expedition's fate with remarkable accuracy. Stories passed from parents to children described the starving sailors. They told of the abandoned ships and the locations where bodies could be found. These stories were specific and detailed. Western historians initially dismissed these accounts as myth or exaggeration. The Inuit testimony proved entirely accurate when later investigations confirmed nearly every detail. The search for Franklin's ships continued sporadically into the 20th century. Expeditions still ventured north hoping to locate the wrecks. Several groups claimed to have found wreckage or artifacts. None of these claims could be verified with certainty. The ships remained hidden beneath the ice and water in the Canadian Arctic, guarding their secrets. Scientific analysis of the evidence evolved substantially over the decades as new technologies and knowledge became available. Early theories blamed scurvy alone for the deaths. This explanation seemed adequate at first. Scurvy had killed sailors for centuries. It made sense that it would claim this expedition too. Later researchers identified lead poisoning as a major contributing factor. Analysis of materials recovered from the expedition showed dangerously high lead levels. The poorly soldered tins that held the expedition's food supply had poisoned the crew slowly over the years. This finding represented a failure of industrial quality control in Victorian England. The contractor who supplied the tins had cut corners to meet deadlines and maximise profit. Botulism from contaminated tins also likely played a role in the disaster. Some expedition members probably died from acute food poisoning before the ships were even abandoned. The combination of lead poisoning, botulism, scurvy and eventual starvation created a cascade of failures that doomed everyone. No single cause killed the expedition. The accumulation of problems proved insurmountable. The question of why the expedition chose such a terrible route through the ice troubled historians and Arctic experts. Franklin's orders from the Admiralty directed him to proceed south and west after entering the Arctic. The charts he carried showed the eastern channel past King William Island as blocked or too shallow for large ships. Better information might have saved the entire expedition. The eastern route, which later proved navigable, has less dangerous ice, shallower water that freezes and thaws more readily, and proximity to mainland coasts where game animals provide food. Franklin sailed west into deep water filled with the worst ice in the entire Arctic. A different choice of route might have allowed the expedition to complete the passage successfully. Climate analysis conducted in recent decades revealed that the 1840s represented an unusually severe period in Arctic ice conditions. The expedition departed during the coldest phase of what glaciologists and climate scientists call the Little Ice Age. The ice that trapped Franklin's ships was thicker and more extensive than during most earlier or later periods in history. The timing could not have been worse. If the expedition had sailed 10 years earlier or 10 years later, they might have encountered ice conditions that allowed passage through the Arctic. They arrived at precisely the wrong moment when the ice was at its worst in living memory. Bad luck combined with bad planning and bad supplies to destroy the expedition completely. The sea ice off King William Island holds memories frozen in its ancient layers. Decades pass like seasons. Centuries turn while the ice remembers everything and forgets nothing. Technology advances in ways the Victorians could never have imagined. New tools emerge that allow humans to search beneath ice and water in ways that would have seemed like magic to Franklin and his crew. Parks Canada, the Canadian government agency responsible for managing and protecting historic sites, began a formal and systematic search for the Franklin ships in 2008. The search represented a long-term commitment requiring years of effort and significant resources. They used side-scan sonar to map the seafloor in detail. They deployed underwater robots equipped with cameras and lights. They studied Inuit testimony carefully and took it seriously, learning from the mistakes of earlier generations who dismissed indigenous knowledge. The search teams worked through short Arctic summers when the ice retreated enough to allow ships to operate. They covered vast areas of ocean floor. They investigated countless sonar contacts that turned out to be rocks or natural features. The work was slow and painstaking. Many people doubted the ships would ever be found. The Arctic is vast, and the search area covered hundreds of square miles of underwater terrain. September 7th, 2014. A Parks Canada vessel is conducting routine operations in Wilmot and Crampton Bay, not far from the southern coast of King William Island. The sonar operator watches the screen showing real-time images of the seafloor passing beneath the ship. Most of the day has shown nothing but rocks and sand and mud. Then something unusual appears on the screen. The sonar image shows a large symmetrical object resting on the seabed in about 11 metres of water. The shape is unmistakable to anyone familiar with 19th century ships. The distinctive hull form, the placement of certain structures, the overall proportions all suggest a wooden sailing vessel from the Victorian era. The operator calls others to confirm what he is seeing. A remotely operated vehicle descends through the cold, dark water to investigate. The camera lights cut through the gloom like searchlights in a nightmare. The robot approaches the anomaly slowly and carefully. A wooden hull appears in the illumination, dark and encrusted with marine growth, but still recognisably a ship. The deck fittings and construction details match the known specifications of either HMS Erebus or Terror exactly. The ship rests upright on the bottom as if it sank gently and settled into the mud. The hull appears remarkably intact despite spending over a century and a half underwater. The cold Arctic water preserved the wood far better than warmer seas would have. The deck shows damage where the masts fell or were removed, but the basic structure remains sound and recognisable. This is HMS Erebus, found at last after 169 years. The discovery makes international news. Archaeologists and historians around the world celebrate the find. The ship had seemed lost forever, destroyed by ice, or scattered across the ocean floor. But here it sits, nearly whole, waiting to tell its story to anyone patient enough to listen. 2 years later, on September 12, 2016, a Parks Canada team locates HMS Terror. The second ship lies in Terror Bay, about 96 kilometres north of where Erebus was found. Terror also rests upright in about 24 metres of water. The hull shows the same remarkable preservation as her sister ship. Finding both vessels seemed almost impossible. Locating them both was a triumph of persistence, technology, and attention to Inuit testimony. The discovery of Terror surprised many researchers. Inuit oral history had indicated the approximate location, but many academic historians doubted the accuracy of stories passed down through generations. The ship was found almost exactly where the Inuit said it would be. This confirmed once again that indigenous knowledge deserves serious respect and attention. The Inuit knew where the ship was all along. Western researchers just needed to listen. Both ships became protected historic sites under Canadian law immediately upon discovery. Parks Canada conducted multiple archaeological expeditions to document and study the wrecks carefully, without disturbing them unnecessarily. Divers wearing dry suits entered the ships and moved through the interior spaces with cameras and measuring equipment. They recovered specific artifacts for study and conservation. Cameras captured thousands of images of the interior spaces where Franklin's men lived and worked and eventually died. Inside Erebus, researchers found bottles still sitting upright on shelves where they were placed over a century ago. Glass plates remained stacked neatly in the galley area. A drawer contained preserved papers, though the writing had degraded to the point of illegibility. The ship's bell was recovered carefully and brought to the surface. Museums now display it as a tangible connection to the lost crew. These items provide haunting connections to the men who used them. Someone placed those bottles on those shelves. Someone ate from those plates. Someone rang that bell to mark the watches. The ordinary objects of daily shipboard life survived when the men did not. Terror revealed even more remarkably intact spaces. The ship's wheel stands in position on the deck, ready for a helmsman who will never return. Cabin furniture remains in place, arranged as it was when the ship was abandoned. Glass window panes survive intact in some cabin windows. The ship appears almost ready to sail again, preserved by the cold water in a state of suspended animation that seems to defy the passage of time. Scientific analysis of artefacts recovered from the wrecks continues as conservation work proceeds slowly and carefully. Researchers study everything from wood samples that might reveal information about the ship's construction to rope fragments that show manufacturing techniques. Preserved food residues reveal details about the crew's diet and the lead contamination they suffered. Each item, no matter how small or insignificant it might seem, provides data about the expedition's final years. 3 crew member bodies were recovered from graves on Beechey Island during earlier phases of research in the 1980s. These men died during the expedition's first winter when the ships were anchored near that island. They were buried in the permafrost, which preserved their bodies remarkably well. The frozen remains allowed for detailed autopsies that would be impossible, with bodies exposed to normal decomposition. Analysis of the Beechey Island bodies confirmed extremely high lead levels in bone tissue and soft tissues. The lead poisoning theory, which had been controversial, gained very strong support from this physical evidence. The men had been poisoned slowly by their food supply. The lead accumulated in their bodies month after month, year after year, gradually destroying their health. Modern DNA analysis has identified some of the scattered remains found on King William Island and the Adelaide Peninsula over the decades. Personal effects like uniform buttons and fragments helped connect specific bodies to names on the crew roster. These men, lost to history for over a century and a half, slowly regained their identities through patient scientific work. They became individuals again rather than anonymous victims. The Franklin expedition stopped being an unsolved mystery and became a well-documented disaster. The combination of bad luck, inadequate planning, contaminated food supplies, harsh climate conditions and poor cartography killed everyone aboard. No single cause explains the disaster adequately. The expedition collapsed under the accumulated weight of multiple failures, any one of which might have been survivable on its own. The ships themselves became memorials to the crew. They rest on the Arctic seafloor as monuments to ambition, courage, determination, and the sometimes cruel indifference of the natural world to human plans and hopes. The Canadian government works closely with Inuit communities to preserve and study the wrecks while respecting their significance as grave sites. The ships are tombs as well as archaeological treasures. You are lying in bed now, far from the Arctic ice and the sunken ships. The Franklin expedition exists only as history now, not as present experience. Those men died a long time ago in conditions you cannot fully imagine despite the descriptions. Their story serves as a reminder of human limits and the immense patient power of the natural world. The ships wait in the cold, dark water at the bottom of the Arctic Ocean. The ice forms above them each winter and melts partially each summer. The cycle continues as it has for millennia. The Arctic remembers everything and forgets nothing. The wrecks of HMS Erebus and Terror will rest there for centuries more, slowly dissolving back into the elements that built them. The wood will eventually decay completely. The metal will corrode to nothing. The ships will disappear back into the ocean. But their story will remain. The tale of 129 men who sailed into the ice-seeking glory and found only death will be told as long as humans care about exploration in the sea and the thin line between courage and folly. Sleep now, my tired dumplings. The expedition has ended. The ships have been found. The mystery has been solved as completely as it ever will be. The questions have been answered as well as possible, given the passage of time and the destruction of evidence. Close your eyes and let the story settle into memory where it belongs, alongside all the other tales of human endeavour against impossible odds. The men of the Franklin expedition died pursuing a goal that seemed worthwhile at the time. They served their country as best they could. They maintained discipline and dignity as long as possible, under increasingly terrible conditions. They deserve to be remembered not just as victims of disaster, but as individuals who faced the Arctic with courage, even when that courage proved insufficient. If this helped you drift off to sleep, you might consider subscribing to the channel. New history stories appear weekly, each one researched and written to help you rest. Now sleep well, and let the Arctic keep its remaining secrets. Hello, my tired dumplings. Tonight you will travel through the Norse cosmos from its first frozen breath to its final burning renewal. The story unfolds across 9 interconnected realms, following gods who laughed and schemed and ultimately faced their own endings with clear eyes. Long before the Vikings carved their dragon-headed ships or raised their mead halls under cold northern stars, storytellers around winter fires preserved something stranger and older than history. The poems and tales that would eventually be written down in medieval Iceland as the poetic Edda and prose. Edda carried memories of a cosmology where the world grew from a murdered giant, and a great ash tree connected all possible realities. You're about to step into that cosmos, where ice and fire met in the void, and where even immortal gods knew their stories would end. You stand at the edge of nothing. Before there were worlds or stars or the concept of up and down, there existed only Ginnungagap, pronounced Ginnungagap. The name means something like yawning void or gaping abyss, though neither translation quite captures the quality of this primordial emptiness. Imagine not darkness, because darkness implies the absence of light, and light did not yet exist to be absent. Imagine instead a kind of pregnant nothingness, a space that contained the potential for everything, but had not yet decided to become anything at all. To the north of this void lay Niflheim, pronounced Niflheim, the realm of ice and mist. You can picture it if you think of the coldest morning you have ever experienced, then multiply that cold by every winter that has ever been. 11 rivers flowed from a roaring spring called Vergelmir in the heart of Niflheim. These rivers had names that the old schools remembered, though the names themselves are less important than what the rivers carried. As they flowed away from their source and into the void, they began to freeze. Layer upon layer of ice accumulated in the yawning emptiness of Ginnungagap. To the south lay Muspelheim, pronounced Muspelheim, realm of fire. Where Niflheim dripped with frozen venom and endless winter, Muspelheim blazed with heat that could unmake stone. Imagine a furnace the size of a continent, flames that existed before the concept of fuel or burning, heat so intense it needed nothing to consume because it simply was. The fire giant Surtur stood watch there, patient and terrible, his flaming sword already forged for a purpose that would not come to pass for ages yet. The ice from the north and the heat from the south met in Ginnungagap. Where they touched, something remarkable occurred. The ice began to melt, and in the drops of melting ice, in the steam and the hissing contact between ancient cold and ancient heat, life began. Not life as you know it now, with cells and DNA and evolutionary trees. This was something more fundamental. The first being to emerge from the ice was Ymir, pronounced Ymir, and he was a giant. Ymir was not beautiful. The old texts describe him as a frost giant, and you should picture something massive and strange, formed from ice and venom, more force than form. He slept in the fog where fire and ice created a narrow band of possibility, and as he slept he sweated. From the sweat under his left arm grew a male and a female giant. His legs produced a son by rubbing together. This image is peculiar enough that you might smile into your pillow, and that is appropriate. The Norse cosmos begins with awkwardness and strangeness, not majesty. While Ymir slept and sweated, another being emerged from the melting ice. This was Udumla, a cow of enormous proportions. She too came from nowhere, shaped by the meeting of heat and cold, and she began to lick the salty ice blocks that formed in Ginnungagap. You can hear the sound if you let yourself imagine it. The rough bovine tongue rasping against ancient frost, steady and patient. Udumla licked for sustenance, and in her licking she revealed something buried in the ice. On the first day of licking, hair emerged from the ice block. On the second day, a head appeared. By the third day, Udumla had freed an entire being from his frozen prison. This was Buri, the first of a different kind of being. Where Ymir and his strange offspring were giants, Buri was something else. The texts call him beautiful and strong and mighty, though what exactly made him different from the giants is harder to define. Perhaps it was intention, or consciousness of a different quality, or simply that the stories needed someone to oppose the giants. Buri had a son named Bor, and Bor married a giantess named Bestla, daughter of a giant named Bolthorn. You see already how the categories begin to blur, how giant and god ancestry intertwine from the very beginning. Bor and Bestla had 3 sons, and these sons would change everything. Their names were Odin, Vili, and Ve. These 3 brothers looked at the sleeping Ymir and the small population of giants that had descended from him, and they made a decision that would echo through every age to come. They decided to kill Ymir and make the world from his body. Why they chose violence remains one of the mysteries. Perhaps Ymir threatened them somehow. Perhaps the brothers saw that the giants were multiplying, and that the narrow space between ice and fire could not hold everyone. Perhaps they simply desired to create and saw in Ymir the raw material for something grander than a sweating giant sleeping in the fog. The texts do not provide a clear motivation, and maybe that absence is itself meaningful. Creation often begins with an act that resists easy explanation. The brothers attacked Ymir. The fight must have been something to witness, 3 against 1 colossus, but the texts skip quickly past the violence to focus on what came after. When Ymir fell, so much blood poured from his wounds that it created a flood. All of the giants drowned in that crimson deluge except for one named Bergelmir, who escaped with his wife in a boat made from a hollowed tree trunk. These 2 survivors would repopulate the giant race, ensuring that the conflicts between gods and giants would continue through all the ages to come. The 3 brothers stood in the aftermath, surrounded by the corpse of the first being and an ocean of his blood. Rather than waste the opportunity, they began the work of creation. They lifted Ymir's body and carried it to the centre of Ginnungagap. From his flesh, they shaped the earth itself. You walk on Ymir's body whenever you step outside. The soil beneath your feet, the clay and loam and rock, all of it was once the substance of that first giant. His blood became the seas and lakes and rivers. Every body of water you have ever seen or swum in or sailed across has its ultimate origin in the veins of a murdered colossus. The brothers used Ymir's bones to create mountains. The great rocky spines that divide continents and scrape the sky were once the skeletal structure of the first living thing. His teeth and fragments of broken bone became stones and pebbles scattered across the new earth. His hair grew into forests. Each tree descended from a single strand. His skull became the dome of the sky, massive and arched and held aloft at 4 corners by 4 dwarves the brothers created for that purpose. The dwarves had names that pointed to cardinal directions, though the specifics matter less than the image of them standing at the world's corners, straining under the weight of heaven. The brothers took Ymir's brains and threw them into the sky to become clouds. You see them drift overhead on summer days, those last confused thoughts of the first giant, shaped into white and grey formations by winds that did not exist when he was alive. They placed sparks from Muspelheim into the sky to serve as stars and sun and moon. The sun and moon were set in chariots drawn by horses, and the brothers created 2 wolves to chase these celestial vehicles across the sky. One wolf pursued the sun, the other the moon, and their eternal hunt provided the engine of day and night. Sometimes the wolves drew close enough that their jaws briefly eclipsed their prey, and people on the earth below witnessed the darkness and called it an ill omen. The brothers created a fortification around the world they had made. They took Ymir's eyelashes and formed a protective barrier, a kind of circular fence that separated the ordered middle realm from the chaotic outer edges where giants might still roam. This protected area they called Midgard, the middle enclosure, the realm where humans would eventually live. Beyond Midgard's protective boundary lay Utgard, the outer territories where rules bent differently, and size and strength mattered more than wit or craft. You can rest now in the knowledge that the world has taken shape. What began as ice and fire and emptiness has become something structured, layered, meaningful. The 3 brothers have committed cosmic murder and alchemized that crime into creation. Ymir is dead, but also more alive than before, his body transformed into the stage where every story to come will unfold. The void has been filled with purpose, and the cosmos has its first geography. The brothers stood back and examined what they had made from Ymir's remains. The earth stretched out in all directions, seas reflecting the new sky, mountains imposing their shapes on the horizon. But something was missing. The world had form but lacked structure, had substance but needed connection. What came next would link everything into a single coherent system, though the word system suggests more order than the Norse cosmos actually possessed. In the centre of creation, the brothers planted a seed. What grew from that seed was Yggdrasil, pronounced Ig-Drusil, the world tree, and you should understand that this was not an ordinary ash tree that happened to be very large. Yggdrasil connected all the realms that would be created. Its roots delved into different wells of power, its trunk formed the axis of existence, and its branches reached into every possible corner of reality. The tree was so vast that its upper branches brushed against the sky itself, creating shelter and shade for the entire cosmos. 3 great roots supported Yggdrasil, and each root reached into a different realm and drew sustenance from a different source. The first root descended into Asgard, home of the gods that the brothers would establish. Beneath this root lay the Well of Urd, attended by 3 women whose importance you will come to understand. The second root stretched down into Jotunheim, pronounced Jotunheim, land of the giants. At the end of this root bubbled the Well of Mimir, whose waters held wisdom so profound that even Odin would sacrifice an eye to drink from it. The third root reached into Niflheim, the frozen realm that existed before creation, and there it dipped into Vergelmir, the roaring spring from which the original rivers of ice had flowed. The tree teemed with life, the great eagle perched in its upper branches, its eyes sharp enough to see everything that occurred in all the realms. Between the eagle's eyes sat a hawk named Vedafölnir, whose purpose remains pleasingly unclear in the old stories. Perhaps the hawk served as the eagle's scout, or perhaps it simply enjoyed the view from such a lofty height. At the base of the tree, gnawing constantly at the root that descended into Niflheim, lived a dragon called Nidhogg. This serpent chewed at the root with eternal patience, working to undermine the tree's foundation. You might think this made Nidhogg a villain, but the tree never fell despite the constant gnawing, so perhaps the dragon served a purpose too. A squirrel named Ratatosk ran up and down the trunk of Yggdrasil, carrying insults between the eagle at the top and the dragon at the bottom. The eagle would make some comment about the dragon's appearance or habits, and Ratatosk would scamper down to deliver the insult with obvious relish. The dragon would respond with its own cutting remarks, and Ratatosk would race back up to report them to the eagle. This pointless exchange continued throughout all of time, which says something either very profound or very silly about the nature of the cosmos. Perhaps both. 4 stags wandered among the branches of Yggdrasil, nibbling at its leaves and new shoots. Their names were Darn, Dvalin, Dunair and Durathor, and they represented the 4 winds or the 4 seasons or simply themselves, depending on which interpretation you prefer. More serpents than anyone bothered to count coiled around the roots, though none were as significant as Nidhogg. The tree dripped with a substance called honeydew, sweet and nourishing, which fell like rain and fed the existence below. But Yggdrasil was not immortal or invulnerable. The tree suffered. The eagle and the dragon were not the only threats to its well-being. The stags ate its leaves faster than they could grow back. Nidhogg's teeth wore grooves ever deeper into the root. The tree rotted in places, showing patches of decay that no amount of honeydew could heal. Yet still it stood, and still it connected everything to everything else. The tree's suffering was part of its nature, not a flaw, but a feature. Yggdrasil held up the cosmos precisely because it bore the weight of that duty, not despite it. The Well of Urd sat beneath the root that extended into Asgard, and 3 women tended this well with daily care. Their names were Urd, Verdandi and Skuld, and they are often called the Norns, though that title carries implications the original text did not always support. Urd represented what had been, Verdandi represented what was becoming, and Skuld represented what should or might be. They drew water from the well each day and mixed it with the mud from around the well to create a mixture they poured over Yggdrasil's roots. This daily maintenance kept the tree alive despite all the forces working to destroy it. The Norns also determined the fates of beings throughout the 9 realms. They wove or carved or somehow set the course of lives, though different stories describe their method differently. Sometimes they appear as kindly women who attend births and bless newborns with destinies. Sometimes they seem more impersonal, like physical laws that simply operate without regard for individual preference. The old texts are inconsistent about whether the Norns could be appealed to or bargained with, and that inconsistency feels appropriate. Fate in the Norse worldview was not quite predestination, and not quite free will, but something slippery that existed between those poles. With Yggdrasil established as the cosmic axis, the 9 realms could now be properly distributed through its structure. The tree did not create these realms so much as organise them, provide them with addresses in a new cosmic neighbourhood. You should picture the realms not as planets in space, but as different layers or dimensions connected by the tree's pathways. Travel between realms was possible, but not simple. The gods had a rainbow bridge called Bifrost that connected Asgard to Midgard, its colours shimmering in the light. The bridge was strong enough to support gods on horseback, but it would break during Ragnarok under the weight of giants marching to war. The creation of the world from Ymir's body and the establishment of Yggdrasil as the organising principle of existence represented the first major chapter in the cosmic story. But it was not enough to have a stage. There needed to be actors, audiences, and supporting characters. The 9 realms would provide that population, each one developing its own character and concerns. The brothers who killed Ymir and planted the world tree would need to establish their home in the realm they called Asgard, the enclosure of the gods. But first, you should understand the full map of where you're travelling tonight. The wells that fed Yggdrasil's roots held different properties beyond simple water. The well of Urd sparkled with a clarity that hurt to look at directly, its surface reflecting not what was, but what could be. The Norns drew from it each morning, and the water in their bucket felt heavier than ordinary water, as if possibility itself had weight. The well of Mimir contained knowledge distilled into liquid form. A single drop on the tongue would reveal truths that took lifetimes to understand. The spring called Vergelmir roared with a violence that never diminished, its waters emerging from some source deeper than rock or soil, perhaps from the very foundations of existence. The cosmos was ready. The infrastructure was in place. Everything had its proper place and purpose, from the eagle in the heights to the dragon in the depths, from the Norns weaving fates to the squirrel delivering petty gossip between proud creatures who would never meet. The world tree would stand through ages and catastrophes, linking everything together even as it slowly succumbed to the accumulated damage of existence. The stage was set for gods and giants, humans and dwarves, elves and other beings to play out their roles in a drama that everyone somehow knew would end in fire and renewal. You can navigate the 9 realms if you think of Yggdrasil as having 3 levels, with 3 realms distributed at each level. The arrangement is not perfectly symmetrical, and different sources provide slightly different maps, but you can build a reliable mental picture if you start at the top and work your way down. At the highest level, supported by the branches of Yggdrasil, sat Asgard. This was the realm of the Aesir, the gods who would become the main characters in most of the stories you remember. Picture Asgard as a fortified city with great halls made of gold and precious materials that would make any earthly palace look shabby by comparison. Each major god maintained their own hall, furnished according to their personality and needs. Odin had Valhalla, the Hall of the Slain, where warriors killed in battle would spend their afterlife training for the final conflict. Thor had Bilskirnir, a hall with more rooms than anyone could count. Freya had Sessrumnir, equally magnificent and reserved for the half of the battle slain she claimed as her right. On the same level as Asgard, though distinct from it, lay Vanaheim. This was the home of the Vanir, a different tribe of gods about whom less was recorded. The Vanir concerned themselves more with fertility and prosperity than warfare and wisdom. They were associated with the earth's bounty, with good harvests and successful hunts. At some point in the distant past, the Aesir and Vanir had fought a war, one of the first conflicts in the cosmos. The war ended in a truce, and hostages were exchanged to seal the peace. Several Vanir gods came to live in Asgard, including Freya and her brother Freya, and they became so integrated into the Aesir stories that most later sources barely distinguish between the tribes. The third realm on the top level was Alfheim, land of the Light Elves. These beings were beautiful and luminous, associated with light and goodness. though the old texts provide frustratingly few details about their daily lives or concerns. The Light Elves kept to themselves mostly, governing their realm in ways that did not generate many stories worth remembering. Their very vagueness gives them a dreamlike quality, appropriate for beings who represented something ethereal and hard to pin down. The middle level of Yggdrasil held the realms most relevant to the conflicts that would drive the cosmic narrative forward. Midgard occupied the centre position, the realm where humans lived. You're in Midgard now, reading these words or hearing them in your mind. The brothers Odin, Vili and Vi created this realm specifically as a protected space for humanity, using Ymir's eyelashes to form a barrier against the chaos beyond. Midgard was neither the highest nor the lowest realm, neither the most powerful nor the weakest. It occupied a middle position in every sense, which gave its inhabitants a unique perspective on the cosmic drama unfolding around them. Jotunheim sprawled to the east of Midgard, a realm of giants where size and strength mattered more than wisdom or cunning. The landscape was wild and dangerous, full of mountains and forests and harsh weather. The giants who lived there came in many varieties. Some were relatively civilized, living in halls not much different from those in Asgard. Others were more primal forces than persons, embodying natural phenomena like storms or earthquakes. The giants were the gods' enemies in most stories, yet also their relatives and occasionally their lovers. Many gods had giant ancestry through their mothers or grandmothers, and Odin himself was descended from Bestla, the giantess who married Bor. If you could somehow visit Jotunheim, you would feel the difference in the air itself. The wind there blew harder, carrying the scent of stone and distance. The sky seemed closer, as if the clouds were within reach. Rivers ran fast and cold, carving gorges through ancient rock. Forests grew dense enough to block out the sun even at midday, their trees gnarled and massive. The halls of frost giants echoed with rough laughter and boasting, with contests of strength that would cripple a normal being. Yet there was also a wild beauty to Jotunheim, a rawness that the more ordered realms had lost in their cultivation. Svartalfheim was the realm of the dark elves or dwarves, depending on which translation you trust. These beings lived underground or in mountains, master craftsmen who could forge objects of impossible quality. Almost every significant magical item in Norse mythology came from the dwarves' workshops. They created Thor's hammer, Odin's spear, and Freya's necklace. They wove the chains that bound Fenrir the wolf, and crafted the golden hair that replaced Sif's natural locks after Loki cut them in a fit of mischief. The dwarves were short and strong and skilled, preferring darkness to sunlight. Some stories claim that direct sunlight would turn a dwarf to stone, which neatly explained why they stayed underground. Nidavellir was sometimes listed as a separate realm from Svartalfheim, sometimes treated as the same place under a different name. The texts are inconsistent, and you should not worry too much about the distinction. What matters is understanding that somewhere in the middle level of Yggdrasil, beings with extraordinary crafting abilities maintained their forges and workshops, producing wonders that even gods could not replicate. The lowest level of Yggdrasil held the realms associated with cold, death, and primordial forces. Niflheim, the realm of ice and mist that existed before creation, remained at this level. Its rivers still flowed from Vergelmir, still carried the venom that had mixed with fire to create the first life. Niflheim was less a place where beings lived, and more a fundamental condition of the cosmos, the baseline of frozen darkness against which warmth and light could be measured. Helheim was the realm of the dead, ruled by a goddess named Hel, who was one of Loki's 3 monstrous children. Most people who passed away went to Helheim, not because they were wicked, but simply because they succumbed to illness or old age rather than in battle. Helheim was not a place of punishment like the Christian hell it superficially resembled. It was cold and gloomy and cheerless, but not actively torturous. The dead dwelled there in a kind of shadowy existence, neither suffering nor particularly happy. Hel herself was described as half alive and half dead, her body divided by colour, one side healthy and one side corpse-like. She presided over her realm with disinterested efficiency, neither cruel nor kind. The journey to Helheim took 9 days down the road called Helveg. The landscape grew progressively darker and colder. Trees became stunted and leafless. The ground turned hard beneath the feet. Eventually travellers reached a river called Gjoll, crossed by a bridge covered in glittering gold. A giantess named Modgud guarded this bridge, questioning each traveller about their name and lineage. Past the bridge stood gates that only opened for those whose time had truly come. Helheim's halls stretched vast and empty, capable of holding all the dead from all the ages, yet somehow always feeling desolate rather than crowded. Muspelheim, the realm of fire that balanced Niflheim's ice, remained at the lowest level as well. Surtur still stood guard there with his flaming sword, waiting patiently for the day when he would lead the fire giants out of their realm and burn the world. Muspelheim was heat and light and consuming flame, the opposite in every way of frozen Niflheim. The air there would sear mortal lungs instantly. The ground was molten rock, constantly shifting and reforming. Flames danced without fuel, existing simply because Muspelheim was the realm where fire belonged. Together, these two realms formed the fundamental duality that had sparked creation in the first place. The 9 realms were not equal in importance or size. Some featured prominently in many stories, while others received barely a mention. Travel between realms was possible, but not common. The gods could move relatively freely, using the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost or other methods. Giants sometimes raided into other realms or lured gods into Jotunheim through trickery. Humans generally stayed in Midgard, except for warriors who succumbed in battle and journeyed to Valhalla, or those few heroes who undertook quests that required visiting other realms. You should understand that these 9 realms were not distant planets in physical space. They occupied the same cosmic vicinity, layered or folded in ways that made them simultaneously close and far. You could not reach Asgard by building a tall enough tower, but you might accidentally stumble into Jotunheim if you wandered too far into wild places. The boundaries were more conceptual than physical, maintained by the structure of Yggdrasil and the intention of the beings who inhabited each realm. The tree connected everything. Its roots drank from wells of power, its trunk provided pathways between levels, its branches offered perches for those who desired a wider view. The 9 realms existed as a family of siblings, different in character and purpose, but sharing the same cosmic household. This was the geography that framed every story, the playing field where gods and giants and humans would act out their parts in the long drama between creation and destruction. The gods who made their home in Asgard were neither all-powerful nor perfect. They could be killed, though they had found ways to stave off aging. They made mistakes, acted on petty jealousies, played tricks on each other for entertainment. Their immortality made them different from humans in degree, but not necessarily in kind. This might be why their stories feel more approachable than tales of more remote and omnipotent deities. Odin stands at the centre of the pantheon, not because he was the strongest, but because he collected the most knowledge. He gave up one of his eyes to drink from Mimir's well of wisdom. The trade was stark and permanent. Odin approached the well, asked for a drink, and Mimir told him the price. Odin did not hesitate. He plucked out his own eye and dropped it into the well, where it sank to the bottom and remained, staring up through the clear water for all time. The knowledge he gained from that single drink made him the wisest of all beings, though wisdom did not always bring comfort or happiness. Odin's thirst for knowledge drove him to stranger lengths. He hanged himself from Yggdrasil for 9 days and nights, pierced by his own spear, without food or water. This self-sacrifice to himself unlocked the secrets of the runes, the written characters that held power beyond simple communication. The runes could heal or curse, protect or reveal, depending on how they were carved and what purpose they were given. Odin shared this knowledge with others, but the act of learning it nearly killed even him. He wandered the 9 realms in disguise. appearing as an old man with a wide-brimmed hat pulled low to hide his missing eye. He had many names, depending on which face he presented to the world. The old texts list more than 200 names for Odin, each one highlighting a different aspect of his complex character. He was the All-Father, the god of war and poetry, ruler of the dead who fell in battle. He kept 2 ravens named Hugin and Munin who flew through the worlds each day and returned to whisper what they had seen into his ears. Their names meant thought and memory, and Odin feared losing them more than he feared losing his other eye. 2 wolves accompanied Odin wherever he travelled. They were massive creatures that served as both companions and symbols of his power. At feasts in Valhalla, Odin gave all his food to his wolves, sustaining himself entirely on wine. This detail reveals something about his nature. He was excessive in his pursuit of knowledge and power, willing to sacrifice comfort and even sustenance for what he deemed more important. Thor was Odin's son, though his mother was Jord, a giantess whose name meant earth. This made Thor both god and giant, a combination that shaped his character. He was the strongest of all beings, capable of feats that made even other gods shake their heads in amazement. His hammer Mjolnir could level mountains, and had never failed to return to his hand after he threw it. The hammer was short-handled, a flaw introduced during its forging when Loki interfered with the dwarf craftsman. Thor wore a belt that doubled his already prodigious strength and iron gloves that let him grip Mjolnir's shaft despite the heat of its forging. Thor protected Asgard and Midgard from giants who constantly schemed to breach their boundaries. He rode through the sky in a chariot pulled by 2 goats named Tangriz, Nir and Tangjost, whose names meant something like Teeth-bearer and Teeth-grinder. The goats had a useful property. Thor could slaughter and eat them for dinner, then resurrect them the next morning by blessing their bones with his hammer. This provided an endless supply of food during long journeys, though you had to be careful not to break any bones while eating, or the resurrected goat would be lame. Thor was not subtle or particularly clever. He preferred direct solutions and was quick to anger when faced with deception or insults. Many stories feature Thor being tricked by giants, falling into traps that Odin would have seen through immediately, yet Thor's directness was also his strength. He did not overthink or plot elaborate schemes. When a problem needed smashing, Thor was the god you wanted on your side. Frigg was Odin's wife, a goddess associated with marriage, motherhood and domestic life. She knew the fates of all beings, but kept that knowledge to herself, speaking prophecy only rarely. Her hall was called Fensalir, the Hall of Marshes, though why she chose such a location remains unclear. Frigg was one of the few beings who could sit on Odin's high seat and see all that occurred throughout the 9 realms. She had her own group of attendants and handmaidens, each responsible for different aspects of life. The texts suggest that Frigg was more powerful than most stories acknowledge, her influence quiet but pervasive. Freyja came to Asgard as one of the Vanir hostages after the war between the 2 tribes of gods. She was associated with love, beauty, fertility, and war. That combination might seem odd, but Freyja embodied the fierce protective love that would fight to defend what it cherished. She owned a necklace called Brisingamen that was so beautiful it drove the dwarves who crafted it to demand a high price for its possession. She wept tears of gold when her husband went missing on long journeys. She taught Odin a form of magic called Seda, which involved trance states and prophecy, and was considered somewhat shameful for men to practice. Freyja claimed half of all warriors who succumbed in battle, taking her pick before Odin's Valkyries collected the rest for Valhalla. Where those warriors went after she claimed them was less documented than Valhalla's feasting halls, but presumably they spent eternity in her hall Sessrumnir, which was described as vast and beautiful. Freyja's brother Freyr was equally important, a god of fertility and prosperity whose blessings ensured good harvests and healthy livestock. He owned a ship that could be folded up and carried in a pocket when not in use, and a boar with golden bristles that could run through air and sea faster than any horse. Tyr was a god of war and justice, one-handed after his right hand was bitten off by Fenrir the wolf. That loss came about because Tyr was the only god brave enough to place his hand in Fenrir's mouth as a pledge of good faith, while the gods bound the wolf with unbreakable chains. When Fenrir realised he had been tricked and the chains would not break, he bit down and severed Tyr's hand at the wrist. Tyr knew this would happen, but placed his hand in the wolf's mouth anyway, because the alternative was letting Fenrir remain free to threaten all of existence. Heimdall guarded the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost, watching for giants who might try to attack Asgard. He had senses so acute he could hear grass growing in Midgard and wool growing on sheep. He needed less sleep than a bird. His horn Gjallarhorn would sound when Ragnarok began, its blast carrying through all 9 realms to announce that the final battle had commenced. Heimdall was patient and solitary, content to stand watch while other gods held feasts and told stories. Baldur was the most beautiful and beloved of all gods, Odin and Frigg's son, impossibly pure and good. Everything loved Baldur except for mistletoe, which would prove his undoing through Loki's machinations. His death would begin the sequence of events that led inevitably to Ragnarok. The other gods mourned him more than anyone had been mourned before, and even Hel agreed to release him from her realm if everything in all the worlds would weep for him. Everything did weep, except for one old giantess who may have been Loki in disguise. Because of that single refusal, Baldur remained in Helheim until after Ragnarok, when he would emerge into the renewed world. The gods of Asgard spent their time in pursuits both grand and petty. They held feasts where they drank mead and told stories and boasted of their accomplishments. The mead came from a goat named Heidrun, who stood on Valhalla's roof eating the leaves of a tree called Laerad. From her udders flowed an endless supply of mead, enough to keep all the Einarjar drunk every night. A stag named Eikthrnir also stood on Valhalla's roof, and water dripped from his antlers to flow down through the realms, becoming the sources of important rivers. The gods travelled to other realms on errands or adventures. They competed against each other in contests of strength or skill. They worried about the giants, who were always probing for weaknesses in Asgard's defences. They worried about the future, because unlike humans, the gods knew their own endings were approaching. Yet they did not let that knowledge paralyse them. They lived fully in each moment, finding joy in contests and craftsmanship, in love affairs and clever pranks, in the daily rhythm of immortal existence. The air in Asgard smelled different from Midgard's air. Cleaner perhaps, or charged with some quality that mortal lungs could barely process. The light fell at angles that geometry could not quite explain. The halls were vast but never empty, always hosting some gathering or celebration. Music played frequently, provided by skilled performers who knew songs from every age. The gods appreciated beauty and sought it in everything they created or commissioned. The gods were not creators who stepped back from their creation. They remained involved in the daily workings of the cosmos, travelling regularly to Midgard to interact with humans, to Jotunheim to fight giants, or occasionally marry them. They were characters in the ongoing story rather than authors who finished their work and moved on to other projects. Their halls in Asgard served as gathering places where the threads of different stories could be woven together, where decisions about the fate of the 9 realms could be debated and made. This was the divine community that presided over the cosmos, flawed and vital, wise and foolish, strong and vulnerable. They were immortal, but not invincible, powerful, but not omnipotent. They knew their eventual fate, but continued playing their roles, because that was what gods did. The daily life of Asgard provided the stable background against which more dramatic events could unfold. Before Ragnarok would come Loki's betrayals, Baldur's death, and the binding of monsters. But first you need to understand the trickster who had set so much in motion. Loki did not fit neatly into any category. He was counted among the gods and lived in Asgard, yet he was born a giant, son of Farbauti and Laufey. His presence in Asgard came about through blood brotherhood with Odin, a bond so sacred that Odin swore never to drink unless Loki also received a cup. This oath would later cause problems, but in the beginning it cemented Loki's place among the divine community. Loki was handsome and clever and deeply unreliable. He could shift his shape into any form he chose, appearing as a salmon or a fly or an old woman depending on what a situation required. His children were monsters. His wife Sigyn was loyal beyond reason. He helped the gods out of countless problems, many of which he had caused in the first place. The old texts struggle with how to present Loki because he resists the neat categories they tried to impose on him. Early in the timeline of Asgard's history, Loki fathered 3 children with a giantess named Angerboda. The names tell you what you need to know about the relationship. Angerboda meant something like the one who brings grief, and the children she bore to Loki were Fenrir the wolf, Jormungandr the world serpent, and Hel the half-living, half-dead daughter. Prophecies warned that these 3 children would bring great harm to the gods, so Odin decided they must be dealt with before they grew too dangerous. The gods threw Jormungandr into the ocean that surrounded Midgard. The serpent sank to the bottom and grew so large that it encircled the entire world, biting its own tail. Sailors sometimes glimpsed it in the depths, a shadow beneath their ships that could swallow a longboat whole without noticing. Thor would fight Jormungandr at Ragnarok, and both would die from that encounter. The gods sent Hel to Niflheim, where she established her realm of the dead. She accepted her exile and her responsibilities without complaint, becoming the ruler of the shadowy existence awaiting most deceased beings. Her realm was named Helheim after her, and she administered it with neither cruelty nor kindness, simply accepting the dead as they arrived and assigning them places in her grey halls. Fenrir was a different problem. He was a wolf, but he grew at an alarming rate, stronger and larger with each passing day. The gods tried to raise him in Asgard, feeding him and attempting to train him, but only Tyr was brave enough to approach the wolf to place food in his massive jaws. The gods realised they needed to bind Fenrir before he became too powerful to restrain. They commissioned chains from the dwarves, but Fenrir broke the first 2 chains as easily as snapping dry grass. The third chain was called Gleipnir, and it was made from 6 impossible things: the sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, and the spit of a bird. Because these things do not exist, Gleipnir appeared as a simple silken ribbon, smooth and soft and light as air. The gods challenged Fenrir to allow himself to be bound with Gleipnir, framing it as a test of strength. The wolf was suspicious because the gods had already tricked him twice with increasingly strong chains. He agreed to be bound only if one of the gods would place their hand in his mouth as a pledge of good faith. If Fenrir could not break free and the gods refused to release him, he would bite off the hand. Only Tyr volunteered. He stepped forward and placed his right hand between Fenrir's teeth. The gods wrapped Gleipnir around the wolf, and the more Fenrir struggled, the tighter the impossible chain gripped. Realising the betrayal, Fenrir bit down and severed Tyr's hand. The gods tied the other end of Gleipnir to a massive boulder called Gjoll, and drove Gjoll deep into the earth. They placed another rock called Thviti on top of Gjoll to secure it further, then thrust a sword through Fenrir's jaws to keep his mouth propped open. The wolf's drool from that day forward formed a river called Van. Fenrir would remain bound until Ragnarok, when Gleipnir would finally break, and the wolf would swallow Odin during the final battle. Loki caused problems beyond fathering monsters. He once cut off all of Sif's beautiful golden hair while she slept, for reasons the texts never explain. When Thor threatened to break every bone in Loki's body for this offence, Loki promised to get the dwarves to forge new hair for Sif, hair of real gold that would grow like natural hair. He travelled to Svartalfheim and convinced the dwarf craftsmen called the Sons of Ivaldi to create not only the golden hair, but also Odin's spear Gungnir and the ship Skidbladnir for Freyr. Feeling clever, Loki then bet his head with another group of dwarves called Brock and Sindri that they could not craft items as fine. The dwarves made Thor's hammer Mjolnir, Odin's golden ring Draupnir that produced 8 new rings of equal weight every 9th night, and Freyr's golden boar Gullinbursti. Loki lost the bet, but argued that while the dwarves could take his head, They had not won the right to touch his neck. This technicality saved his life, but earned him the dwarves' lasting resentment. Loki helped build Asgard's wall after it was damaged during the war with the Vanir. A giant offered to rebuild the wall in 18 months if he could have Freya, the sun, and the moon as payment. The gods agreed, thinking the task impossible. The giant had a powerful stallion named Svadilfari, who could haul massive stones, and the work proceeded so quickly that it became clear the giant would finish on time. Desperate to avoid paying the price, the gods ordered Loki to sabotage the project. Loki transformed himself into a mare in heat and lured Svadilfari away from the work site. The giant failed to finish the wall by the deadline, revealing himself in his anger to be a frost giant, which justified Thor killing him with Mjolnir. Loki returned to Asgard pregnant, and later gave birth to an 8-legged foal named Sleipnir, who became Odin's horse. This story makes most readers pause and reread the details, but the texts present it matter-of-factly. Loki's gender fluidity and shape-shifting allowed for such oddities. The turning point in Loki's relationship with the other gods came with Baldur's death. After Baldur began having nightmares of his own death, Frigg extracted promises from every object and creature in existence not to harm her son. She overlooked only the mistletoe, which seemed too young and insignificant to bother with. Loki discovered this oversight and fashioned a dart from mistletoe wood. The gods were entertaining themselves by throwing weapons and stones at Baldur, watching them bounce harmlessly off him. Loki approached Baldur's blind brother Hodder and offered to guide his aim so he could participate in the fun. Hodder threw the mistletoe dart, guided by Loki, and Baldur fell dead. The gods' grief was immediate and total. They sent Odin's son Hermod to Helheim to beg for Baldur's return. Hel agreed to release Baldur if everything in all the worlds would weep for him. Everything did weep except for a giantess named Thok, who refused. Most sources suggest Thok was Loki in disguise. Because of that single refusal, Baldur remained dead. The gods finally had enough of Loki. They hunted him down as he tried to hide in the mountains. Loki transformed himself into a salmon, thinking he could escape in a river, but the gods caught him with a net. They dragged him to a cave and bound him to 3 rocks with the entrails of his own son Narfi, entrails that transformed into iron chains. They placed a serpent above Loki's head so that its venom would drip onto his face. His wife Sigyn sat beside him holding a bowl to catch the venom, but whenever the bowl filled and she had to turn away to empty it, venom fell on Loki's face. His writhing in pain caused earthquakes in Midgard. He would remain bound until Ragnarok, when all chains would break and all prisoners would be freed to join the final battle. Loki represented the boundary crosser, the one who fit nowhere cleanly. He was useful until he became dangerous, clever until his cleverness curdled into malice. The gods needed him repeatedly to solve problems they could not solve themselves, yet his solutions often created new problems down the line. His children were monsters, yet prophecy said those monsters were necessary to bring about the end that had to come. Loki was neither fully villain nor trickster hero, but something that defied those labels. A being whose very existence challenged the categories the other gods used to organize their cosmos. Humans arrived late in the cosmic story. The brothers who created the world from Ymir's body and planted Yggdrasil had not initially intended to populate Midgard with mortal beings. The first humans came into existence almost by accident, which might explain something about the human condition. Odin was walking along a beach with his brothers Vili and Ve when they encountered 2 trees that had washed ashore. The brothers saw potential in these logs of ash and elm. They decided to shape the wood into human forms, but form alone was not enough to create living beings. Each brother contributed something essential. One gave breath and life, another gave wit and feeling, the third gave speech and hearing and sight. The names of these first humans were Ask and Embla, which meant ash tree and elm tree, preserving their wooden origin in their very identities. Ask and Embla became the parents of all subsequent humans, though the mechanics of how this occurred were left to imagination. Humans spread throughout Midgard, building settlements and cultivating land, raising children who would themselves raise children. The protective barrier of Ymir's eyelashes kept the worst threats at bay, though life in Midgard was never entirely safe. Giants sometimes raided human settlements. Wolves and harsh winters took their toll. Disease and hunger stalked every generation. The relationship between gods and humans was more complex than simple worship might suggest. The gods walked among humans frequently, disguised as travellers or beggars to test the hospitality of different households. How humans treated these disguised visitors determined their later fortunes. Odin particularly enjoyed these tests, appearing at doors in the evening with his wide-brimmed hat pulled low. Those who welcomed the stranger and offered food and shelter without asking too many questions often found their luck improving. Those who turned away a traveller in need discovered that their fortunes had shifted in less pleasant directions. Some humans caught the gods' attention more directly. Warriors who fought bravely in battle would be claimed by Odin's Valkyries, taken from the field of slaughter to feast in Valhalla. The Valkyries were female figures who rode through battlefields, choosing which warriors would die and which would live. They appeared in clouds of mist, their armour gleaming, their presence both beautiful and terrible. The warriors they chose were called Inherjar, and they spent their afterlife in Valhalla training for the final battle at Ragnarok. Each day they fought each other in practice combat, dying and being resurrected to feast together each evening. The mead never ran out, the food was always plentiful, and the company was eternal. Not all dead went to Valhalla. Most humans who lost their battle to illness or old age or accidents made the journey to Helheim, walking the long road called Helveg that led to the gates of Hell's realm. This was not a shameful destination. The texts do not suggest that these dead were being punished or that they had failed some test. They simply had not passed in battle, so they went to the realm designated for those whose endings came peacefully or through misfortune rather than heroism. Helheim was cold and gloomy, but it was also the natural place for most human souls. A smaller number of dead went to Freya's hall, particularly women who died and perhaps warriors Freya had claimed before Odin's Valkyries arrived. Some sources mention other destinations for the dead, suggesting that the afterlife geography was more complex than the main texts acknowledged. Humans worshipped the gods through ritual and sacrifice. They built structures where offerings could be made, sacred groves where the divine felt close. They carved runes for protection or blessing, seeking to tap into the power Odin had unlocked through his self-sacrifice. The gods did not demand the same kind of absolute obedience that some other religious systems required. The relationship felt more transactional, built on mutual respect and the understanding that humans and gods needed each other in different ways. By the Viking Age, which began around the year 800 of the Common Era, Norse culture had developed elaborate codes of honour and social organisation. These codes were not handed down by divine decree, but grew from practical necessity and cultural evolution. Honour mattered more than almost anything else. A man's reputation would survive his death, spoken of in poems and stories. Revenge for insults or injuries was not just accepted, but expected. Blood feuds could span generations, family members obligated to avenge their slain relatives even if they personally bore no grudge against the killer. The longship became the symbol of Norse expansion and exploration. These vessels were engineering marvels, shallow enough to navigate rivers yet sturdy enough to cross oceans. They carried raiders to monasteries on distant coasts, traders to markets in foreign lands, and settlers to islands previously uninhabited. The prow of a longship often featured a dragon head, or serpent head, carved into the wood, both decoration and protection against supernatural threats. Norse society was hierarchical, but allowed for social mobility that other medieval cultures did not. A thrall was a slave, bound to serve their owner. A carl was a free farmer or craftsman, the bulk of the population. A jarl was a noble, wealthy and powerful, leading warriors into battle and hosting great feasts in their halls. A person could rise from carl to jarl through successful raiding or trading. or fall from Jarl to Karl through bad luck or poor decisions. Women had rights that would seem progressive even by modern standards. They could own property, initiate divorce, and in some cases served as religious leaders or respected sages. The household was the basic social unit. A typical home might house 3 generations, grandparents and parents and children sharing space around a central hearth. The fire provided warmth and light and a place to cook. The smoke escaped through a hole in the roof, though much of it lingered inside, blackening the walls and irritating the eyes. People slept on platforms along the walls, wrapped in furs and woolen blankets. Privacy was a foreign concept. Daily life unfolded in communal spaces where everyone could observe everyone else. Food came from farming and herding and fishing and hunting. Barley and rye grew in fields cleared from forests. Cattle and sheep and pigs provided meat and milk and leather. The sea yielded fish in abundance, dried or salted to preserve them through winter. Whales that beached themselves were divided among the community, their meat and blubber providing resources for months. Wild game supplemented domestic animals, though forests could be dangerous places where outlaws hid, and supernatural beings sometimes appeared. Meals were simple but substantial. Bread made from coarse flour, often mixed with ground peas or bark in lean years. Porridge thick enough to support a spoon standing upright. Meat when it was available, boiled or roasted over the central fire. Fish prepared in dozens of ways, each coastal community having their preferred methods. Cheese aged in cool storage rooms dug into hillsides. Butter preserved in wooden containers. Ale brewed from barley, weaker than mead but available in larger quantities. The taste of food mattered less than its ability to fuel the hard labour that every season demanded. Clothing was practical before it was beautiful. Wool from sheep formed the basis of most garments, spun into thread and woven into cloth. Linen from flax provided lighter fabric for summer wear. Leather from cattle and goats made tough boots and belts and bags. Fur from bears or wolves added warmth in the coldest months. Colours came from plant dyes, though most people wore undyed wool in shades of cream and brown and grey. Wealthy individuals could afford fabric dyed red with madder root or blue with woad, but these were luxuries beyond most means. Women spent countless hours at their looms, weaving the fabric that kept their families clothed. The steady rhythm of the loom and the shuttle passing back and forth provided both product and meditation. The thing was the assembly where free men gathered to settle disputes and make laws and hear news from distant places. It met at regular intervals, usually outdoors at some recognised location. Legal cases were argued before the assembled community, judgments rendered by consensus or by designated judges. The thing was part court, part legislature, part social gathering. It reminded people that they were part of a larger society beyond their individual farms and households. Craftsmanship was honoured as a form of magic. A skilled blacksmith could transform raw iron into tools that would last generations. The forge glowed red in the darkness, hammers ringing against metal in patterns that became as familiar as speech. Smiths understood the secret languages of fire and metal, knowing exactly when to heat and when to hammer and when to quench. A good blade held its edge through seasons of use. A well-made axe felt balanced in the hand, extension of arm and intention. Carpenters shaped wood into ships and houses and furniture, reading the grain to understand how each piece wanted to be cut. Wood had its own nature, oak different from ash, and ash different from pine. Working with the wood rather than against it produced stronger results. The best craftsman could look at a tree and envision the objects hidden in its structure, then coax those objects into existence through patient labour. Leatherworkers cured hides and cut them into useful shapes, stitching with sinew or thin leather strips. Weavers at their looms created patterns that told stories, geometric designs that pleased the eye while serving practical purposes. Humans in Midgard understood their place in the cosmic order. They knew the gods existed in Asgard above them, and giants lurked in Jotunheim beyond their borders. They knew that Ragnarok would come someday, that even the gods would die in that final battle. This knowledge shaped their worldview in subtle ways. Life was temporary, so glory mattered because reputation would outlast the body. The world would end, so the present moment held more weight. Courage in the face of inevitable doom became the highest virtue, more important than victory or survival. The gods occasionally fathered children with human women, creating heroes of mixed parentage who performed great deeds. These heroes feature in many of the sagas and poems, their exploits preserved in oral tradition and later written down. The boundary between human and divine was not absolute. Humans could be elevated to godlike status through fame and heroic action. Gods could diminish themselves through cowardice or failure. The cosmos was more fluid than rigid, allowing for movement between categories that other mythologies kept strictly separate. You should picture a hard life, but not a hopeless one. Winters were brutal, summers short, enemies numerous. Yet there was beauty too in the northern lights playing across the sky, in the craftsmanship of a well-made sword, in the poetry that transformed blood feuds into entertainment. The humans of Midgard faced their mortality with clear eyes, knowing that death would come but refusing to let that knowledge stop them from building and fighting and loving and making art. They were Ymir's descendants as much as the gods were, sharing the same cosmic origin, playing their part in the great story that moved inexorably toward Ragnarok. The end was never secret. From the very beginning, the gods knew how their story would conclude. Prophecies described the sequence of events that would lead to the final battle, and nothing the gods did could prevent those events from unfolding. This foreknowledge shapes everything about Norse mythology, giving it a tragic grandeur that other mythological systems lack. Ragnarok means twilight of the gods, or fate of the gods, depending on translation. It begins with omens that grow increasingly severe. 3 winters will follow each other without any summer between them, a period called Fimble Winter. Snow falls from every direction, winds cut like knives, the sun loses its warmth, people abandon the old codes of honour in their desperation to survive, brother fights brother, father kills son, the bonds of kinship dissolve in a scramble for dwindling resources, axes and swords clash everywhere across Midgard. This is the age of the axe, the age of the sword, shields are cloven. This is the age of the wolf, the age of the storm before the world falls into ruin. The social order that humans built across generations collapses in a single harsh season. Trust evaporates. Mercy becomes weakness. The strong prey on the weak without shame or consequence. In the sky, wolves finally catch their prey. Skoll swallows the sun. Hati Hodvitnisson devours the moon. Stars vanish from the heavens, leaving the world in darkness. The earth shakes violently enough to break every bond and chain. Fenrir breaks free from Gleipnir, the impossible ribbon that had held him since the gods deceived him. His jaws gape so wide they stretch from earth to sky, and he will only open them wider before the end. Jormungandr writhes up from the ocean floor, sending massive waves crashing over coastlines, flooding settlements and drowning thousands. The world's serpent makes its way toward land, spewing venom that poisons air and water. Loki breaks his bonds in the cave where he has writhed in pain for ages. His ship Naglfar, built entirely from the fingernails and toenails of dead people, sets sail carrying an army of giants and the dishonoured dead from Helheim. This detail about fingernails is why Norse tradition held that you should trim the nails of corpses before burial, to delay the completion of Naglfar and thus postpone Ragnarok. Surtur marches north from Muspelheim with his army of fire giants, his flaming sword blazing brighter than the vanished sun. As the fire giants cross Bifrost, the rainbow bridge breaks under their weight, shattering into fragments that fall into the void. In Asgard, Heimdall sounds his horn Gjallarhorn. The blast carries through all 9 realms, waking the Einarjar in Valhalla and summoning the gods to gather. This is the moment they have prepared for since the beginning. Odin consults one final time with the head of Mimir, which he has preserved since the wise being's death. The head gives counsel, though whether it offers hope or simply confirms what must happen is unclear. The armies meet on the plain called Vigrid, which is huge enough to accommodate all the warriors from every realm. The battle is not strategic or tactical. It is simply a clash of vast forces, everyone fighting everyone else in a final apocalyptic melee. Odin rides at the front of the Inhajar, his spear Gungnir in hand, his raven circling overhead. Thor stands ready with Mjolnir, eager to finally settle accounts with Jormungandr. Freyr fights without his best weapon, having long ago given away his sword in exchange for winning the giantess Gerd as his wife. Tyr faces the great hound Garm, escaped from its binding at the entrance to Helheim. The specific duels are described in the poems preserved by later generations. Odin fights Fenrir, the wolf he ordered bound so long ago. Fenrir swallows Odin whole, fulfilling the prophecy that the All-Father would die in the wolf's jaws. Odin's son Vidar immediately avenges his father by stepping on Fenrir's lower jaw with his specially made shoe and tearing the wolf's head in half. Thor fights Jormungandr, landing killing blows with his hammer, but the serpent's venom is so potent that Thor manages only 9 steps away from the dying creature before falling dead himself. Tyr and Garm kill each other. Heimdall and Loki meet in combat and slay each other, ending their long enmity in mutual destruction. Freya falls to Surtur, cut down by the fire giant's blazing sword. After the warriors have killed each other and the plain is covered with corpses, Surtur sets the world aflame. The fire consumes everything. Yggdrasil burns despite having endured so much for so long. The 9 realms burn. Asgard falls, its golden halls collapsing into ash. Midgard's forests and fields turn to smoke. The flames reach everywhere, even into the depths where Niflheim's ice has stood since before creation. Nothing survives the fire. The world that the brothers made from Ymir's body returns to formlessness. All that careful construction unmade in an afternoon of violence and heat. But that is not quite the end. After the fire has consumed everything, after the smoke clears and the flames die for lack of fuel, the earth rises again from the sea. It rises green and fertile, unspoiled by the conflict that destroyed the previous version. Grass grows in places that have never known grass. Crops spring up without being planted. The earth gives food without being asked. 2 humans survive the destruction, hidden in a place called Hodmimir's Wood. Their names are Lif and Lifthrasir, which mean life and eager for life. They emerge into the new world and begin again the work of populating Midgard. The son had given birth to a daughter before being swallowed, and this daughter now takes her mother's place in the sky, providing light and warmth. Some of the gods return as well. Baldur walks out of Helheim, finally freed from the realm of death. His brother Hodur accompanies him, the 2 reconciled beyond the grave. Vidar and Vali survive, as do 2 of Thor's sons named Modi and Magni, who carry their father's hammer into the New Age. Honir, who had been one of the hostages exchanged after the war between Aesir and Vanir, returns to read omens and cast lots. These survivors gather in the place where Asgard once stood. They find the golden game pieces the old gods used for entertainment, lying undamaged in the grass. They sit and talk and remember what was before. The cycle begins again. The world has been renewed, cleansed of the corruption and violence that made Ragnarok inevitable. The new gods are wiser, perhaps, having inherited the memories of their predecessors' mistakes. Or perhaps they will make their own mistakes, leading eventually to another Ragnarok, another renewal. The texts do not specify whether this cycle repeats infinitely, or whether the new world is truly final. What matters is the acceptance built into the structure. The Norse worldview did not promise eternal reward or threaten eternal punishment. It acknowledged that all things end, even gods and worlds, and it found dignity in facing that ending with courage rather than despair. The gods knew they would die at Ragnarok, yet they feasted and fought and loved and created anyway. Humans knew their lives were brief and often brutal, yet they built and explored and made art and kept their word. The story does not end happily in the conventional sense. Almost everyone dies. The world burns, yet something survives, and from that surviving seed grows a new world greener than the old. The cycle offers neither comfort nor hopelessness, but rather a middle path that accepts destruction as part of existence, while insisting that renewal follows destruction, as inevitably as spring follows winter. You have travelled now through the entire arc from first frost to final flame to new beginning. The cosmos that began when ice met fire in the void has completed one full cycle. Ymir's body has been unmade, the world tree has burned, and still life persists. Ask, and Embla's descendants continue. The gods who return carry forward what was worth preserving, while leaving behind what needed to end. The storytellers who preserved these tales around winter fires understood something about the human need for narrative that encompasses both destruction and hope. They created a mythology where even the highest powers face their own mortality, where wisdom brought sorrow as often as strength, where the trickster could be both helper and destroyer, where the end was known but not feared into paralysis. Your tired dumplings have reached the conclusion of this long Northern Nights journey. If you found something meaningful in these tales of giants and gods, of brave last stands and unexpected renewals, you might consider resting your thumb on the like button, or subscribing if your eyes can stay open long enough. The channel needs your support roughly as much as Yggdrasil needed the Norn's daily watering, or simply close your eyes and let the images settle. The 9 realms will wait for you if you wish to visit them again. Sleep well among the branches of the world tree. You're lying on packed earth in what will someday be called France, but right now has no name at all. The year is approximately 28,000 BCE, and above you, smoke from the fire drifts toward a ceiling of rock that your people have painted with running animals. Outside this cave, winter has locked the world in ice, but here the fire keeps you warm enough to drift towards sleep. Your body knows this transition intimately. Your breathing slows, the rhythm changing from the quick, shallow pattern of activity to something deeper and more regular. Your muscles release their daytime tension one group at a time. First your jaw, then your shoulders, then your hands that have been gripping tools all day. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the flickering firelight becomes less distinct, blurring into warm orange smears against your closed eyes. And then, without fanfare or ceremony, without even noticing the precise moment of transition, you find yourself running alongside the painted animals. They've leaped from the stone walls into a grassy plain that exists nowhere on Earth. The grass is impossibly green, greener than anything you've seen in this ice-locked world, and it brushes against your legs as you run. The deer beside you, the one painted in red ochre on the cave wall, turns its head to look at you with eyes that seem to hold more intelligence than any animal should possess. You don't question this. The boundary between waking and sleeping feels less like a wall and more like a curtain that shifts in an unfelt breeze. You move between states without noticing the movement, without marking the transition as something worthy of examination. During the day you hunt and gather and maintain the fire. During the night you run with painted animals and visit the spirits of your ancestors and see things that haven't happened yet but might. These seem like equally real aspects of existence. The red deer is trying to tell you something. It uses no words. Your language is still young, consisting of a few hundred sounds that convey immediate concrete meanings, but somehow you understand. The herd has moved to the valley beyond the ridge, where a fallen tree creates shelter from the wind. There's good grazing there, protected by the tree and the curve of the land. You should hunt there when morning comes. When you wake, slowly surfacing through layers of consciousness like rising through water, you'll tell the elders about this vision. They'll nod seriously, their weathered faces showing no surprise, because to them dreams aren't random firings of a resting brain, a concept that won't be articulated for another 30,000 years. Dreams are messages, warnings, and visits from the world that exists beneath the world, the place where the spirits of animals live when they're not wearing their physical bodies. No one in your community has a word for subconscious, or REM, sleep or memory consolidation. They simply know that sleep opens doors. The funny thing is, you're not entirely wrong. In a way that neuroscientists 30 millennia from now will struggle to explain fully, your brain has been processing information all day. You've been noticing patterns in animal behaviour without consciously cataloguing them. The way certain birds fly when deer are nearby, the angle of trampled grass, the age of droppings, and the scent carried on yesterday's wind. You've registered distant sounds you didn't actively listen to, tracked subtle changes in weather, and observed 100 small details that your conscious mind was too busy with survival to fully analyse. Now freed from the need to focus on immediate threats and opportunities, your sleeping brain is sorting through these observations. It's finding patterns, making connections, and occasionally stumbling onto something genuinely useful. The information emerges dressed in the symbols and metaphors your culture provides. Talking animals, spirit journeys, and painted figures come to life. You interpret it as the deer speaking to you, which seems perfectly reasonable given your understanding of how the world works. Tomorrow, when the hunters find the herd exactly where your dream suggested, your status in the community will rise slightly. You'll be known as someone the spirits speak to, someone whose dreams carry weight. This will encourage you to pay even more attention to your dreams, to try to remember them more clearly, and to look for messages in the nightly visions. And this attention itself will begin to change the dreams, though you won't notice this feedback loop, this subtle influence that awareness exerts on the thing being observed. Over the years, you'll develop a sensitivity to the feeling of dreaming, not quite awareness, not the clear knowledge that you're asleep and this isn't physically real, but a kind of receptiveness, an openness to the strange logic and impossible events that characterize the dream state. When you dream of flying, you'll accept it. When your dead grandmother appears looking young and strong, you'll speak with her without confusion. When you find yourself in a landscape that combines features from many different places, you'll navigate it confidently. This acceptance, this lack of critical questioning, is actually what allows your dreams to be so vivid and useful. Your brain can process and recombine information freely, because your conscious mind isn't interfering, isn't saying, wait, that's impossible, or this doesn't make sense. The dreams flow like water, following their own logic, making connections that waking thought might dismiss as nonsensical, but that sometimes reveal genuine insights about the natural world you depend on for survival. You're standing in the Egyptian city of Memphis around 2000 BCE, and you have a problem that's been gnawing at you for 3 nights running. Each night, you've had the same disturbing dream. Your teeth are falling out, scattering across the ground like pale seeds, leaving your mouth empty and aching. You can feel them loosening in the dream, can taste blood, and can see them lying in the dust at your feet. The dream is vivid enough that you wake each time touching your mouth, relieved to find your teeth still firmly in place but deeply unsettled by the recurring vision. This is clearly significant. In Egypt, dreams are taken seriously. They're considered messages from the gods, warnings about the future, or reflections of spiritual imbalance that needs correction. But you're not educated in the mysteries of dream interpretation. You're a mid-level scribe, comfortable enough but not wealthy, learned in hieroglyphics and mathematics but not in the symbolic language of the divine realm. So you've come to the temple, joining a stream of other dream-troubled citizens seeking guidance. The priest who greets you is younger than you expected, perhaps 30 years old, with a shaved head and white linen robes that mark his calling. He shows no surprise at your arrival. People come here daily with similar concerns, their sleep disrupted by visions they can't interpret. He leads you through courtyards fragrant with incense, past pools where lotus flowers float, into a small chamber where previous visitors have carved their dreams into the walls. This inadvertent archive of Bronze Age anxieties is fascinating if you take time to read it. Someone dreamed of climbing a mast on a ship, Another saw themselves eating figs that turned to ash in their mouth. A third encountered a cat the size of a cow, which probably says something about that particular individual's relationship with cats, or possibly their relationship with divine judgment, since cats are sacred to Bastet. There are dreams of flying, drowning, losing one's way in familiar streets, meeting with the dead, and encountering gods in both terrible and benevolent forms. The priest consults a papyrus scroll that's already ancient by his standards, its edges worn soft from handling, some sections faded to near illegibility. This is a dream book, one of several copies made from an original that dates back hundreds of years. It lists hundreds of dream scenarios and their meanings, organised with the bureaucratic precision Egyptians bring to everything from tax collection to theology. The categorisation is sometimes odd by modern standards. Dreams are divided into good and bad rather than by symbolic content, and the interpretations can be startlingly direct or mysteriously vague depending on the entry. He finds the section on teeth and runs his finger down the columns of hieratic script. Teeth falling out could indicate the death of relatives, though the text hedges its bets with enough qualifiers that it's rarely entirely wrong. The number of teeth matters. Which teeth, upper or lower, matter. Whether you see them fall or simply notice them missing matters. Whether there's blood or pain involved matters. The priest asks you these questions methodically, and you do your best to remember details from dreams that felt vivid at the time but are now fragmenting in your memory. You feel simultaneously enlightened and anxious when he finishes his interpretation, which is probably the optimal outcome from the temple's perspective. You've received a knowledge that explains the dream, but that knowledge carries its own weight of concern. The priest, reading your expression with practiced ease, offers you an option: temple sleep. For a fee that will strain your budget but remains manageable, you can spend the night in a special chamber where the god Imhotep, the deified architect and healer, may visit your dreams and provide clearer guidance. The chamber is dedicated to incubation dreams, a practice the Egyptians have refined over centuries. You agree, partly from piety and partly from genuine curiosity about what will happen. The priest seems pleased. He explains that you should purify yourself, abstain from certain foods for the rest of the day, and return at sunset. When you come back, the evening air is cooling and the sky's turning the colour of copper. The priest gives you herbs to drink. Nothing dramatic, just a mild tea that makes your thoughts pleasantly fuzzy and your body relaxed. He leads you to the incubation chamber, a small room painted with calming scenes. Lotus flowers bloom in impossible profusion. The Nile flows peacefully through green banks. Birds wing across a cloudless sky. The painted ceiling shows stars and constellations carefully rendered, with the goddess Nut arching across the heavens. The priest explains what you should do. Lie down on the sleeping mat. Clear your mind of daily concerns. Focus your thoughts on your question, your need for guidance. Invite Imhotep to speak to you. Then simply allow sleep to come naturally. You're not to force anything, not to strain towards some mystical experience. Just rest, remain open, and trust that if the god has wisdom for you, it will come. As you drift towards sleep in this carefully prepared space, you're aware, in a distant, dreamy way, that you're trying to dream something specific. You're not quite controlling the dream, but you're suggesting, requesting. The boundary feels blurry, and perhaps that blurriness is the point. Your conscious mind is releasing control while simultaneously holding an intention, creating a kind of directed receptiveness that's different from your normal sleep. The chamber's painted walls seem to pulse slightly in the dim lamplight. The scent of the herbs lingers in your nostrils. You can hear distant sounds from the city, someone laughing, a dog barking, cartwheels on stone, but they feel far away, separated from you by more than just the temple walls. Your breathing deepens, your thoughts begin to wander and fragment, and then you're asleep, though the transition is so smooth you don't notice it happening. When you dream that night, you find yourself walking through a garden more beautiful than any you've seen in waking life. The trees are heavy with fruit, pomegranates and dates and figs all growing together despite their different seasons. Water flows in channels that catch the light, and flowers bloom in colours you can't quite name. Your ancestors are there, tending the plants, moving among the trees with calm purpose. Your grandfather, dead these 10 years, looks up and smiles at you. He says something about roots and growth, about things that seem lost but are merely transformed. You wake convinced that Imhotep arranged this vision, that the gods spoke through the symbols of the garden and your ancestors' words. And maybe, in a sense, he did, or rather you did, by creating conditions where your sleeping mind knew what kind of dream would bring you comfort and clarity. The temple environment, the priest's guidance, the herbal preparation, and the painted walls suggesting peaceful imagery, all of it conspired to shape your dreaming in particular directions. The temple priests have noticed something crucial, even if they interpret it through their theological framework. Dreams can be influenced by expectation, environment, and intention. They haven't developed this into a systematic technique for achieving awareness during dreams, but they're circling around a fundamental insight about consciousness. The mind can be prepared for certain types of experience. The boundary between waking intention and sleeping vision is more permeable than rigid, and the act of paying attention to dreams, of treating them as significant, somehow changes the dreams themselves. When you leave the temple the next morning, you're calmer. The dream of falling teeth hasn't recurred. You've received what feels like meaningful guidance, though if pressed, you'd have difficulty explaining exactly what you learned, or how it helps with your original anxiety. But that vagueness is part of the process. The dream worked on you emotionally and symbolically rather than providing clear intellectual answers, and that seems to be exactly what you needed. You're a student in Athens around 400 BCE, and your teacher has just given you an assignment that sounds suspiciously like he's making things up as he goes along. "Remember your dreams," he says, with the casual authority that teachers use when they want to sound like they're conveying ancient wisdom rather than personal speculation. Not just remember that you had them, but remember the details. What you saw, what you felt, where your attention went, and how you moved through the dreamscape. This teacher is influenced by Pythagorean ideas, though he's careful to keep the more mystical aspects quiet. Athens has a complicated relationship with philosophers who claim special access to hidden knowledge, as Socrates discovered in the most permanent way possible just a few years ago. But your teacher is convinced that dreams matter, that they reveal something about the soul's true nature, and that they represent the psyche freed from the constraints of physical sensation and able to perceive more subtle truths. The first step toward understanding them, he insists, is simply paying attention. So you start trying. That first night you go to sleep with the intention of remembering, telling yourself firmly as you drift off, "I will remember my dreams. I will wake and recall them clearly." This seems to have no effect whatsoever. You wake the next morning with the vague sense that you dreamed something important. There was water maybe? Or was it a marketplace? Or possibly both? The details evaporate like morning mist, leaving only frustration and the dim sense of having lost something that was present just moments ago. The second night, you try a different approach. You place a wax tablet and stylus next to your sleeping mat, within easy reach. The idea is to wake yourself slightly during the night and scratch down whatever you remember before sinking back into sleep. This works better. You do wake once, disoriented and confused, with fragments of a dream still clinging to your mind. You grope for the tablet in the darkness and scratch a few words before sleep reclaims you. In the morning you examine what you wrote. The letters are clumsy, carved by someone half asleep and not bothering with proper spacing or straight lines, but you can decipher them. Fish made of light. The teacher had wings. It felt like flying, but also like swimming. Reading these words brings the dream flooding back in more detail. You were in a place that was simultaneously ocean and sky, where movement was effortless, where your teacher glided past you with great feathered wings, and where schools of luminous fish swam through the air like they were moving through water. By the 5th night, you've developed a routine. You keep the tablet ready. Before falling asleep, you spend a few minutes reviewing the day and telling yourself you'll remember your dreams. When you wake, whether in the middle of the night or at dawn, you lie still for a moment before moving, letting the dream memories solidify, then reach for the tablet and record what you can. The act of writing seems to anchor the memories, making them more stable and retrievable. This practice, simple as it sounds, is quietly revolutionary. You're training your mind to build a bridge between sleeping and waking consciousness. You're creating the habit of noticing your own mental states, of treating dreams as experiences worth preserving rather than ephemeral nonsense to be dismissed upon waking. And occasionally something odd happens. While dreaming, you have a moment of recognition, a flash of thought that says, "I should remember this for my dream journal." It's brief and you usually forget it anyway, despite the intention. But the fact that it happens at all suggests something interesting about the nature of awareness during sleep. Your teacher is pleased with your progress, though he himself is still working out the theoretical implications. He's noticed that students who practice dream recall consistently sometimes report moments of clarity within the dream itself. Brief instants where they seem to know they're dreaming, where they possess a dual awareness of being asleep while experiencing the dream. He doesn't have a proper framework for this yet and doesn't know what to call it or how to encourage it deliberately. But he's seen enough examples to suspect that the sleeping mind is more accessible to conscious awareness than most people assume. You notice these moments yourself as your practice continues. One night, you're dreaming that you're competing in the gymnasium, racing against other students, when suddenly you think, "My legs feel strange. Am I dreaming?" The question itself is remarkable. It shows some part of your mind stepping back and evaluating the experience rather than simply being immersed in it. But the answer doesn't come clearly, or rather, dream logic provides a nonsensical answer that you accept without further questioning. No, it's just that the ground is sloped differently today, and the dream continues with you convinced of your waking state, despite the impossibility of your legs feeling simultaneously heavy and weightless. In the markets of Athens, dream interpretation is becoming a booming business. Professional oniromancers set up shop near the agora, offering to decode dreams for a small fee. Most of them are charlatans, clever readers of human nature who tell people what they want to hear in vague enough terms to seem profound. But a few have noticed the same patterns your teacher has observed. People who pay attention to their dreams, who record and reflect on them, report different experiences than people who ignore their dream life entirely. The act of observation seems to change the thing being observed. When you treat dreams as meaningless, forgettable noise, they remain vague and unmemorable. But when you approach them with attention and respect, recording them carefully, looking for patterns and recurring symbols, the dreams themselves seem to become more vivid, more coherent, and more accessible to memory. It's as if your sleeping mind responds to being taken seriously, offering clearer and more detailed experiences when it knows those experiences will be valued and preserved. You've been keeping your dream journal for 3 months now, and it's become a fascinating document. You can see patterns emerging, certain images that recur, particular anxieties that surface in symbolic form, and creative solutions to problems you've been working on during the day. There's the recurring dream of being in the academy, but unable to find your classroom, which clearly relates to your ongoing anxiety about measuring up to your teacher's expectations. There are dreams where you're speaking eloquently in public, which seem to follow days when you felt inarticulate and clumsy with words. And there are stranger, less interpretable dreams, surreal landscapes, impossible architecture, and encounters with figures who might be gods or might be amalgamations of people you know. One entry stands out. You dreamed you were walking through Athens at night, the streets familiar but somehow different. cleaner, more orderly, lit by a silvery light that came from no visible source. You passed your teacher's house and noticed the door was open. Inside, he was sitting at a table covered with scrolls, but the scrolls were blank. He looked up at you and said something about empty pages being the truest books. And then, this is the part that struck you as significant, you thought to yourself within the dream, I need to remember this phrase so I can ask him what it means tomorrow. That thought shows a level of metacognition, of awareness about your own awareness. That's unusual in dreams. You were conscious enough to recognize that you were having an experience worth preserving, to think about your future waking self and what that self would want to know. You were, for that brief moment, operating with a kind of dual consciousness, simultaneously immersed in the dream experience and standing slightly apart from it, observing and evaluating. When you mentioned this dream to your teacher, his eyes lit up with interest. That moment of recognition, he said, is what we should be cultivating. The ability to maintain some thread of awareness even when the rational mind sleeps. The Pythagoreans believe the soul travels during sleep, freed from bodily constraints. Perhaps what you experienced was your soul becoming aware of itself, recognizing its own nature even while engaged in the journey. He's assigned you a new practice. Throughout the day, at random moments, pause and ask yourself, am I dreaming? Then examine your surroundings for evidence. Can you remember how you got to where you are? Do the details remain stable when you look away and back? Does everything follow logical rules? The point isn't to answer the question, obviously you're awake during the day, but to build a habit of questioning, of examining your state of consciousness. The theory is that if you do this often enough while awake, you'll eventually do it while asleep, and that moment of questioning might trigger the realization that you're dreaming. You're skeptical but willing to try. After all, the dream journal practice seemed pointless at first, and it turned out to be genuinely valuable. So you start incorporating these reality checks into your day. While listening to a lecture, you pause and ask yourself, am I dreaming? You look at your hands, check if the text on the scroll stays consistent, and try to remember the sequence of events that brought you to this moment. The answer is always no, I'm awake, but the practice keeps you attentive to your own consciousness, in a way that's oddly interesting. You're a novice monk in a monastery perched on a Tibetan mountainside around 900 CE. The air is thin enough that newcomers spend their first weeks short of breath, gasping during meditation sessions and struggling to complete simple physical tasks without their hearts hammering. But you've lived here since childhood. Your parents brought you to the monastery when you were 7, offering you to the Sangha as an act of devotion, and your lungs have adapted to the altitude. What hasn't adapted, despite years of training, is your ability to maintain awareness during sleep, which your teacher insists is possible, necessary, and, most annoyingly, simple once you understand the technique properly. The problem, he explains for what must be the 20th time, his voice patient but edged with the faintest exasperation, is that you assume waking and sleeping are fundamentally different states. But consciousness continues. It simply changes its object of attention. This sounds profound when he says it, accompanied by the singing bowls and the thin mountain air and the sense that wisdom is being transmitted. But it isn't particularly helpful when you're lying on your sleeping mat at night, tired and confused, trying to figure out what exactly you're supposed to do differently. Continue consciousness? How? By what mechanism? Through what practice? The technique he's taught you involves cultivating a habit of questioning reality during the day. Throughout your waking hours, you're supposed to periodically stop whatever you're doing and ask yourself, am I dreaming right now? Then you look for signs that might indicate you're in a dream. Text that shifts when you look away and back. Unusual events that violate natural law, or logical inconsistencies in your environment or recent memories. During the day, the answer is always no, I'm awake. But the practice builds a habit that eventually, according to your teacher, carries over into sleep. You've been doing this for months. Every hour, roughly, you pause and ask the question. You examine your hands. They look normal, solid, and consistent. You read a line of scripture, look away, and read it again. The text is unchanged. You try to recall how you arrived at your current location, and the sequence of events makes perfect sense. You're definitely awake. And yet, the practice continues day after day, a ritualized questioning that's starting to feel less like meditation and more like an elaborate game you're playing with yourself for unclear stakes. Tonight, after evening prayers, you're lying on your narrow sleeping mat, and your mind is still buzzing with the question, am I dreaming? You're definitely not. The stone floor is cold even through the thin cushion. Your knee hurts from the extended kneeling during prostrations. You can hear another monk snoring 3 mats away, a rhythmic rasp that suggests serious sinus problems and zero awareness of how disruptive the sound is. Your own breathing is slowing as sleep approaches, that familiar descent into unconsciousness that's happened thousands of times before. You drift off thinking about the question, which is exactly what your teacher suggested. Not forcing it, not concentrating hard, just letting it float gently in your mind as you cross the threshold into sleep. Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Am I... The dream begins ordinarily enough. You're walking through the monastery courtyard, and the light has that particular quality of late afternoon, golden and slanting, making the prayer flags cast long shadows across the stones. Everything feels normal. Your feet on the ground feel solid. The air has the characteristic crispness of high altitude. Nothing seems unusual or worth questioning. You walk toward the fountain at the courtyard centre, intending to fill your water bowl. But when you get close, you notice something odd. The fountain is flowing upward. Water is climbing into the air in a neat column, rising 10 feet or more before dispersing into mist that vanishes into the sunlight. This should surprise you. This should immediately signal that something is wrong, that this violates everything you know about how water behaves. But dream logic, that strange cognitive fog that makes impossible things seem reasonable, offers an explanation that you accept without question. Oh, someone must have changed the fountain. That's nice, it looks quite beautiful like this. You stand there watching the impossible water for several moments, admiring the way light catches in the ascending column, and how the mist creates small rainbows. And then, like a quiet bell ringing in a distant room, the question surfaces from some deeper part of your mind. Am I dreaming? It's the same question you've asked yourself countless times during the day, but now, in this context, it triggers something different. You look at the fountain again, really look at it, and understand that water doesn't flow upward. You look at your hands, another technique your teacher demonstrated, and they look odd. The details won't quite hold still. You try counting your fingers and the number keeps changing. 5, then 6, then 4, the count shifting each time you try to focus on it. And suddenly, with a clarity that's almost shocking in its brightness, you understand. You're asleep. This is a dream. You're aware of this fact while the dream continues around you. The fountain is still there, still flowing impossibly upward. The courtyard hasn't changed. The late afternoon light still slants across the stones. But your relationship to all of it has transformed completely. You can feel your sleeping body on the mat in some distant peripheral way. The cold stone beneath you, the rough wool blanket, and the position of your limbs. You understand that this entire scene is occurring in your mind, that you're lying unconscious on a monastery sleeping mat while simultaneously standing conscious in this dream courtyard. The dual awareness is strange and wonderful, and unlike anything you've experienced before. You realize, with a combination of excitement and deep calm, that you might be able to change things. This is part of the training. Not just becoming aware in dreams, but learning to work with them, to shape them, to use them for spiritual development and exploration of consciousness. You will make the fountain flow normally. Nothing happens. You try again, concentrating harder, focusing your intention the way you would during meditation. Still nothing. The water continues its upward journey, completely ignoring your mental commands. Apparently dream control isn't quite as simple as your teacher implied. which you'll enjoy pointing out to him tomorrow morning with all the satisfaction of a student finding a gap in the master's knowledge. But the awareness remains stable and clear. You spend what feels like several minutes simply observing the dream, noting its qualities, marvelling at the vividness of sensation. The stone beneath your feet feels absolutely real. The air has texture and temperature, and sounds have proper directionality and volume. Everything is rendered in perfect detail, indistinguishable from waking experience except for the fact that you know it's not. You experiment with different actions. You try to fly, because this seems like an obvious thing to attempt in a lucid dream. You jump and will yourself upward, but gravity works normally, and you simply land back on the ground. You try to make something appear, perhaps a lotus flower in your hand. You close your eyes and concentrate, and when you open them, there's nothing there. Whatever capacity you have to influence this dream, it's not responding to direct commands or visualizations. But then you notice something interesting. Your emotions affect the dream. When you feel frustrated about your inability to control things, the light in the courtyard dims slightly and the air grows cooler. When you let go of that frustration and simply feel curious about the experience, the light brightens again and the whole scene becomes more vivid. It's subtle, but unmistakable. The dream responds to your emotional state rather than to your conscious intentions. You try working with this. You cultivate a feeling of calm joy, the kind you experience during successful meditation. The courtyard seems to glow in response, colours becoming richer, edges more defined. You shift to compassion, thinking of all beings trapped in the cycle of suffering and wishing them liberation. The dream softens somehow, becoming gentler, more welcoming. The upward flowing fountain begins producing a sound like distant bells. This continues for what feels like much longer than most dreams last. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You can't really judge time accurately. But throughout it all, you maintain that thread of awareness, that knowledge that you're asleep and dreaming. It's effortful in a subtle way, requiring a kind of balanced attention, where you can't think too hard about being aware or you'll lose the awareness, but you can't let your mind wander completely, or you'll slip back into ordinary unconscious dreaming. Eventually something shifts. Your attention wavers for just a moment. You start thinking about how you'll describe this experience to your teacher, and the analytical thinking pulls you slightly toward wakefulness. The courtyard begins to fade, becoming less solid and more dreamlike in the conventional sense. You try to hold on to the awareness, but it's slipping, the clear knowledge dissolving, and then you're in a different dream entirely. Something about climbing stairs that keep rearranging themselves, and the lucidity is gone. You wake a while later, in the deep part of the night when the monastery is completely silent. For a moment you lie there, perfectly still, afraid that moving will disrupt the crystal clear memory of what just happened. Then carefully you reach for the small journal and ink you keep near your mat, specifically for recording dreams, another practice your teacher insists on, and you write down everything you can remember while it's still fresh. The next morning, during the period after dawn meditation when students can ask questions, you catch your teacher's eye and give a small nod. He smiles slightly and nods back, understanding immediately. You've crossed a threshold that monks have been crossing for centuries, joining a quiet tradition of practitioners who've learned to maintain consciousness through the transition into sleep. The tradition calls it dream yoga, using dreams as a practice ground for recognizing the illusory nature of all experience, for developing the kind of stable awareness that persists regardless of whether you're awake or asleep. Over the following weeks, you'll have more lucid dreams, each one teaching you something about the nature of awareness and the relationship between mind and experience. You'll learn that strong emotions tend to destabilize the lucid state. You'll discover that expectations shape the dream more than direct commands do. You'll find that the most profound experiences come not from trying to control the dream, but from simply being present in it, maintaining awareness while remaining open to whatever arises. Your teacher will guide you deeper into the practice, teaching you to use lucid dreams for specific purposes, rehearsing meditations, contemplating Buddhist teachings in the vivid symbolic language of dreams, and even practicing for the experience of death, which Tibetan Buddhism views as similar to the dream state, consciousness separated from its familiar reference points, navigating a realm shaped by karma and mental habits. But all of that comes later. Tonight, you've simply had your first clear moment of recognition within a dream, that flash of awareness that says, I'm sleeping and I know it. It's a small achievement in the monastery's terms. Many monks have gone much further, maintaining continuous consciousness through sleep, transforming dreams into sophisticated meditations. But for you, right now, it feels miraculous, like discovering a hidden room in a house you thought you knew completely. You're a merchant's daughter in Florence around 1350 CE, and you've been having the strangest experience for the past week. It started when you attended a sermon where the priest discussed visions and divine messages, emphasizing with considerable dramatic flair that God sometimes speaks to people in sleep, sending angels or saints to deliver warnings, guidance, or comfort. The examples he gave were vivid. People dreaming of heaven's glory, receiving instructions about their life's purpose, and even being shown future events that later came to pass exactly as dreamed. That night, while dreaming that you were flying over the city's red-tiled roofs, you suddenly thought, God is showing me this. The thought itself woke you partially, pulling you into that strange liminal state between sleeping and waking. You hovered there for several moments, aware that you were in bed but still able to see the dreamscape of Florence spreading below you, the Duomo with its incomplete dome, the Arno winding through the city, and the surrounding hills covered in olive groves and vineyards. It was disorienting and wonderful, and you fell back into the dream almost immediately, but this time without the awareness, simply experiencing the flight as a seamless part of the dream narrative. Since then, it's been happening more frequently. You'll be in the middle of a completely ordinary dream, walking through the market, helping your mother with weaving, attending mass, when recognition strikes. This is a dream. Sometimes the realization ends the dream instantly, popping it like a soap bubble and leaving you lying awake in the darkness of your bedroom, disoriented and slightly disappointed. Other times, you maintain the awareness for a few moments, observing the dream from this strange dual perspective, where you're simultaneously inside the experience and watching it from outside. You haven't told anyone about this because you're not entirely sure it's appropriate or safe to discuss. The Church has complicated and somewhat contradictory views about dreams. Some are considered divine messages, sent by God or his angels to guide the faithful. These are sacred and should be heeded carefully. Other dreams are temptations from demons, designed to lead people astray through false visions and deceptive imagery. These should be resisted and ignored. And still other dreams are just the result of eating too much cheese before bed, according to your grandmother, and have no spiritual significance whatsoever. The idea that you might be somehow conscious during dreams, aware that you're dreaming while the dream continues, choosing what happens or at least observing with full knowledge that none of it is real, this feels like it might fall into the potentially heretical category. Are you supposed to be able to do this? Is this a gift from God or something more dangerous? Could demons use this state to deceive you more effectively, catching you in a moment of vulnerability? You don't know, and you're not about to ask the priest and risk being told to do penance or worse. But you've noticed patterns in when the awareness arises. It comes most easily when something in the dream is unusual, when your deceased aunt appears looking young and healthy instead of wasted by the plague that took her, when the street you're walking down leads somewhere it shouldn't, when you find yourself in your father's warehouse, but it's somehow also the cathedral, or when the laws of nature bend in small ways that would be impossible in waking life. These inconsistencies seem to trigger a part of your mind that notices and questions, even while asleep. It's similar to the way you might notice a wrong note in a familiar hymn. The inconsistency stands out against your knowledge of how things should be, and your mind flags it as requiring attention. In dreams, though, this noticing is usually suppressed by what you think of as dream fog. that strange acceptance that makes impossible things seem perfectly reasonable. When the fog lifts for a moment, awareness comes through. You've also discovered, through trial and error, that you can sometimes continue the dream by staying calm. If you get excited when you realise you're dreaming, thinking, "Oh, I can do anything! I can fly anywhere! I can make anything happen!" You wake up immediately, the surge of emotion pulling you out of sleep. But if you simply observe, staying curious but relaxed, the dream continues while you watch it unfold with that split awareness. Simultaneously, the dreamer and the observer of dreams. Tonight you're trying something experimental. You've been thinking about this phenomenon for days, turning it over in your mind during the long hours of sewing and household work, and you've come up with a technique that might help. Before falling asleep, you spend a few minutes in the candlelight studying your hands, really looking at them, the pattern of lines on your palms, the shape of your nails, the way your fingers taper, and the small scar on your left thumb from when you cut yourself on a spindle 2 years ago. You're creating a kind of anchor, something familiar that you can check while dreaming. The idea is that if you can remember to look at your hands in a dream, they might look different enough to trigger that moment of recognition. It's based partly on something you heard once, that in dreams your hands often look wrong, having too many fingers or not enough, appearing blurry, or shifting in form. You don't know if this is universally true, but it seems worth testing. You blow out the candle and settle into your bed, which you share with your younger sister. She's already asleep, breathing deeply and evenly, one arm flung across her eyes. You lie there in the darkness, thinking about your hands, about the need to remember to check them, and about the strangeness of trying to remind yourself to do something while unconscious. The thoughts grow softer and less distinct as sleep approaches, blurring into fragmentary images and incomplete sentences, and then you're dreaming. You're in a garden you've never seen before, though it has elements from the monastery gardens you've visited, and from descriptions you've heard of paradise in sermons. Roses climb over stone walls, but instead of smelling like roses, they smell of cinnamon and cloves, spices your father trades in. The sky is that particular shade of blue that you see sometimes at dusk, when the last light is fading but the stars haven't yet appeared. There's music playing from somewhere, though you can't see any musicians, a single voice singing a melody that's hauntingly beautiful, but not quite like any song you know. You walk through this garden for what feels like a long time, just experiencing it, until something makes you think of your hands. The thought comes unbidden. I should look at my hands. You raise them, studying them in the dream's strange light, and immediately notice that they're wrong. The number of fingers keeps shifting. 5, then 6, then 4, the count changing each time you try to focus. The skin looks somehow translucent, as if you could see through it to the bones underneath. The scar on your left thumb is missing, or maybe it's there but on the wrong finger. You can't quite tell. This wrongness triggers the recognition. I'm dreaming. The garden remains solid around you. The roses continue to bloom, their impossible scent filling the air. The voice continues singing its nameless melody. But you're aware now, fully conscious of the fact that you're asleep in your bed, that your sister is beside you, that Florence is outside your window, and that none of this garden exists anywhere except in your sleeping mind. The awareness brings a surge of wonder, but also a touch of fear. What if this is a trap? What if becoming aware in dreams opens you to demonic influence? But the garden feels benign, even holy. The singing voice has the quality of church music. The light is gentle and welcoming. If this is a test or a temptation you can't see how, you decide to try something that's been in your mind since these experiences began. You've always wanted to see the ocean. Florence is landlocked. The sea is days away by horse, and as a merchant's daughter, your travel has been limited to the city and its immediate surroundings. But you've heard descriptions from travellers, and your father has brought you shells and once, thrillingly, a small preserved seahorse that you keep in a box of treasures. In the dream, you simply decide that beyond the garden wall lies the ocean. You don't force it or concentrate hard or visualize it in detail. You just gently intend that it's there, the way you might decide to turn left instead of right while walking. You make your way to the wall, made of old honey-coloured stone covered in flowering vines that release perfume when you brush against them, and look over it. There's a moment of resistance, as if reality itself is uncertain, hanging in balance, and then the ocean appears, stretching blue and endless to the horizon, exactly as you've imagined it. The view is impossibly clear. You can see individual waves, white foam breaking, and seabirds wheeling in the distance. The sound reaches you, that rhythmic crash and hiss of water meeting land. You can smell salt, sharp and clean, so vivid it almost makes you sneeze. Spray touches your face, cool and fine. You've done it. You've changed the dream through simple intention, and you're awake enough to marvel at the achievement even as it unfolds. The detail is extraordinary, because your dreaming mind is filling in all the elements you've heard about in travellers' stories, combining them with your own imagination to create something that feels completely real. The ocean has actual depth and movement, not the flat-painted quality you might expect from imagined scenery. Waves roll toward the shore with proper weight and momentum. The horizon curves slightly, just as you've heard it does. You spend what feels like several minutes just watching, drinking in this sight you've longed to see, and then, because you're aware enough to be curious about the limits of this state, you try to fly. You climb onto the wall and jump, willing yourself to soar over the water like the seabirds. Nothing happens. You simply fall, landing on the sand below the wall with a thump that should hurt but doesn't. Dream physics apparently has its own rules that don't always respond to your intentions, or perhaps you don't quite believe you can fly, and that doubt prevents it from happening. You're not sure. You try again, running and leaping, trying to feel what flying might be like, but gravity pulls you back each time. This failure is oddly reassuring. If you could do absolutely anything just by wishing it, this might feel more like madness than like exploration. The resistance, the way some things change and others don't, gives the experience a kind of structure that makes it seem more real rather than less. Eventually your awareness begins to waver. You've been maintaining it for what feels like a remarkably long time, but the effort is subtle and cumulative, and you can feel yourself starting to tire. The ocean becomes less distinct. The sound of waves grows quieter. The garden behind you fades into vagueness. You're slipping back into ordinary unconscious dreaming, and you don't quite have the skill yet to prevent it. The last thing you remember clearly is standing on the beach, watching the sun set over the water, which shouldn't be happening since the sun was high overhead just moments ago. But Dreamtime follows its own logic, and feeling deeply grateful for this experience, whatever its source and meaning might be. When you wake in the morning, your sister is already up and getting dressed. You lie there for a moment, not moving, afraid that the memory will dissolve the way dreams usually do. But it remains vivid and clear, every detail accessible. You remember the garden, the roses and the singing voice. You remember looking at your hands and understanding you were dreaming. You remember the ocean appearing beyond the wall, fulfilling your intention. You remember trying and failing to fly. You don't tell anyone, but you start experimenting more deliberately. Each night before sleep, you study your hands and remind yourself to check them in dreams. You think about impossible things you'd like to see. The mountains to the north covered in snow, forests you've never visited, and the inside of the Doge's palace in Venice, which you've heard described but never seen. And sometimes, not always, but with increasing frequency, you find yourself aware in your dreams, conscious enough to explore and experiment while the rest of your mind creates elaborate worlds from memory and imagination. It becomes a secret practice, something entirely yours in a life where privacy and personal choice are limited. In waking life, you'll do what's expected, help with the household, marry the man your father chooses, and probably die young from childbirth or plague like so many women do. But in dreams, you're beginning to find a kind of freedom and agency that waking life doesn't offer. You can explore, create, and test the boundaries of consciousness itself. You still don't know if this is a spiritual gift or a psychological quirk, divine communication, or merely the mind's strange capacity for self-reflection. The uncertainty doesn't trouble you as much as it once did. Whatever this is, it's revealing something about the nature of awareness, about the flexibility of consciousness, and about the strange fact that you can be both the dreamer and the observer of dreams. You're a natural philosopher in London around 1750 CE, and you've been conducting what you consider a very serious scientific experiment, though your colleagues at the Royal Society would probably laugh if you told them about it. For 6 months you've been keeping a detailed dream journal, noting not just the content of dreams, but your state of mind within them, any moments of awareness or recognition, and the factors that seem to influence dream recall and clarity. The Enlightenment has encouraged a particular kind of curiosity, the belief that anything can be studied, measured, and potentially understood through systematic observation and careful reasoning. Most people apply this to rocks, plants, the movement of planets, the properties of gases, and electrical phenomena. You've decided to apply it to sleep and dreams, treating your own consciousness as a laboratory where experiments can be conducted. Your journal has become quite extensive. Each morning, immediately upon waking, before getting out of bed, before speaking to your wife, before your mind is fully engaged with the day's concerns, you write down everything you can remember from the night's dreams, not just the narrative, but the quality of the experience. Were you aware of dreaming? Did anything seem unusual? How vivid were the sensations? Did you question anything that happened? Could you remember how the dream began? Or did you simply find yourself already in the middle of it? Your observations have revealed several interesting patterns. First, you've confirmed what some folk wisdom suggests but others dismiss. Certain foods do seem to affect dreams, though not in the ways folklore typically claims. It's not about specific ingredients having magical properties. Rather, it's about digestion, anything that causes mild physical discomfort, that keeps the body from resting completely peacefully, tends to produce more vivid and chaotic dreams. A heavy meal before bed leads to strange, energetic dreams. Mild hunger leads to dreams about food. Indigestion produces anxiety dreams. The body's state influences the mind's nighttime activities. Second, you've noticed something about memory. Dreams fade rapidly upon waking, but the speed of fading can be influenced. If you lie still upon waking and focus on the dream, letting it play through your memory before moving or thinking about other things, you can retain much more detail. Movement and immediate engagement with daily concerns seem to disrupt the delicate memory traces dreams leave behind. The simple act of physical stillness for a few moments can double or triple what you remember. Third, and most intriguingly, you've confirmed what the ancient Tibetans apparently knew. Regular reality testing during the day sometimes carries over into dreams. You've developed a habit of reading text twice, looking at a page, looking away, then looking back to confirm the words haven't changed. In waking life, they never change. Text is stable. But 3 times now you've thought to try this test in dreams, watched the words shift and rearrange themselves like living things, and realized you were asleep. The most recent time this happened, you were dreaming that you were in your study, working on a paper about planetary motion. Everything seemed completely normal. The familiar smell of ink and paper, the weight of your pen, the scratch of the nib on vellum, and the comfortable chair you sit in for hours each day. But something prompted you to look at what you'd written, look away at the window, then look back at the page. The words had completely changed. Not just shifted slightly, but transformed entirely. What had been equations was now a recipe for plum pudding, and in a handwriting that wasn't yours. You stared at this impossibility for several seconds before the recognition struck. I'm dreaming. The study remained around you, perfectly solid and detailed, but now you understood its nature. This wasn't your actual study. You were lying in bed upstairs. This entire scene was occurring in your sleeping mind. The most interesting finding in your research, though, has been about intention. You've discovered that the period between waking and sleeping, those few minutes when you're drowsy but still somewhat aware, when your thoughts are becoming loose and disconnected but haven't entirely dissolved, offers a unique opportunity. If you hold a question or intention loosely in mind during this transition, not forcing it, but just letting it float there like a leaf on water, it sometimes influences the dream that follows. You don't get direct answers exactly. Dreams don't solve mathematical problems or provide clear solutions to practical challenges. But your dreaming mind seems to process the question, creating scenarios and images related to it, approaching it from unexpected angles that can provide new perspectives. Last week provided a perfect example. You'd been struggling with a problem related to a mechanical device you're designing, specifically how to create a smoother transition between gears of different sizes. You'd tried several approaches, all producing too much friction or too much noise or requiring such precise manufacturing that they'd be impractical to actually build. The problem was genuinely vexing, and you fell asleep thinking about it, turning it over in your mind as consciousness faded. You didn't solve it directly in the dream, but you dreamed about walking beside a stream, watching water flow around rocks. The dream had that vivid, absorbing quality that sometimes happens, and you found yourself fascinated by how the water adapted its flow to obstacles, moving faster here, slower there, creating eddies and whirlpools, but overall maintaining its direction toward the sea. When you crouched down to look more closely, you could see how the water's path changed gradually around each rock, not abruptly but through a series of small adjustments. You woke with that image still clear in your mind, and suddenly the gear problem seemed obvious. You'd been thinking about it wrong, trying to create an immediate perfect transition from one gear to the next. What you needed was a series of smaller transitions, intermediate gears that would allow the change to happen gradually rather than all at once. The dream hadn't handed you an answer. It had helped you reframe the question, to see the problem from a different angle. Tonight you're trying something more ambitious. You've prepared your sleeping room carefully, treating it like a laboratory being set up for an important experiment. You've eliminated potential sources of disturbance, secured the shutters against wind, banked the fire so it won't need tending, and informed your wife that you'd prefer not to be woken unless there's an emergency. You've ensured a comfortable temperature, proper bedding, and removal of anything that might cause physical discomfort during the night. You've spent the evening reviewing your dream journal, particularly the entries that describe moments of awareness within dreams. You're reminding yourself of what that state feels like, what triggers it, and what maintains it. And as you prepare for bed, you're holding a gentle intention. I want to recognize when I'm dreaming. I want to be aware during tonight's dreams. You're not forcing this or concentrating hard. That would likely interfere with the natural onset of sleep. You're just planting the seed of the idea, letting it sink into your mind as you drift off, trusting that some part of your consciousness will remember it even as the rational waking part of your mind shuts down for the night. The dream begins in your study, which should be your first clue that something's odd since you're actually in your bedroom upstairs. But dream logic makes it seem reasonable, the way dreams always do. There's no moment of questioning how you got here or why you're here instead of in bed. You simply are here, and that seems natural. You're examining a book, trying to make sense of its contents. The text is difficult to read, somehow both clear and blurry at the same time, and the subject keeps shifting. Now it's about astronomy, now botany. Now it's written in a language you don't recognise but seem to understand anyway. This should be strange, but you accept it without question until you remember your reading test. The memory surfaces almost casually. I should check if the text changes. You look at a paragraph, reading it carefully. It's about the migration patterns of birds. You look away at the window, where rain is falling even though you're certain it was sunny a moment ago. Then you look back at the book. The words have completely changed. Now they're written in a language that doesn't exist, made of symbols that look like a combination of Greek, Arabic, and something else entirely, and yet you can read them perfectly, understanding a philosophical argument about the nature of time that's far more sophisticated than anything you've actually studied. The impossibility of this should be obvious, and this time, it is. The recognition arrives smoothly, without the jolt of surprise that sometimes triggers waking. I'm dreaming. You're getting better at this, maintaining the awareness without becoming so excited or analytical that you pull yourself out of sleep. The study remains solid around you, the familiar walls lined with books, the desk cluttered with papers and instruments, the window now showing a garden that exists nowhere near your actual house. Here's where your scientific curiosity takes over. Instead of trying to fly or visit exotic locations or do any of the dramatic things one might do in a lucid dream, you decide to investigate the nature of the dream itself. You want to understand this phenomenon, to gather data, and to test hypotheses about how consciousness works in this altered state. You examine your hand closely, holding it up to the light from the window. When you focus hard on it, it becomes unstable. The fingers seem to blur and multiply. The skin takes on strange colours, and the whole hand feels like it might dissolve into mist. But when you relax your attention, just viewing it gently without intense scrutiny, it stabilises again, looking almost normal, though somehow not quite right in ways you can't exactly specify. You touch various objects in the study, noting how realistic the textures feel. The smooth wood of your desk has proper grain and temperature. The books have the expected weight and flexible covers, the pages crisp under your fingers. The window glass is cool and hard exactly as it should be. The rug under your feet has the right texture, soft and slightly worn in familiar places. Everything has physical presence and substance, even though you understand it's all occurring in your mind, that there's no actual desk or books or window. Just neural patterns creating an extraordinarily convincing simulation. You try an experiment. Can you create something from nothing? You decide there should be an apple on the desk, a perfect red apple, fresh and crisp. You look away from the desk, toward the bookshelf, holding the intention that when you look back, the apple will be there. You count to 3, then turn your gaze back to the desk. It is. A perfect red apple sitting exactly where you intended, on the corner of the desk nearest the window. You pick it up, testing its weight in your hand. It feels completely real, substantial, and cool. It smells faintly of autumn, of orchards and harvest. You take a bite, and it tastes impossibly perfect, crisp and sweet and tart all at once, more ideal than any real apple you've ever eaten. The juice is cool on your tongue. You can feel the texture of apple flesh and hear the crunch. This is fascinating from a philosophical perspective. You've created something from nothing, or rather, from memory and imagination. Your sleeping mind has assembled this apple from recalled experiences, every apple you've ever seen, tasted, or touched, and synthesized them into this ideal version. The fact that it seems completely real, indistinguishable from a waking apple except for its impossible perfection, says something profound about the nature of perception and reality. You continue experimenting, testing the boundaries of what's possible in this state. You try to make it daytime instead of nighttime, looking away from the window and intending that the sun should be shining when you look back. The light changes, becoming brighter and warmer, but it's not quite daylight. More like a strange twilight that's brighter than it should be, as if your sleeping mind couldn't quite manage the full transformation or didn't have a clear enough template of what the study looks like in full daylight. You attempt to change the room itself, to transform the study into something else entirely, perhaps the observatory you visited last month. This doesn't work at all. The room remains stubbornly itself, though details shift and waver when you're not looking directly at them. The stack of papers on the left side of the desk sometimes has more pages, sometimes fewer. The books on the nearest shelf seem to rearrange their order, but the fundamental structure of the room resists change. This tells you something about how dreams work. Small changes are easy. especially when you use the simple technique of looking away and intending that something will be different when you look back. Larger transformations are harder, perhaps because they require more extensive reorganization of the dream imagery. Your sleeping mind has constructed this study from familiar templates, and those templates have a certain stability, a resistance to wholesale alteration. You test one more thing. Can you conjure another person? You think of your colleague from the Royal Society, the one you've been collaborating with on the planetary motion research. You look toward the door, expecting him to enter. You hear footsteps in the hallway outside and the sound of the doorknob turning. The door opens and someone enters, but it's not your colleague. It's a stranger, someone you've never seen before, though his face has elements that remind you of several different people you know. He opens his mouth as if to speak, but before any words come out, you make a crucial mistake. You start thinking about the implications of all this, about whether these observations could be considered scientific proof of consciousness during sleep, about how you'll describe all this in your journal, and about what it means for theories of mind and perception. The analytical thinking, the shift from experiencing to analysing, pulls you toward wakefulness. The dream begins to dissolve, losing coherence and stability. The stranger's face becomes unclear. The study grows dim and vague. You try to hold on to the dream, to maintain the awareness, but it's too late. The lucidity is slipping away like water through your fingers. You drift into non-lucid dreaming for a while, confused fragments about being late for a meeting, something about a broken clock, and then wake fully in the darkness of your actual bedroom. Your wife is sleeping peacefully beside you. The real study is downstairs, dark and empty. The whole experience exists now only in memory, and in the notes you immediately begin writing by candlelight, capturing the details before they fade. But you've gathered data. You've confirmed several things through direct observation. First, awareness is definitely possible during dreams. You can maintain consciousness, can observe and evaluate your experience, and can remember your waking intentions and act on them, all while remaining asleep. Second, some level of control can be achieved, though it has limitations and seems to work better through indirect influence than direct command. Third, the experience has a consistency to it. It's not random or chaotic, but follows certain rules, even if those rules differ from waking life. Fourth, and perhaps most importantly, analytical thinking disrupts the state. The lucid dream seems to require a particular kind of consciousness, aware and attentive but not too rational or analytical, observing but not dissecting. This suggests something interesting about the relationship between different modes of thought, between the rational mind that analyses and the experiencing mind that simply observes. Over the following months you'll continue your experiments, gradually building a systematic understanding of lucid dreaming. You'll discover that certain techniques reliably increase the frequency of lucid dreams, reality testing during the day, setting intentions before sleep, and using the period of waking in the middle of the night to practice awareness before falling back asleep. You'll learn to prolong the lucid state by staying calm and engaged without becoming too excited or analytical. You'll explore different ways of influencing the dream, through expectation, through emotional states, and through the simple technique of looking away and back with the intention that something will change. You'll never publish this research formally. It's too subjective, too difficult to verify, and too far outside the bounds of respectable natural philosophy. But you'll keep your detailed records, and someday, centuries later, when the scientific study of consciousness has become acceptable, researchers will find patterns in your observations that match their own findings. For now, though, you're simply a curious person who's discovered a laboratory within your own mind, a place where you can explore the nature of consciousness through direct experience. You're a university student in Germany around 1850, and your philosophy professor has been discussing the nature of consciousness in ways that make your head hurt and your notebook fill with questions you're not sure how to answer. The course is on phenomenology, the systematic study of conscious experience itself, and today's lecture has been particularly abstract, focused on the question of whether consciousness requires self-awareness, whether it's possible to be conscious without knowing that you're conscious. The professor, a thin man in his 50s with wire-rimmed spectacles and a habit of pacing while he talks, uses examples that initially seem clear but become more confusing the more you think about them. Consider a dog, he says, chasing a rabbit. The dog is certainly conscious. It perceives the rabbit, feels the excitement of pursuit, and adjusts its running to match the rabbit's movements. But is the dog aware that it's conscious? Does it think to itself, I am now having the experience of chasing a rabbit? Or does it simply chase, with consciousness present but not reflected upon? This abstract discussion has been rattling around in your mind for days, getting tangled up with your own experiences with dreams. Like many people, you've had occasional moments of clarity within dreams, brief flashes where you understood you were asleep, where you possessed a strange dual awareness. These experiences have always seemed interesting but not particularly significant. Just an odd quirk of sleep, something that happens sometimes for no clear reason. But now, in light of these philosophical discussions, those dream experiences seem potentially relevant. If consciousness can exist without self-awareness during waking life, what's happening during a dream where you become aware that you're dreaming? Is that a case of self-awareness arising within a normally unreflective conscious state? Does it tell us something about the layers or levels of consciousness, about how awareness can turn back on itself? One evening, after a particularly intense seminar on the phenomenology of temporal experience, how we perceive time, how the present moment contains traces of the immediate past and anticipations of the immediate future, you mention your dream experiences to the professor during office hours. You're nervous about bringing it up, worried it might seem frivolous or off-topic, but he's encouraged students to relate the theoretical discussions to their own experiences of consciousness. His eyes light up with unmistakable interest when you describe the moments of awareness within dreams. Yes, he says, leaning forward in his chair, this is exactly the kind of phenomenon we should be examining. The dream state offers a unique laboratory for studying consciousness, because it's a state where experience continues, but our normal frameworks for interpreting experience are suspended. He explains that he's been collecting accounts of what he calls lucid dreams, from the Latin lux, meaning light, suggesting illumination or clarity. These are dreams where the dreamer knows they're dreaming, where there's awareness of the dream state while it continues. He's noticed that certain people seem naturally prone to these experiences, while others report never having them. He's also noticed that practice and attention seem to matter. People who think about dreams, who value them, and who try to remember and reflect on them report more instances of lucid dreaming than people who ignore their dream life entirely. He gives you an assignment. For 1 month, conduct a personal experiment in what he calls consciousness continuity. The goal is to see if you can maintain some thread of awareness through the transition from waking to sleeping, and to observe what happens to consciousness as it shifts between states. He suggests several techniques, drawing on his reading of various spiritual and philosophical traditions. First, keep a dream journal. Write down everything you remember from dreams immediately upon waking, before the memories fade. This builds the habit of paying attention to dreams, which seems to influence the dreams themselves. Second, practice reality testing during the day. Periodically stop and ask yourself, am I dreaming? And look for evidence. Check if text changes when you look away and back. Try to remember how you got to where you are. Notice if anything unusual is happening. The idea is that this habit will eventually carry over into sleep. Third, try mnemonic induction. As you're falling asleep, repeat a phrase like, the next time I'm dreaming, I'll remember I'm dreaming. Or, I will recognize my dreams as dreams. Don't force it or concentrate hard. Just let it cycle gently through your mind as you drift off. Fourth, if you wake during the night, spend a few moments in that liminal state between sleeping and waking, noticing what consciousness feels like in that transitional zone. You take the assignment seriously, approaching it with the same systematic rigour you'd bring to any academic study. You purchase a new notebook specifically for dream records. Every morning you spend 15 minutes writing down everything you can remember from the night. Not just narratives, but sensations, emotions, the quality of light, unusual details, and moments of transition or confusion. During the day, you set yourself the task of asking, "Am I dreaming?" at least 10 times, trying to spread them throughout the day so it becomes a genuine habit, rather than a mere formality. You check your hands, looking for the kinds of anomalies others have reported. Wrong numbers of fingers, strange appearance, shifting form. You try to read text twice, confirming it stays consistent. You think about how you got to where you are, checking if the memory is clear and logical or vague and confused. The first week produces nothing but ordinary dreams and frustrating gaps in memory. You remember fragments, being in a forest, having conversation with someone whose face you can't recall, looking for something important that keeps eluding you, but nothing coherent and certainly no moments of awareness or recognition. The reality testing during the day just makes you feel slightly foolish, asking yourself if you're dreaming while sitting in perfectly ordinary lectures or walking through completely normal streets. The second week, something small happens. You're having a dream about falling, a common enough dream type, and as you fall, tumbling through space with that characteristic dream combination of terror and strange detachment, you suddenly think, "This is a dream, I'm safe." The thought is brief, lasting perhaps a second before the dream ends and you wake with your heart pounding. But it was there, unmistakably, a moment of recognition, a flash of awareness that you were asleep and that the danger wasn't real. You write it down immediately, noting the circumstances. You'd been practicing the mnemonic induction technique before sleep, repeating, "I will recognize my dreams," as you drifted off. You'd also spent extra time that day asking yourself if you were dreaming. The correlation might be coincidental, but it seems worth noting. The third week, something shifts more dramatically. You're in the university library in your dream, which should be closed since it's night. But this inconsistency doesn't immediately strike you as odd. You're searching for a particular book, moving between the tall shelves, feeling that sense of mild frustration that comes from not being able to find what you need. The lighting is strange, brighter than lamplight, dimmer than daylight, and coming from no obvious source. But again, this doesn't trigger any recognition. And then, for no reason you can later identify, the question surfaces from some deeper part of your mind. Am I dreaming? It's the same question you've been asking yourself during the day, but now, in this context, you actually examine the question seriously rather than immediately dismissing it. You look at your hands, holding them up to the strange light. They look wrong. The fingers seem to shift and waver, sometimes appearing longer than they should be, sometimes shorter. You try counting them and get different results each time. 5, 6, 4, 5 again. You try the reading test. You pull a book from the nearest shelf and open it to a random page. The text appears to be in German, and you read a sentence about the cultivation of wheat in medieval agricultural systems. You look away, then back. The text has changed completely. Now it's in Latin, discussing Aristotelian metaphysics. You close the book, put it back, pull it out again, and open it. The pages are blank. The recognition arrives with absolute clarity. I am dreaming. But here's what surprises you. What will become the core of your report to the professor? The awareness doesn't feel like waking consciousness. It's subtly different. Less sharp in some ways, but more expansive in others. You're aware of being in a dream, but you're also aware of multiple layers of experience simultaneously existing. Somewhere, distantly, you can feel your body in bed. The weight of blankets, the position of your limbs, and the solidity of the mattress beneath you. That's one layer of awareness, peripheral and quiet, but definitely present. You're also conscious of the dream imagery itself, the library, the shelves, the books, and the strange sourceless light. This is the most vivid layer, taking up most of your attention. It has the full richness of sensory experience, visual detail, spatial relationships, the texture of book covers under your fingers, and the smell of old paper and binding glue. And there's a third element, harder to describe, a kind of observing awareness that's watching both the dream and your recognition of the dream. It's the part of you that's conscious of being conscious, that's aware of having awareness. This is the aspect that allows you to think I am dreaming and I know it, that provides the meta-level perspective on the experience itself. This three-layered consciousness is exactly what your professor has been theorizing about in his lectures. Consciousness isn't a single unified thing, but a collection of processes that can separate and recombine in interesting ways. During normal waking life, these processes work together so seamlessly that we experience them as one thing: awareness, perception, and self-awareness, all flowing together into the unified experience of being conscious. But during lucid dreams, they can partially separate, creating this strange state of multiple simultaneous awarenesses. You're both in the dream and observing the dream. You're asleep, but also somehow awake. You're experiencing and analysing the experience at the same time. The boundaries between these different aspects of consciousness become visible, precisely because they're no longer perfectly aligned. You spend the rest of the dream, which lasts for what feels like perhaps 20 minutes, though dream time is notoriously difficult to judge, simply observing this state, noting its qualities, and trying to understand its structure. You move through the library, noticing how the environment shifts when you're not looking directly at it. Shelves appear in different configurations, doorways open where walls should be. The room seems to expand and contract based on some logic you can't quite grasp. You try to have coherent thoughts about philosophical questions, to bring your waking intellectual analysis into the dream. You try to think about Kant's categories of understanding, about whether the dream experience proves anything about the nature of phenomenal versus noumenal reality. But sustained analytical thinking is difficult in this state. Your thoughts keep sliding sideways into images and sensations, rather than remaining as clear propositions. What you can do quite successfully is observe. You can notice the quality of consciousness in this state, and can pay attention to how awareness works when freed from the usual constraints of waking perception. You notice that your attention is more fluid, shifting easily from one thing to another without the effort that waking attention requires. You notice that emotions arise and fade more quickly, without the sustained quality they have during waking life. You notice that time feels elastic, stretching and compressing unpredictably. Most importantly, you notice that the sense of self feels different. During waking life, you have a strong, continuous sense of being a particular person with a particular history, particular characteristics, and particular relationships and roles. In the lucid dream, that sense is looser, more provisional. You know who you are in some abstract sense, but the usual solidity of identity is softened. It's not disturbing, just different, as if the self is revealed to be more flexible and constructed than it usually appears. Eventually, your awareness begins to fade. The clarity dims, the multiple layers of consciousness blur back together, and you slip into ordinary, non-lucid dreaming. You have confused dreams about trying to write something important, but the ink keeps disappearing, and about showing up to an examination without having studied. And then you wake in the early morning with pale light coming through your window. You lie there perfectly still, not wanting to move and disrupt the clear memory of the lucid dream. You can still feel what it was like and can still access that state of multiple simultaneous awarenesses. You know this memory will fade as the day progresses, as your waking consciousness reasserts its normal structure, and the dream state becomes harder to recall clearly. So you reach for your dream journal and spend the next hour writing down everything you experienced, every observation and sensation and insight. trying to capture the phenomenology of the lucid dream state as completely as possible. When you bring this to your professor the following week, he reads through your notes with visible excitement. "This is excellent," he says. "You've documented exactly what I've been trying to articulate theoretically, the way consciousness can layer and separate during liminal states. The dream awareness you describe, with its 3 levels of perception, confirms that consciousness isn't a simple on-off phenomenon, but a complex system that can reconfigure itself." He asks you to continue the practice to see if you can have more lucid dreams and gather more observational data. He's particularly interested in whether you can conduct specific experiments while lucid, testing the boundaries of dream control, examining how intention and attention shape the dream, and exploring whether complex reasoning is possible in that state, or if it's limited to observation and experience. Over the following months, you become quite skilled at lucid dreaming. You learn the tricks that help. Waking after 5 or 6 hours of sleep, staying awake briefly, then returning to sleep with strong intention seems particularly effective. You learn that certain mental states encourage lucidity, being well rested but not exhausted, being interested but not anxious, and approaching sleep with curiosity rather than determination. You also learn about the limitations. Sustained abstract reasoning really is difficult in lucid dreams. You can think about philosophical questions, but you can't follow long chains of logical argument the way you can while awake. The lucid state requires a delicate balance. Too much thinking and you wake up, too little and you slip back into non-lucid dreaming. Strong emotions destabilize the state. Trying too hard to control things often backfires. What you can do, remarkably well, is observe the nature of consciousness itself. You can notice how perception works, how attention flows, how memory operates, and how the sense of self forms and dissolves. The lucid dream becomes a laboratory for phenomenology, offering direct experiential access to questions that would otherwise remain purely theoretical. Your professor eventually publishes a paper drawing on your observations and those of other students who've participated in similar experiments. The paper argues that consciousness should be understood not as a single unified phenomenon, but as a collection of processes that typically work together, but can separate under certain conditions. The lucid dream is presented as evidence for this layered model, a state where some aspects of waking consciousness, awareness, intention, memory, persist, while others, critical reasoning, stable sense of self, connection to sensory input, are diminished or altered. The paper doesn't get much attention at the time. It's too speculative, too dependent on subjective reports, and too far outside the main currents of academic philosophy. But it plants seeds that will grow over the next century and a half, contributing to evolving understandings of consciousness, attention, and the relationship between different modes of awareness. And for you personally, it transforms sleep from a necessary but passive part of life into an active domain of exploration, a place where you can investigate the nature of mind through direct experience. You're a research subject in a sleep laboratory at Stanford University in California in 1975, and you're covered in wires that make you look like you're being prepared for some kind of elaborate electronics experiment. Electrodes are pasted to your scalp with thick gel that feels cold and slightly uncomfortable, positioned according to the International 10 to 20 system for EEG recording. These will monitor your brain waves, tracking the electrical activity that characterizes different stages of sleep. Sensors are taped near your eyes, positioned to detect the rapid eye movements that occur during REM sleep, the phase when most vivid dreams happen. Other instruments measure muscle tension in your chin, which decreases dramatically during REM sleep, along with your heart rate, breathing patterns, and body movement. You've agreed to spend several nights in this laboratory, sleeping under observation while trying to have lucid dreams. It's not particularly comfortable. The wires restrict your movement, the electrodes itch slightly, and you're aware of being watched and recorded in a way that's not conducive to relaxation. But you're fascinated by the research and convinced it's important. so you volunteered despite the discomfort. The lead researcher is a psychologist named Stephen LaBerge, who's been studying lucid dreaming for years, fighting an uphill battle for legitimacy in a field that generally considers the topic fringe science at best, pseudoscientific nonsense at worst. The problem is fundamental. Dreams are inherently subjective, private experiences. You can report having been aware in a dream, can describe the experience in detail, and can swear it really happened. But how can researchers verify this? How can they prove that you were actually conscious during REM sleep and not just creating false memories upon waking or misunderstanding normal dream confusion for genuine awareness? For most of scientific history, this verification problem has seemed insurmountable. You can't directly access someone else's subjective experience. You can't peer into their sleeping mind and see whether awareness is present. All you have is their report, and reports are notoriously unreliable, subject to false memories, confabulation, and wishful thinking. LaBerge's solution is elegant in its simplicity. Create a prearranged signal that can only be produced deliberately, then have lucid dreamers execute that signal while dreaming. If the signal appears on the recording equipment at the right time, during REM sleep when dreams are occurring, it proves that the person was conscious enough to remember a task and execute it deliberately, that they weren't just passively experiencing random dream imagery, but were actively aware and capable of volitional action. The specific signal you've agreed on is eye movement. During REM sleep, most of the body's voluntary muscles are paralysed. This is why you don't physically act out your dreams, why you don't actually run or fight or fly despite dreaming about these actions. But the muscles controlling eye movement aren't paralysed. They remain active, and their movements during dreams can be detected by the sensors near your eyes. Before going to sleep tonight, you and LaBerge reviewed the signal one more time. If you become lucid in a dream, you'll deliberately move your eyes in a specific pattern: left, right, left, right, left, right, several times in quick succession. This pattern is distinctive enough that it won't be confused with the random eye movements that occur during normal REM sleep. If it appears on the recording during an REM period, it will be objective, verifiable evidence that you were conscious and capable of executing a planned action while dreaming. The first night produces nothing useful. You sleep, but it's not your normal sleep. The laboratory environment is too unfamiliar, the wires too constraining, and your awareness of being observed too present. You have dreams, vague and forgettable, with no lucidity. You wake feeling unrested and slightly discouraged. The second night is similar. You're more comfortable with the setup, but that doesn't translate into lucid dreams. You have one moment that might have been brief awareness. You were dreaming about being in a classroom and something seemed odd, but you can't remember whether you actually recognised it as a dream or just felt confused within the dream narrative. Either way, you didn't think to signal, so there's no data. By the third night, you're starting to worry that you've lost whatever knack you had for lucid dreaming. You've had them spontaneously before, that's why you were recruited for this study. But the pressure to perform seems to be interfering with the spontaneity these dreams require. You're trying too hard, thinking about it too much, and that very effort is preventing the state you're trying to achieve. LaBerge, reading your frustration, suggests a different approach for the fourth night. Stop trying so hard, he says. Just go to sleep normally. If you happen to become lucid, great, send the signal. If not, that's fine too. No pressure. It's good advice, though paradoxical, trying to not try, deliberately cultivating an attitude of relaxed indifference. You follow his suggestion, approaching sleep with less determination and more openness. You do your usual pre-sleep routine, reviewing the signal pattern to make sure you remember it, and setting a gentle intention to recognise dreams as dreams, but not forcing or straining. Then you just let go, allowing sleep to come naturally rather than pursuing it. The dream begins in a shopping mall, which should immediately seem odd since you're sleeping in a laboratory. But dream logic makes it seem reasonable. You're walking through corridors lined with stores looking for something. You're not quite sure what. The stores keep changing their positions. One moment the bookstore is on your left, the next time you look, it's on your right. Or maybe it's not there at all, but replaced with a clothing store you don't recognise. These shifting positions should be your first clue, and finally, they are. The inconsistency triggers the questioning habit you've built through months of reality testing. Am I dreaming? You check your hands, holding them up to examine them. They look strange. The fingers seem too long. Or is it that your palms are too small? The proportions are somehow wrong, shifting when you try to focus on them. You try to remember how you got here, and the memory is vague, fragmentary, and impossible to pin down. Yes, you realise with sudden clarity, I'm definitely dreaming. And then, crucially, you remember. You're in the sleep lab. You're participating in research. You're supposed to send a signal. This is harder than it sounds in theory. In the dream, you don't have a body lying in a lab bed with electrodes attached. You have a body standing in a shopping mall fully engaged with that environment. To move your actual physical eyes, you have to somehow reach through the dream to the physical body you're not currently experiencing that exists in a different layer of reality that's only peripherally accessible. You focus, concentrating on your real eyes rather than your dream eyes. It feels like trying to move a limb that's fallen asleep. You know it's there. You can feel it distantly, but the connection is fuzzy and indirect. You visualize the pattern: left, right, left, right, left, right. And then you do it, or at least you try to do it, moving what you hope are your actual eyes in the agreed upon pattern, repeating it several times to make sure it's clear and deliberate. The mall continues around you. Nothing in the dream changes in response to the eye movements. They're happening in a different reality, affecting your physical body in the laboratory, rather than your dream body in the mall. But you feel a sense of accomplishment, of having completed the task. You've sent the message from inside the dream to the outside world, bridging the gap between sleeping and waking reality in a measurable way. The dream continues for a while longer. You explore the mall, conscious throughout that you're dreaming, marvelling at the detail and coherence of the environment your sleeping mind has created. You try some simple experiments, willing a door to appear in a blank wall, which works, trying to fly, which doesn't, and changing the colour of your clothing, which works but takes more effort than you expected. The lucid dream remains stable and vivid for what feels like several minutes before you drift into non-lucid dreaming and eventually wake. In the morning, when the researchers review the recording equipment, there's carefully controlled excitement in the laboratory. The polysomnograph traces show clear REM sleep during the period when you reported having the lucid dream. And there, unmistakable in the eye movement recording, is the signal pattern you sent: left, right, left, right, left, right, appearing multiple times during REM sleep. Exactly when and where it should be, if your report of lucid dreaming is accurate. For the first time, someone has sent a message from inside a dream to the outside world, proving through objective measurement that they were conscious enough to remember a task and execute it deliberately while asleep. The signal appears during REM sleep, when brain activity is similar to waking, but the body is paralysed and the eyes are moving rapidly. This rules out the possibility that you are actually awake or in some lighter stage of sleep. You are genuinely dreaming, as proven by the REM indicators, but you are also conscious and volitional, as proven by the deliberate signal. This experiment, repeated over the following months and years with multiple subjects, will finally establish lucid dreaming as a legitimate phenomenon worthy of serious scientific study. It confirms what Tibetan monks have claimed for centuries, what medieval mystics reported, and what curious philosophers suspected. Consciousness can persist during sleep. You can be aware that you're dreaming while the dream continues, and with practice this state can be reliably accessed and studied. The implications extend beyond just proving that lucid dreams exist. The research demonstrates that REM sleep isn't simply an unconscious state, where random neural firing produces meaningless dream imagery. It's a state where complex cognition can occur, where awareness can be maintained, and where voluntary action is possible. The sleeper isn't passive but can actively engage with their dream experience, can remember intentions formed while awake, can execute planned actions, and can observe and report on their mental state. This opens up new questions and possibilities. If people can be conscious during dreams, what can they learn about consciousness itself by investigating this state? Can lucid dreaming be used therapeutically, helping people with nightmares or trauma? Can it be trained systematically, or does it require some innate capacity? What are the neural mechanisms that allow awareness to persist during REM sleep when it usually doesn't? How does the brain maintain that dual state of being asleep but also conscious? For you personally, participating in this research has been transformative. You've gone from someone who occasionally had interesting dreams to someone actively investigating the nature of consciousness through direct experience. The laboratory setting, far from diminishing the phenomenon, has made it more real, more legitimate. Your subjective experience now has objective validation. What you feel and observe in lucid dreams corresponds to measurable changes in brain activity and to detectable signals in the physical world. Over the following weeks, you'll return to the lab several more times, contributing more data to the growing body of evidence. You'll get better at signalling from dreams, sometimes sending complex messages, different numbers of eye movements to indicate different things, and responding to external stimuli that the researchers present during your sleep. You'll help map the relationship between subjective experience and objective measurement, between what lucid dreaming feels like and what it looks like on the monitoring equipment. And you'll take the techniques home with you, continuing to practice lucid dreaming in your normal life, free from electrodes and laboratories. The research has given you confidence that this isn't wishful thinking or self-deception, but a real, verifiable state of consciousness that can be cultivated and explored. Every night becomes an opportunity for investigation, for experiencing consciousness in an altered mode, and for learning something new about how awareness works when freed from its usual constraints. You're a modern person living in a time when lucid dreaming has moved from mysticism to mainstream, from forbidden knowledge to Reddit threads and YouTube tutorials. The information is freely available. Techniques that monks once guarded as advanced meditation practices are now explained in blog posts with titles like 5 Easy Steps to Your First Lucid Dream. The democratization is wonderful and slightly overwhelming, and you've decided you want to learn this skill for yourself. Your motivations are personal and ordinary rather than mystical or scientific. You're not seeking spiritual enlightenment or trying to prove theories about consciousness. You're simply curious about the experience itself, about what it might reveal about your own mind, and about the possibility of exploring these nightly landscapes with full awareness rather than passive confusion. You start with the basics, the same advice that gets repeated across dozens of sources because it actually works. Keep a dream journal. You buy a notebook specifically for this purpose. Keep it on your nightstand next to a pen and commit to writing in it every single morning before doing anything else. Before checking your phone, before getting out of bed, before your mind fully engages with the day, you spend a few minutes recording whatever you remember from the night. At first, there's almost nothing. Dreamed something about water is a typical entry for the first week. Felt anxious about something. Can't remember what. Fragments of conversation with someone I didn't recognise. The gaps are frustrating. You know you must have dreamed. Everyone dreams multiple times each night, but the memories slip away like smoke, leaving only the faintest traces. But you persist, and gradually something interesting happens. The habit of paying attention, of telling yourself that dreams matter enough to record, seems to strengthen the bridge between sleeping and waking memory. After 2 weeks, you're writing full sentences. After a month, you're filling half a page most mornings, sometimes more. The dreams aren't necessarily more vivid. They're just more accessible, easier to remember, and their details more stable in memory. You start noticing patterns. You have recurring dream signs, things that happen in dreams but never in waking life. You're frequently back in your childhood home, even though you haven't lived there in years. You often can't find your car in parking lots, or you discover you can breathe underwater, or you're trying to read but the text keeps changing. These repeated elements are valuable because they can become triggers for lucidity, dream signs that might help you recognize when you're dreaming. Next, you add reality testing to your practice. This technique feels deeply silly at first, asking yourself, am I dreaming? While you're obviously, undeniably awake. You're sitting at your desk drinking coffee, or standing in line at the grocery store, or walking your dog in the park. Of course you're not dreaming. Everything is completely normal and consistent and clearly real. But you do the tests anyway, building the habit that might eventually carry over into sleep. You check your hands, looking for the kind of anomalies people report in dreams, wrong numbers of fingers, strange appearance, shifting form. You try to read text twice, looking at a sign or label, looking away, and looking back to confirm it hasn't changed. You attempt to remember how you got to where you are, checking whether your memory of the past few minutes is clear and logical or vague and discontinuous. You set alarms on your phone to remind you to reality test throughout the day. At first, you need these reminders, but gradually the questioning becomes more automatic. You find yourself spontaneously checking reality during transitions, when you enter a new room, when you start a new activity, or whenever something slightly unexpected happens. The habit is forming, embedding itself into your daily awareness patterns. The technique that finally works for you is called mild, mnemonic induction of lucid dreams. It was developed by Stephen LaBerge, the same researcher who conducted the eye movement experiments, and it's elegantly simple in concept, though it requires practice to execute well. As you're falling asleep at night, you repeat a simple phrase to yourself. The next time I'm dreaming, I'll remember I'm dreaming. You don't force it or concentrate hard. That would keep you awake. You just let it cycle gently through your mind, a quiet intention you're planting in your consciousness as it transitions towards sleep. Sometimes you visualize recognizing a dream, imagining the moment of awareness, though you keep this light and relaxed rather than intense. The first 2 weeks of practicing mild produce nothing obvious, though you do notice your dream recall continuing to improve, and your dreams becoming slightly more vivid. The third week, you have a dream where you briefly wonder if you might be dreaming, though you decide you're not and continue with the dream narrative. It's progress. Even though it doesn't result in full lucidity, at least the question arose, and at least some part of your sleeping mind was paying attention to the possibility. And then, on the 23rd night of practice, it happens. You're dreaming that you're back in your childhood home, which should be an immediate dream sign since you know you don't live there anymore. You're in the kitchen, and the layout is wrong. The refrigerator is on the opposite wall from where it should be, and there's a door that leads directly outside when there should be a hallway. These inconsistencies don't immediately register as significant, protected by that fog of dream logic that makes impossibilities seem reasonable. But then you notice your hands as you're reaching for something, and they look strange. Slightly transparent maybe? Or is it that they're flickering slightly, unstable in a way hands shouldn't be? The strangeness triggers the question you've been training yourself to ask. Am I dreaming? You look at your hands more carefully. The fingers are too long, or maybe your palms are too narrow. The proportions are somehow wrong in ways you can't quite articulate. You try counting your fingers, and the number keeps shifting. 5, 6, 4, 7, 5 again. Each time you try to focus on a specific finger, it seems to split or merge or simply refuse to be counted consistently. The recognition arrives with remarkable gentleness, without the shock or surprise you expected. Oh, I'm dreaming. It feels natural, obvious even, like remembering something you'd temporarily forgotten rather than discovering something new. The childhood kitchen remains around you, perfectly solid and detailed. The wrongly placed refrigerator is still there, the impossible door is still there, but your relationship to all of it has shifted. You understand now that you're lying in your actual bed, in your actual apartment, safely asleep. This kitchen exists only in your mind, constructed from memories and imagination, having no physical reality anywhere. You've read enough to know not to get too excited, not to let strong emotions destabilize the dream. You stay calm, maintaining that gentle awareness, simply observing this state you've worked so hard to achieve. The dream remains stable around you. You can feel both your dream body standing in the kitchen and distantly your actual body in bed. The dual awareness is strange and fascinating, like being in two places simultaneously. You try the simplest form of dream control you've read about, changing something small. You look at the refrigerator, white, standard, nothing special, and decide it should be red, bright, fire engine red. You look away toward the window, holding that intention lightly, then look back at the refrigerator. It's changed. Not quite the brilliant red you visualized, more of a brick red, darker and less vivid, but it's definitely red instead of white. This small success fills you with quiet satisfaction. You've influenced the dream through simple intention. You're not just observing this altered state of consciousness, you're participating in it, shaping it, albeit in modest ways. You spend the rest of the dream, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, though time is hard to judge in dreams, simply exploring. You walk through the house, noting how it's simultaneously familiar and strange, how your sleeping mind has reconstructed it imperfectly, mixing memories from different time periods, adding elements that never existed, and creating a composite version rather than a faithful reproduction. When you try to leave through the impossible door, you find yourself in a garden that existed at a completely different house from your childhood. Dream geography follows its own rules, unbound by physical reality. You accept this without confusion or concern, simply noting it as an interesting feature of how dreams work. The lucidity ends when you make the mistake of thinking too hard about it, wondering how long you've been lucid, trying to estimate if you're breaking any personal records. The analytical thinking disrupts the delicate balance of awareness, and you slip back into ordinary dreaming, the clarity dissolving like fog in sunlight. When you wake the next morning, you immediately reach for your dream journal, capturing every detail while the memory is still fresh. You remember the kitchen, the strange hands, and the moment of recognition. You remember changing the refrigerator's colour, walking through the house and finding the garden from a different childhood home. Most importantly, you remember what it felt like, that dual awareness, that sense of being simultaneously asleep and awake, dreaming and observing dreams. Over the following weeks, you have more lucid dreams, not every night, not even most nights, but with increasing frequency as you continue your practice. Each one teaches you something about how this state works, about your own consciousness, and about how it operates under altered conditions. You learn that strong emotions tend to wake you up, so you practice staying calm regardless of what happens in the dream. You learn that logical thinking can end the lucidity, so you stay present and observational rather than analytical. You learn that the dream responds to expectation. If you expect something to be difficult, it usually is. But if you approach dream control with easy confidence, changes happen more smoothly. You discover personal variations in how the techniques work for you. Looking away and back with intention works well for small changes, but not large ones. Spinning in the dream seems to reset things, sometimes deepening the lucidity, sometimes providing scene changes. Rubbing your dream hands together helps stabilize the dream when it's starting to fade. These are your own discoveries, techniques that work for your particular mind, even though they might not work the same way for others. Most importantly, you learn that lucid dreaming isn't really about control in the way you initially imagined. It's not about treating dreams as virtual reality playgrounds, where you can do whatever you want without consequences. The most profound experiences come not from manipulating the dream, but from simply being present in it, fully conscious in this altered state, observing how your mind creates entire worlds from memory and imagination. You start using lucid dreams for purposes beyond just having interesting experiences. When you're worried about a difficult conversation you need to have, you rehearse it in a lucid dream, trying different approaches, practicing staying calm. When you're stuck on a creative project, you bring the problem into a lucid dream and let your sleeping mind approach it from unusual angles, making connections you wouldn't think of while awake. You use lucid dreams to face fears in safe environments. You're anxious about public speaking, so in dreams you practice giving presentations to dream audiences, learning to stay calm when the old panic starts to rise. The practice doesn't eliminate the waking anxiety, but it helps, giving you a space to work with the fear when the stakes aren't real. And sometimes you use lucid dreams for pure exploration and wonder, flying through impossible landscapes, visiting places you've never been, and experiencing sensations that have no waking equivalent. You swim through the air like water, walk on clouds that support your weight, and visit Mars or ancient Rome or entirely imaginary locations constructed from your mind's own creativity. But always, underneath the specific content, there's that fundamental fascination with the state itself, the fact that you can be aware while asleep, the strange divided consciousness where you're simultaneously dreaming and knowing you're dreaming. The way this reveals something essential about the flexibility and layered nature of awareness, about how consciousness isn't a simple binary, but a spectrum of different states and configurations. You're not a monk or a philosopher or a scientist. You're just a person who's learned to pay attention to an aspect of experience that most people ignore or dismiss. But in doing so, you've discovered a whole domain of consciousness to explore, a laboratory within your own mind where you can investigate awareness, memory, perception, and the nature of self through direct experience. You're lying in bed tonight, in whatever city or town you call home, and you're connected to something ancient and strange that reaches back tens of thousands of years. As you drift towards sleep, you're participating in a quiet revolution in human understanding. The gradual discovery of how to maintain consciousness through the transition into dreams, how to become aware within sleep, and how to explore the landscapes your mind creates every night. The story of how humans learn to control their dreams is really the story of how humans learn to understand consciousness itself, its flexibility, its layers, and its capacity for awareness even in radically altered states. From those first cave dwellers who saw no firm boundary between sleeping and waking, who ran with painted animals through impossible grasslands, through centuries of Egyptian sleep temples and Greek philosophers recording their visions, through Tibetan monks practicing recognition and medieval mystics experiencing spontaneous lucidity, through Enlightenment scientists systematically observing their own sleeping minds and modern researchers finally proving the phenomenon with objective measurements, people have been fascinated by this nightly transformation we all undergo. The techniques have been refined and systematized over this vast sweep of time. Ancient Egyptians discovered that environment and intention could influence dreams, though they interpreted this through theological frameworks. Tibetan monks developed sophisticated practices for maintaining awareness during sleep, understanding lucid dreaming as preparation for death and as a demonstration that all experience is fundamentally mind-created. Greek and later European philosophers recognized that paying attention to dreams changed the dreams themselves, that the act of observation influenced what was observed. Modern sleep science has demystified lucid dreaming while also confirming its reality. We know now that it occurs primarily during REM sleep, when brain activity is similar to waking but the body is paralyzed. We know that certain brain regions associated with self-awareness and working memory become more active during lucid dreams than during ordinary dreams. We know that it can be trained systematically, that certain techniques reliably increase the frequency of lucid dreams, and that individual differences exist, but most people can learn to some degree. But beneath all the scientific understanding, the fundamental experience remains what it's always been. That moment of recognition within a dream, that strange dual awareness of being asleep and knowing it, that sense of consciousness operating in an altered mode where the usual rules don't apply. What's changed dramatically is accessibility. For most of human history, lucid dreaming was either accidental or required dedication to specialised practices, months in monasteries, apprenticeship to experienced teachers, and elaborate rituals and preparations. The knowledge was limited, often kept secret, and sometimes considered dangerous or heretical. Only a relative handful of people ever learned these techniques, or even knew they existed. Now the information is available to anyone with internet access. The techniques that Tibetan monks once guarded as advanced meditation practices can be learned from websites and YouTube videos. The systematic approaches that early scientists developed through painstaking self-observation have been refined and simplified into methods that work for most people willing to put in the effort. The barrier to entry has dropped from years of dedicated practice under expert guidance to a few weeks of consistent effort following clear instructions. You don't need to be spiritually gifted or intellectually exceptional. You don't need expensive equipment or professional guidance. You just need patience, consistency, and genuine curiosity about your own consciousness. Keep a dream journal, writing down whatever you remember every morning, training your mind to maintain that bridge between sleeping and waking memory. Test reality during the day, building the habit of questioning your state of consciousness, creating a pattern that will eventually carry over into dreams. Set gentle intentions as you fall asleep, not forcing or straining, but simply planting the seed of awareness in your mind as it transitions towards sleep. Notice the moments between waking and sleeping, paying attention to what consciousness feels like during that liminal transition. The results vary considerably between individuals, and this variation is normal and perfectly fine. Some people have their first lucid dream within days of starting practice. The recognition comes easily, almost naturally, as if they'd always had the capacity but simply needed permission to notice it. Others practice diligently for months before achieving clear awareness. Some find that lucid dreams happen spontaneously and frequently once they start paying attention to their dream life. Others have occasional lucid moments but never develop reliable control or sustained awareness. These differences don't indicate failure or lack of ability. They reflect the natural variation in human consciousness, the fact that people's minds work differently, respond to different techniques, and have different baseline tendencies towards self-reflection during sleep. The goal isn't to become some kind of lucid dreaming expert, logging hundreds of controlled dreams and mastering advanced techniques. The goal is simply to explore this aspect of consciousness, to learn what your particular mind does while you sleep, and to discover what's possible for you specifically. Tonight, as you approach sleep, you might hold a gentle question in mind. What will I dream about? Or perhaps, will I recognize when I'm dreaming? The specific question matters less than the attitude of curious attention it represents. You're not demanding anything from your sleeping mind, not forcing awareness or control. You're simply leaving the door open, creating space for recognition to arise naturally if it will. The question floats in your mind as your breathing slows and deepens, as your body releases the tensions of the day, and as your thoughts begin to fragment and drift. Somewhere in that transition, consciousness shifts into a different mode. Your brain begins generating the vivid imagery and narrative that we call dreams, constructing entire worlds from memories and imagination, creating experiences that feel completely real, even though they're entirely mental constructions. Usually you'd experience these dreams without recognizing them for what they are, immersed in the narrative, accepting impossibilities as natural, feeling emotions, and making decisions within the dream logic that seems reasonable at the time but would make no sense from a waking perspective. This is the ordinary default mode of dreaming, complete immersion without reflection, consciousness without self-awareness. But perhaps, if you've been practicing the techniques, if you've built the habits of reality testing and dream journaling and gentle intention setting, tonight might be different. Perhaps at some point in your dreams, something will trigger that question. Am I dreaming? Perhaps you'll notice hands that look wrong, or text that changes when you look away and back, or an impossibility that catches your attention despite the dream fog. Perhaps you'll remember, while asleep, to check whether you're sleeping. And if that recognition comes, if you have that moment of awareness where you understand I'm dreaming, you'll be joining a tradition as old as human consciousness itself. You'll be experiencing what shamans and mystics and philosophers have experienced across cultures and centuries. You'll be touching the same mystery that ancient Egyptians explored in sleep temples, that Tibetan monks cultivated through meditation, and that modern scientists have finally proven and begun to understand. The moment itself is simple and profound. You're simultaneously asleep and awake, unconscious and aware, creating and observing your own mental experience. Your consciousness is examining itself, mind watching mind. Awareness turned back on its own processes. It's a state that reveals something fundamental about the flexibility of human consciousness, about how we're not locked into a single mode of being, but can shift and reconfigure, can maintain awareness across different states, and can be present and observant regardless of whether we're awake or asleep. The story of how humans learn to control their dreams isn't finished. It continues tonight, in bedrooms around the world, as people drift towards sleep with varying degrees of intention and awareness. Some approach sleep as always, paying no attention to dreams, letting consciousness shut down completely without reflection or observation. Others are practicing the techniques, building the habits, and gradually learning to maintain threads of awareness through the transition into sleep. You're part of this ongoing story now. Whether you have lucid dreams tonight or next week or next month or never, you've been introduced to the possibility. You know now what previous generations learned, that consciousness doesn't have to shut down completely during sleep, that awareness can persist in altered forms, that the boundary between waking and sleeping is more permeable than it appears. Lucid dreaming doesn't offer magic powers or access to mystical realms, despite what some enthusiastic advocates might claim. It doesn't let you predict the future or communicate with spirits or access cosmic knowledge hidden from waking consciousness. What it offers is perhaps more valuable: direct experience of how consciousness works, how awareness can persist and observe even while the logical mind rests, how expectation and intention shape reality in profound ways, how the boundary between self and experience is more fluid and constructed than we usually assume. When you become aware in a dream, you're not discovering some external truth about the universe. You're discovering something about yourself, about how your own mind operates, about the extraordinary capacity for consciousness to fold back on itself, to watch itself, to be simultaneously the experiencer and the observer of experience. This self-reflexive awareness, this consciousness of consciousness, is one of the most remarkable features of human cognition, and lucid dreaming provides a unique laboratory for exploring it. As you fall asleep tonight, you're participating in an ancient investigation into the nature of mind. Your sleeping brain will create worlds, process memories, work through problems, rehearse scenarios, and generate the vivid experiences we call dreams. And perhaps, with practice and patience, you'll find yourself aware within those worlds, conscious enough to observe, to explore, to marvel at the extraordinary machinery of your own consciousness. The control part, changing dreams, directing action, creating specific scenarios, that's interesting but ultimately secondary. The real gift of lucid dreaming is the awareness itself, the moment of recognition, the understanding that you're dreaming while the dream continues, that strange peaceful state where you're simultaneously asleep and awake, creating and observing, lost and found in the landscapes of your own mind. Sweet dreams. And if you happen to find yourself wondering whether you're dreaming while a dream unfolds around you, if you have that moment of questioning, that brief flicker of recognition, you'll be touching something profound. You'll be experiencing consciousness examining itself, mind watching mind, awareness turned back on its own processes. The answer to am I dreaming is no. Right now, as you read this, you're awake, engaged with text on a page or screen, fully conscious in the ordinary waking sense. But in a few hours, when sleep has claimed you and your mind is generating its nightly visions, the answer might be different. You might find yourself in an impossible landscape, living through an impossible situation, and some part of your mind might remember to ask that simple question. And in that moment of asking, of genuinely questioning your state of consciousness, rather than automatically assuming you're awake, you might discover the answer is yes. Yes, you're dreaming, and yes, you're aware of it, and yes, you can observe this strange state, can explore it, can learn from it, can marvel at the fact that consciousness continues even when rationality sleeps. Your mind will create entire worlds tonight. Whether you're aware of them or lost in them, whether you recognize them as dreams or accept them as reality, whether you observe or simply experience, all of this happens every time you sleep. The only question is whether you'll remember, whether you'll know, whether that spark of awareness will arise in the darkness and illuminate the fact that you're conscious even in sleep. The gift is available, the techniques work, the state is real and accessible. All that remains is practice, patience, and that gentle curiosity about what lies behind your closed eyes each night. Welcome to the dream. May you recognize it for what it is. Morpheus rarely stands in the spotlight when people discuss Greek mythology, overshadowed by the grand Olympians who wield thunder and seas in their command. Yet, in ancient stories whispered around flickering lamps, Morpheus played a pivotal role in bridging mortals and gods through the subtle realm of sleep. He was neither a warrior nor a master of loud proclamations. Instead, he chose the gentle approach, weaving illusions, shaping dream landscapes, and occasionally planting cryptic messages that could alter the course of entire kingdoms. To understand Morpheus, one must first step back and recognize how the Greeks viewed the pantheon. They revered sky gods, underworld deities, nymphs of the forests and rivers, and lesser-known creatures who existed in the half-light of mortal awareness. Morpheus belonged to this latter category, operating in spaces easily overlooked by the mortal eyes. Where lightning bolts lit up the cosmos, Morpheus lit up the inner mind. His was the quiet magic of unspoken revelations. He was typically described as the son of Hypnos, the personification of sleep, whose children were called the oniroi, or dreams. Yet Morpheus stood out even among his siblings. He had a unique talent, the ability to shift shapes and appear to dreamers in whatever form best conveyed the gods' messages. Some tales characterized him as an ethereal being, pale, silent, and drifting through moonlit corridors, while others claimed he was a shapeshifter who took on human guises so convincingly that dreamers seldom realized they were asleep. In either depiction, he was seldom menacing. There was no need to frighten mortals into submission. A carefully placed dream could do more to guide or warn than thunderous commands from on high. Morpheus occupied a pivotal position at the intersection of cosmic power and human fragility. Since ancient times, people have wrestled with the enigma of dreams. Are they mere figments of one's imagination? Or do they carry coded messages from beyond mortal perception? The Greeks, with their flair for blending superstition and storytelling, believed that certain dreams could indeed foretell the future or reveal divine will. For such dreams to occur, though, there had to be an intermediary, someone who shaped the dream into a symbolic narrative. Morpheus stepped into that role with an artistry that rivaled the muses themselves. He was not a mere messenger. The deeper mythic threads paint him as a curator of experience, someone who wove together a dream's characters, locations, and moods. He chose which relatives you might see, which long-lost lovers reappeared to stir your soul, which undiscovered realms you'd traverse. If the gods wanted a king to spare a village or redirect an army, Morpheus could craft a night vision so convincing that the recipient woke up resolute in a new plan. When the pantheon wanted to remain secret, Morpheus could deliver an enigma, a riddle wrapped in dream logic that only the clever or desperate would decipher. Yet for all this influence, Morpheus is largely absent from the boisterous epics of Homer, or the grand tragedies performed in Athens. You won't find him leaping into battlefield scenes or presiding over mead-soaked banquets on Mount Olympus. His domain lay in the stillness of late-night darkness, unnoticed by the wide awake. No chorus sang loud odes to him, but behind the scenes, he shaped destinies as surely as any decree from Zeus. That subtlety attracted a certain reverence among those who paid attention. Mystics, seers, and even oracles at Delphi sometimes acknowledged him as a hidden ally. They believed that whereas Apollo declared truths in broad daylight, Morpheus gently revealed them under the cloak of sleep. These characteristics made him neither a rival nor a subordinate, but rather another facet of divine revelation. To them, Morpheus represented the possibility that truth need not be shouted from temple steps. It could be softly breathed into the deepest recesses of human consciousness. In later centuries, references to Morpheus drifted into Roman thought, courtesy of the poet Ovid, who famously described him as the most gifted of the dreambringers. He was singled out for his ability to mimic any mortal form. This skill, so modest on the surface, hints at the potent capacity to influence not just thoughts, but emotions, a subtlety that immortals rarely mastered. Thus begins the history of Morpheus, a quiet god, half forgotten in popular retellings, but deeply felt whenever dreams unfold. He represents the art of subtle persuasion and the comfort of illusions, a figure whose real power emerges when eyes close and the ordinary senses drift into shadow. To appreciate Morpheus fully, we must understand the lineage that placed him at the nexus of sleep and dreams. In the primordial chaos of Greek mythology, enormous powers battled for supremacy, shaping the universe as they saw fit. Among these entities was Nyx, the personification of night, whose dark cloak stretched across creation. From her came Hypnos, the embodiment of sleep. While Nyx enveloped the world in darkness, Hypnos guided all living things to rest. For a mortal, sleep represented a nightly surrender, an act of trust in forces beyond conscious control. Hypnos dwelled in a silent abode rumoured to be near the shores of the river Lethe, in the underworld. The stories describe it as a landscape untouched by sun or moon, draped in eternal twilight, with only the hush of the distant waters echoing through the halls. Within this realm, Hypnos presided over the Oneiroi, a whole family of dream spirits who ventured out each night through a pair of gates, one made of horn, the other of ivory, to bring dreams to mortals. The horn gate delivered true visions, while the ivory gate offered deceptive dreams. This distinction underscored the Greeks' conviction that not all dreams were created equal. Among these Oneiroi, Morpheus stood apart. His name itself conveyed a sense of shaping or forming, as if he acted as a skilled craftsman, meticulously shaping dreams. Some of his siblings, like Ixlus or Phobator and Phantasos, were in charge of different types of dreams. For example, Icelus was in charge of nightmares involving animals or monsters changing into other forms, and Phantasos could bring inanimate objects and natural elements. Morpheus alone possessed the gift to appear as any human figure, which made him invaluable whenever the gods needed to send a personalised message. He understood the nuances of human emotion, how to bring forth a familiar face to disarm a dreamer, or how to stage a scene that resonated with unspoken fears and desires. Morpheus's relationship with Hypnos was not one of mere subordination. While Hypnos embodied the abstract power of slumber, Morpheus took that raw potential and shaped it into narrative. Father and son thus formed a partnership of calm and creativity. Hypnos paved the path to unconsciousness, while Morpheus populated it with meaning. In a sense, they mirrored the idea that rest could be either empty or transformative. Under Hypnos, the mortal body relaxed. Through Morpheus, the mind roamed landscapes both familiar and surreal. It was said that Morpheus could slip past the notice of the Olympians themselves. In a realm dominated by displays of might, Poseidon's raging seas, Zeus's thunderbolts, Morpheus's power lay in subtlety. Gods might proclaim grand destinies to seers, but Morpheus brought his brand of prophecy, one couched in symbolism and open to interpretation. Any shift in a dream's plot, any cameo by a lost loved one, could spin fate in unforeseen ways. This quiet potential set him apart from other deities known for direct, sometimes violent intervention. In certain esoteric traditions, priests would leave offerings to Hypnos and the Oneiroi when interpreting dreams. Incubation rites took place in dedicated temples, where devotees slept overnight in hopes of receiving a cure or a prophecy from the gods. Morpheus played a starring role in these nighttime visions, sculpting experiences that might heal, warn, or guide, though rarely given the spotlight in epic poetry. His presence was keenly felt by those who sought divine interaction without the spectacle of oracles or the hustle of public ceremonies. Over time, as Greek culture spread and mingled with other civilizations, the concept of Morpheus evolved. In some local myths, he was depicted less as a subordinate to Hypnos, and more as an independent god of illusions, free to intervene or withhold as he saw fit. His fluid boundaries gave him a certain mystique. Mortals who believed in him imagined that their late-night revelations weren't random flickers of the psyche, but carefully tailored messages from a divine guide. Of course, skepticism existed even in ancient times. Not everyone believed in the significance of dreams. Philosophers like Aristotle treated dreams largely as mental byproducts of daily activities. Others dismissed them as illusions that lured people away from rational thought. But for those who embraced the mysterious, Morpheus was a comforting figure, a deity who shaped intangible narratives, either as gentle warnings or sources of unexpected inspiration. In this way, the lineage of Morpheus, the quiet synergy of night, sleep, and dreams, symbolized the Greeks' deep fascination with the unseen dimensions of life. Within the hushed intervals of slumber, it was Morpheus who held the keys to imagination, bridging mortal concerns and divine intentions through a world woven from ephemeral shadows. Unlike gods who clamoured for shrines, Morpheus often arrived uninvited, slipping into mortal minds without ceremony. But references to him do emerge if one sifts through fragmentary texts, second-hand accounts, and the poetic flourishes of authors who found meaning in the dream realm. Among these, the Roman poet Ovid left one of the most detailed portrayals, cementing Morpheus's image as a master shapeshifter. Though Ovid wrote in Latin centuries after Homer, his verses revealed a fascination with the intangible realms of dream, further interweaving Roman and Greek perspectives. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, Morpheus is one of three brothers, each responsible for different aspects of dreaming. But Morpheus receives pride of place as the one who can mimic human forms. When the gods, especially the goddess Iris, needed to slip a message into a mortal's mind, Morpheus would be summoned. He would take on the likeness of a friend, a family member, or a beloved mentor. The subtlety of his craft was its force. He achieved through gentle suggestion what thunderbolts could not. Mortals, awaking from these dreams, often felt compelled to act with a conviction that reason alone rarely mustered. Yet behind this skill lay an irony. Morpheus himself appeared in a few face-to-face encounters with mortals. A shapeshifter by profession, he did not sport a signature visage in the stories. He might show up as an old shepherd or a radiant youth, whichever best carried the god's intent. This anonymity magnified his mystique. Though recognised as a deity, he was simultaneously anyone and no one. Averse to dramatics, Morpheus seemed content to remain overshadowed by more flamboyant gods. Perhaps he recognised that anonymity was power. No one begged him for favours. No armies prayed for his intervention, and no temples were built where worshippers might harangue him with pleas. He did his work quietly and receded into slumber's twilight. That is not to say he lacked humour or emotion. In a few lesser-known stories, bards allude to Morpheus toying with dreamers, weaving in playful illusions. A tired traveller might dream of a lavish banquet only to wake up starving, cursing the false feast. A spurned lover might dream of reconciliation, only to awaken to the sting of reality. Occasionally, these illusions serve to teach lessons, moral messages about humility or gratitude, though they also reveal Morpheus's capacity for whimsy. Even gods, it seems, can entertain themselves with mortal foibles. His domain extended beyond mere illusions, however. Morpheus was said to have some sway over memory, a trait inherited through his lineage from Lethe's waters. While not as comprehensive as Mnemosyne, the titaness of memory, he could stir recollections long buried, bringing past joys or sorrows back into sharp focus during dreams. This occasional stirring of old memories sometimes acted as a catalyst for the mortal decisions. A warrior might remember a childhood promise and thus abandon the battlefield, or a grieving mother might recall the face of her lost child, finding solace or renewed determination upon waking. Crucial to Morpheus's influence was the fact that mortals rarely recognised his presence. They might blame the strangeness of dreams on a bad meal, or consider it a fleeting mood. Few realised that a divine hand had crafted the scenarios unfolding behind their eyelids. Those who did suspect a supernatural cause usually assumed it was a broad gesture from some Olympian, not the specialised artistry of a lesser-known deity. This was Morpheus's hallmark, to shape fates without demanding recognition. In certain Orphic traditions, the mention of Morpheus is accompanied by rituals intended to court beneficial dreams. People might write prayers or incantations, hoping for a vision that clarified a dilemma or revealed hidden truths. These rites were more private than the grand festivals for Demeter or Dionysus. They involved quiet petitions, often performed at bedside altars. A cup of warm drink, a simple token left under a pillow, or an inscription repeated before sleep might invite his favour. If results came, they were ephemeral, a dream that might fade by dawn, leaving behind only an inarticulate sense of guidance. Gradually, as Greek culture gave way to Roman rule, Morpheus's name and role adapted. The Romans had their pantheon, but they also absorbed Greek deities, translating them into Latin forms or merging them with local gods. Morpheus found a place in this cultural tapestry, aided by Ovid's literary gifts. His shapeshifting grew into an enduring metaphor for the power of dreams to challenge the status quo, to give mortal minds a glimpse of possibilities otherwise unreachable. That notion that something intangible could spark real-world change proved resilient. Even after temples crumbled and pantheons lost their worshippers, the idea lingered, quietly echoing whenever humans closed their eyes and wandered into the land of sleep. Beyond myths and poetry, Morpheus's influence took on tangible form in the dream-centric rites practiced in scattered regions of the ancient Mediterranean. Temple incubations, particularly those dedicated to Asclepius, the god of healing, are well documented. Supplicants slept in sanctuaries to receive curative or prophetic dreams. Though the official cult credited Asclepius with these visions, undercurrents of belief suggested that Morpheus or one of his siblings sculpted the dream imagery. In many accounts, dreamers would see Asclepius himself performing a healing act, but behind that divine mask might lurk Morpheus's handiwork, ensuring the dream resonated with the pilgrim's personal needs. Yet this indirect worship was as far as it went for Morpheus. No major city erected a grand temple in his honour. His name does not appear on long lists of civic gods who protected armies or oversaw commerce. In a culture that often prized the dramatic, victorious battles, epic voyages, monstrous confrontations, Morpheus's domain seemed too nebulous for large-scale devotion. Dreams were deeply personal, fleeting experiences not easily shaped into public festivals. This subtle presence, however, lent Morpheus a curious universality. He was accessible to everyone, king or peasant, without the need for elaborate ceremonies. A fisherman dozing by the shore might receive a warning dream about an approaching storm, courtesy of Morpheus. A farmer's child might glimpse a future bride in a fleeting reverie. Although such visions were unpredictable, they reflected a certain democratic aspect of his power. No mortal was too lowly or too exalted to receive a nighttime visitation. Philosophical schools took varied stances on dream deities. The Stoics viewed dreams with skepticism unless they aligned with virtue or reason. The Epicureans dismissed them as mental residue with no supernatural origin. Yet others, including certain Platonists, entertained the possibility that divine agencies influenced the soul during its nocturnal wanderings. Morpheus occupied a liminal space in these debates, neither firmly asserted nor fully denied. The complexity of dream experiences made them resistant to strict categorization, mirroring Morpheus's inherent elusiveness. In the everyday lives of ancient Greeks and Romans, dream interpretation became a small-scale industry. Travelling dream interpreters or local wise women offered readings, attributing cryptic images to messages from gods. Manuals like the Onericritica by Artemidorus served as compendiums of symbolic meanings. A dream about a serpent might portend betrayal or healing, depending on context. While Morpheus himself rarely got explicit credit, these interpretive practices implicitly acknowledged a shaping force behind dreams. It was possible to feel the subtle touch of a divine hand in every strange or enlightening vision. Meanwhile, dramatists occasionally hinted at Morpheus's presence on stage. In certain tragedies or comedies, characters received revelatory dreams that set the plot in motion. Although playwrights typically invoked the major gods, Zeus, Athena, Apollo, some lines implied that it was a shapeless whisper of the night that delivered the dream. Audiences familiar with mythic lore would quietly attribute that role to Morpheus, even if the script avoided naming him outright. This indirect cameo suited his nature, a cameo in illusions rather than a direct spotlight role. As Roman influence peaked and Greek city-states became provinces within an empire, religious practices evolved. The cults of Isis, Mithras, and other deities from Egypt and Persia began to spread. Mystery religions thrived, promising spiritual experiences that mainstream rites did not provide. In these clandestine settings, where initiates sought personal transformation and glimpses of the afterlife, dreams were valued as a means of direct communication with the divine. Morpheus, though not explicitly worshipped, found renewed significance as a silent collaborator. Participants believed that their revelations during ritual-induced trance or sleep could unveil cosmic secrets, and who better than the gentle craftsman of dreams to facilitate those glimpses? Despite these evolving cultural currents, Morpheus kept his low profile. He neither clashed with up-and-coming deities nor demanded new reverence. Like a cameo actor in an ever-changing theatre, he adapted to shifting religious landscapes by maintaining the same core function. He shaped nightly illusions, passing along whatever message the dreamer needed, whether it was solace, instruction, or warning. Thus, while other gods experienced dramatic transformations or assimilation into new pantheons, Morpheus's essence stayed remarkably stable. His anonymity shielded him from the fortunes and misfortunes that befell gods tied to political power or public devotion. Through countless conquests, cultural fusions, and doctrinal shifts, he remained that discreet presence behind the eyes of sleeping mortals. He needed no marble statue or sacrificial altar, for his temple was the quiet domain of the human mind, a refuge where illusions danced, and destinies could be nudged without the constraints of daylight logic. As the classical world gave way to the Hellenistic era, and then to Roman dominion, Morpheus's relevance persisted in subtler, more eclectic forms. Scholarship in the city of Alexandria produced treatises on the dream interpretation that blended Greek, Egyptian, and even Jewish thought. Hermetic texts invoked the interplay of cosmic forces, sometimes alluding to lesser gods of vision and illusion. While these references seldom name Morpheus directly, they revealed a growing intrigue with the mystical dimensions of sleep. The more people tried to decode their dreams, the more they acknowledged a guiding power behind them. During this period, philosophers like Plotinus delved into the nature of consciousness. They wrestled with questions about the soul's movements during sleep. If the soul journeyed outward or inward, while the body rested, might it encounter spiritual beings or glean higher truths? Such speculation wasn't mainstream, but it held appeal for seekers disillusioned with state-sanctioned cults. Morpheus, while rarely cited, remained the unspoken craftsman of these interior voyages, the silent engineer behind whatever glimpses the soul might catch of a grander cosmic design. Meanwhile, poets, freed from the strict heroic codes of earlier ages, experimented more boldly with dreamscapes. They penned verses where protagonists navigated labyrinthine illusions or encountered fleeting apparitions, offering cryptic guidance. Although literary critics might argue, these poems reflected psychological depth rather than divine action. To many readers, the boundary was immaterial. Dreams were that liminal zone where mortal thoughts intertwined with supernatural influence. Morpheus, shapeless though he was, presided over that zone like an unacknowledged stage director. In everyday Roman society, too, the role of dreams took intriguing turns. Emperors occasionally claimed that certain expansions or decrees were inspired by divine apparitions at night. Augustus himself, recognized for his strategic cunning, was rumoured to pay attention to auspicious or ominous dreams, though officially, he credited major gods like Apollo. Citizens, hearing such stories, might privately wonder if a lesser-known deity like Morpheus had orchestrated these nocturnal briefings. After all, if the god of dreams could sway the mightiest ruler in the world, it underscored his quiet potency. As Christianity began to spread across the empire, attitudes toward pagan deities shifted. Bishops denounced the worship of multiple gods as idolatry, and an ascendant monotheism strove to replace the old pantheon. In this environment, minor figures like Morpheus faded from official discourse. Yet the phenomenon of dream visitation did not vanish. biblical narratives contained their own dream sequences, Joseph interpreting Pharaoh's dreams, the Magi warned in a dream about King Herod. Early Christians recognized that significant messages could be delivered during slumber, though they attributed such interventions to angels or the one god. Morpheus, if mentioned at all, became a quaint relic of pagan folklore. However, among rural populations and within certain esoteric sects, older beliefs persisted in fragments. People might still light a candle and utter a small prayer before bedtime, not necessarily to Morpheus by name, but to the notion of a gentle force that shaped dreams. In personal diaries or in hushed family traditions, references lingered, testaments to how deeply ingrained the idea of a dream-shaping presence was. Over time, Christian mystics sometimes wrote about heavenly illusions or spiritual revelations received in dreams. Though they did not call Morpheus by name, the conceptual overlap was clear, a benevolent entity bridging the gap between mortal minds and higher powers, all while the world lay in darkness. During the waning days of the Roman Empire, barbarian invasions, economic turmoil and social upheaval threw daily life into chaos. Dreams, as always, offered either an escape or an omen. Morpheus might appear in scattered references, half remembered in local folklore or embedded in spells within the syncretic practice of magic. These spells, scribbled on papyrus or scratched into lead tablets, sought to harness dream power for love, revenge or knowledge. In some, the incantation invoked a shape-shifting figure of night, a shadowy being able to emulate any human form. The text might use Greek or Latin synonyms, never explicitly stating Morpheus, but the lineage was clear to those who knew their myths. By the time the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the 5th century CE, the tapestry of old gods had unravelled in public life. Grand temples stood empty, their rituals undone, yet the intangible realm of dreams persisted as a private frontier. Morpheus, whether recognised by name or not, retained his function. As centuries slipped by, he would shape-shift again, receding deeper into cultural memory. In occasional manuscripts or monastic texts, he survived as literary reference, an allegory for illusions or hidden messages that surface when reason dims. The twilight of antiquity thus set the stage for a Middle Ages in which classical gods receded but never vanished entirely. Like seeds buried under layers of history, their legacies lay dormant, waiting to surface when imagination or scholarly curiosity revived them. For Morpheus, all it required was for people to dream, a condition unlikely ever to fade. Explicit references to Morpheus become rare in medieval Europe. The academic class largely occupied itself with textual analysis and theological treatises as Latin Christendom shaped the intellectual and spiritual terrain. If at all mentioned, dreams were explained as the result of divine or demonic powers. Still, the classical corpus never vanished entirely. Though sometimes covertly, copies of Ovid's Metamorphoses were distributed in monasteries due to the church's conflicted view of pagan literature. Morpheus stayed a weird footnote in these books, a name a conscientious monk or a curious researcher would come upon and question. The handful who did study Ovid or other classical texts came onto someone who resisted simple moral classification. Neither was Morpheus a demon, nor did he fit Christian angelology exactly. Instead, he was a crafter of visions, free from ideas of sin or virtue. Sometimes this ambiguity inspired creative interpretations, particularly in the undercurrents of medieval allegory. Some writers suggested that Morpheus might be used to represent the illusions of the world, his form shifting a metaphor for the ephemeral character of worldly concerns. Still, these readings were occult rather than conventional. Greek philosophy was kept alive and developed in the Islamic world, meanwhile. Dream interpretation flourished in that field, thanks in part to customs derived from the hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad, but references to Morpheus, especially, were few. Still, the idea of a shaping dream creature echoed in mystical Sufi teachings, in which glimpses in sleep may transmit spiritual truths. Although the name Morpheus did not travel much in these writings, the agent who creates significant illusions stayed universal. Europe became quite interested in classical antiquity by the Renaissance. A fresh wave of humanism pushed the study of pagan literature. Scholars rediscovered old manuscripts. Artists found inspiration in Greek and Roman mythology. Morpheus revived in this environment. Poets started referring to him more freely, entwining him into allegorical tales about time. Knowledge and love, though their images differed, since the ancients never offered a consistent iconography. Painters occasionally portrayed him as a winged young man or as a delicate presence hanging over a slumbering person. Beyond intellectual and creative circles, Christianity and local mythology concerning dreams nevertheless affected the public imagination. Common people could talk of night hags or guardian angels, entities visited during sleep, but not so much of an ancient Greek dream maker. But at the courts of Europe, where educated courtiers flaunted their classical knowledge, a reference to Morpheus marked the speaker as well versed in old stories, a sophisticated illusion. Sometimes masquerading writers of masques and pageaux personified dreams, calling them Morpheus for a little vintage flair. The printing press helped these illusions to proliferate more quickly. Ovid's translations into common languages brought the clever dream shaper a larger audience. Renaissance writers who loved stacking their works with antique themes grew to favour Morpheus. He represented to them the magical ability of illusions, the tempting attraction of imagination, capable of surpassing the physical world. Trusting the audience's increasing awareness with mythic connections, Shakespeare's contemporaries would call for Morpheus in stage directions or comic asides. Morpheus's nature stayed fluid even with this increasing attention. Unlike Jupiter or Venus, who had well-documented personalities and cults, Morpheus was defined essentially by function. This provided writers of plays and poetry freedom. One author would label him an aloof trickster, while another might write him as a kind mentor. Some works confused him with the whole idea of the dream world and attributed any nighttime vision to the arms of Morpheus. At least among the educated classes, this word even seeped into common parlance, a beautiful way to explain falling asleep and a monument to how completely the god of dreams was entwining with Western consciousness. The Renaissance also inspired fresh interest in sleep and dreams in science and medicine. Unprecedented rigidity in their study of the human body, doctors dissected cadavers to grasp physiology. Still, the character of dreams stayed mysterious. While some suggested dreams were the residue of sensory impressions, others suggested they were brought on by vapours or humours influencing the brain. For these newly arrived empiricists, the legendary concept of Morpheus as a physical dream maker was no more convincing. Still, the metaphor stayed with the writers and speakers. It caught something the scalpels and early microscopes could not. The sensation dreams emerged from somewhere beyond normal experience. So Morpheus lived in several worlds concurrently, as the Renaissance gave way to the early modern era. For academics and artists, he was a classical reference, a person who gave creative works depth and vitality. To the general public, he remained a rather obscure moniker, sporadically mentioned in sentences like "summoned by Morpheus," but hardly connected to any active religious practice. And to the rising ranks of scientists, he was a remnant of mythology, interesting, poetic, but inadequate in elucidating the real mechanics of the sleeping mind. This diversity of roles highlighted Morpheus's ongoing adaptability, a shape-shifting presence not only in the dream realm, but also in the cultural scene of a Europe undergoing change. The scientific, political, and religious upheavals of modernity altered people's perceptions of nature. A more mechanical or logical view of human experience was influenced by the Industrial Revolution, the Enlightenment, and later advances in psychology. Instead of being living elements of belief systems, the ancient gods appeared in this context as antiquated artifacts, curiosities for literature, art, or historical research. Despite his subtlety, Morpheus was no different. However, his legacy continued in surprising ways, subtly influencing contemporary cultural expressions and the human mind. The derivation of the drug morphine, which Friedrich Saturner called in the early 19th century after separating its active ingredients from opium, is one such example. By associating the drug's ability to produce sleep and dreamy states with the ancient god of dreams, he decided to honour Morpheus. Morpheus was elevated to a strange position by this scientific acknowledgement. He was no longer only a mythological character, but now had a real link to medicine. Ironically, the idea that Morpheus facilitated altered consciousness, albeit through chemical rather than divine intervention, was supported by morphine's ability to ease pain and induce visions. He was still mentioned in literature, though infrequently. Enthralled with the mystery of dreams and the human imagination, romantic poets invoked Morpheus as a metaphor of spiritual or creative insight. He appeared in Gothic stories during the Victorian era, occasionally taking the form of a character in dream sequences that made it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fantastical. The power of dream imagery was rediscovered in the 20th century by surrealist painters and fantasy authors who occasionally used Morpheus as a thematic device. Even comic book creators found him to be a fascinating character. Neil Gaiman's The Sandman series, for example, depicted a modern reinterpretation of Morpheus, albeit it was more influenced by modern fantasy than by rigid classical myth. Meanwhile, under the leadership of individuals like Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud, psychology became a recognised field of study. They conducted in-depth research on dreams, examining their symbolic meaning and unconscious function. Jung's idea of archetypes allowed for the recognition of mythic characters as expressions of universal psychological patterns, but Freud rejected direct allusions to dream deities. Despite being infrequently mentioned in clinical discourse, Morpheus personifies some mythological features, such as the shape-shifting messenger who connects the conscious and unconscious domains. Speaking poetically, one could imply that, even if they employ different language. A therapist and a patient are really tiptoeing over Morpheus's territory whenever they engage in dream interpretation. Outside of academics, the phrase "the arms of Morpheus" is still used in casual conversation as a charming way to describe someone who is falling asleep. Morpheus is sometimes used by songwriters as poetic shorthand for illusions or dreamy situations. Characters in plays or movies may joke that they were taken by Morpheus when they are particularly exhausted or have bad dreams. As a result, the god's name endures in popular culture, reflecting a persistent interest in the transitional realm between the fleeting theatre of dreams and the real world. Morpheus was occasionally likened to comparable dream figures in other traditions, gods, spirits or ancestors. Credited with forming nighttime visions, as religious plurality increased and audiences for myths from around the globe expanded. Morpheus has occasionally attracted followers in some New Age and neo-pagan societies, which revive ancient pantheons for individual spirituality. These contemporary practitioners might view him as a lucid dreaming guide, or an ally in creative inquiry, creating a personal bond that somewhat reflects the age-old practice of looking for important dreams. Naturally, such varied revivals do not dominate popular belief, but they highlight Morpheus's versatility throughout history. He continues to serve as evidence of the human need for a go-between for conscious awareness and the innermost parts of the mind. The appeal of a guiding figure endures even at a time when sleep labs and neurology are used to analyse dreams, the subjective landscapes that play out in our minds every night. After all, cannot be completely mapped by any technology. Therefore, Morpheus persists as a cultural shapeshifter. Initially a minor character in Greek mythology, he was crucial in bridging the gap between mortal life and divine aims, while being overshadowed by Olympians. He withstood scientific breakthroughs, religious upheavals, and conquests throughout millennia. He found new homes in literary flair, psychological metaphor, and medical terminology. He now represents that silent, all-encompassing enigma, the dream realm where we face self-revelations, delusions, and reflections of ourselves. Despite being elusive and infrequently worshipped in official ceremonies, Morpheus never fails to arouse our imaginations by serving as a reminder that sleep is more than just a place to rest. It is a doorway, thoughtfully crafted by a being who doesn't require a temple to demonstrate his might. Picture yourself stepping off a time machine into ancient Rome, circa 100 AD. The first thing that hits you isn't the grandeur of the Colosseum or the marble majesty of the Forum, it's the smell. That peculiar cocktail of unwashed bodies, fermented fish sauce, and something you can't quite identify but suspect involves bodily functions, mingles with incense and olive oil in ways that would make a modern nose surrender immediately. You'd think a civilization that built aqueducts spanning hundreds of miles and invented concrete that still puzzles engineers today would have figured out basic hygiene. Well, they did, sort of. The Romans had their own ideas about cleanliness, and some of them would make you grateful for antibacterial soap and indoor plumbing. Take their approach to bathing, for instance. The Romans not only bathed, but also transformed it into a social gathering that could rival any local book club. The public baths, or thermae, weren't just places to get clean. They were community centres, gossip hubs, business meeting spots, and occasionally places where you might actually encounter water and soap. Think of them as ancient shopping malls, except instead of Orange Julius, you had pools of varying temperatures, and instead of spencers, you had rooms where people scraped oil and dirt off each other with metal tools. But here's where it becomes interesting. Romans believed that hot water opened your pores to let the bad spirits out, while cold water snapped them shut to keep the good spirits in. This wasn't just folklore, it was medical theory endorsed by their most respected physicians. So your typical Roman bath experience involved a carefully choreographed dance between the caldarium, hot room, tepidarium, warm room, and frigidarium, cold room, like some ancient version of a Swedish sauna routine designed by committee. The wealthy Romans had their private baths at home, complete with hypocaust heating systems that channeled hot air through the walls and floors. Imagine having heated floors in 100 AD while most of the world was still figuring out how to make fire reliably. Yet these same innovative people thought that sharing bath water with dozens of strangers was perfectly hygienic. The water in public baths was changed infrequently, sometimes only once a day, sometimes less. By afternoon, you weren't so much bathing as marinating in a human soup that would horrify any modern health inspector. And then there were the slaves whose job it was to help with the bathing process. These weren't just attendants handing out towels. They were skilled craftspeople of cleanliness, wielding strigils, curved metal scrapers that removed the oil, dirt, and dead skin that accumulated on Roman bodies. The wealthy would coat themselves in olive oil, then have slaves scrape it all off, taking the grime with it. It was effective, sure, but imagine explaining to your modern dermatologist that your skincare routine involves having someone scrape you down with what amounts to a medieval back scratcher. The Romans also had some fascinating ideas about dental hygiene. They brushed their teeth with twigs. Specifically, they chewed on aromatic twigs until one end frayed into a brush-like texture, then used that to clean their teeth. The good news is that the technique actually worked reasonably well. The troubling news is that their favourite toothpaste was made from powdered mouse brains, crushed bones, and sometimes human urine. Portuguese urine was considered particularly effective, which raises all sorts of questions about ancient trade routes and quality control standards. But perhaps most puzzling of all was their relationship with perfume. Romans doused themselves in scented oils and perfumes with the enthusiasm of teenagers discovering body spray for the first time. They had different scents for their hair, arms, and feet. Walking through ancient Rome must have been like navigating a cosmetic section in a department store, except with more togas and considerably more creative interpretations of what constituted pleasant fragrance. Now let's talk about something that every Roman had to deal with, but no one particularly wanted to discuss at dinner parties: using the bathroom. If you found Roman bathing habits to be communal, you might be interested in learning about their approach to toilets. Roman public latrines combined engineering marvels with social awkwardness. Picture a long marble bench with round holes cut into it, positioned over flowing water that carried waste away. So far, so good. It's basically an ancient sewage system. But here's the catch. There were no dividers, no doors, and no privacy screens. There was just a row of holes where Romans would sit side by side, conducting business, and presumably discussing the weather or the latest gladiator match. The arrangement wasn't considered strange or embarrassing. In fact, it was another social activity. Romans would chat, conduct business deals, and catch up on gossip while attending to their bodily needs. Imagine trying to negotiate a grain shipment contract while sitting on a communal toilet with your neighbour. It puts a whole new spin on the phrase, getting down to business. The most interesting part is that they used something other than toilet paper, which was invented a millennium later. Romans used a communal sponge on a stick called a xylospongium. Yes, you read that correctly, a shared sponge. After use, it was rinsed in the flowing water channel that ran in front of the toilets, then left for the next person. This system worked well enough from a hygiene standpoint, since the flowing water kept things relatively clean, but the social implications are staggering. You had to time your bathroom visits not just based on your needs, but on when you could psychologically handle using the community sponge. Wealthy Romans had their own private toilets, often beautifully decorated affairs with mosaics and frescoes. Some featured images of Fortuna, the goddess of luck, because apparently even bathroom humour was a thing in ancient Rome. These private facilities usually emptied into the same sewer system as the public ones, flowing eventually into the Cloaca Maxima, the Great Sewer, which was one of Rome's genuine engineering marvels and still functions today. But Romans had some peculiar superstitions about bathroom activities. They believed that evil spirits lurked in sewers and might emerge through toilet holes to cause mischief. To ward them off, many Romans wore amulets or muttered protective charms before sitting down. There's something endearing about a civilization that conquered most of the known world, but still worried about sewer demons sneaking up on them during vulnerable moments. The really wealthy took bathroom security seriously. Some installed elaborate wind chimes and bells near their toilets, believing the noise would frighten away any supernatural toilet lurkers. Others hired slaves whose job was essentially to be professional bathroom attendants, not just for cleanliness, but for spiritual protection. Imagine having toilet bodyguard on your ancient Roman resume. Personal hygiene after using the facilities was handled with scented oils and perfumes. Romans would clean themselves and then apply various aromatic substances to mask any lingering odours. These practices led to some interesting combinations. You might encounter someone who smelled like a mixture of rose oil, myrrh, and whatever had happened in the latrine 20 minutes earlier. Ancient Rome captivated the senses, often in unexpected ways. The Romans also had public urinals called foracae, positioned throughout the city. These were simple stone or ceramic vessels where men could relieve themselves. The urine wasn't wasted, it was collected and sold to fullers, dry ancient cleaners, who used it to clean clothing and whiten togas. Urine contains ammonia, which is actually quite effective for cleaning, so the collection wasn't just gross recycling, it was practical chemistry. Still, imagine the job interview process for becoming a professional urine collector. Women had their own challenges with Roman bathroom culture. They were generally excluded from public toilets and had to rely on private facilities or chamber pots at home. This meant that Roman women rarely ventured far from home without carefully planning their routes around available bathroom facilities. It was an early form of urban planning that took biological needs into account, though not equally for all citizens. Roman society was built on rigid class distinctions, and nowhere was this more apparent than in their hygiene practices. Your cleanliness level wasn't just about personal preference, it was an advertisement of your social status, broadcast through scent, skin condition, and the quality of oil glistening on your freshly scraped body. At the top of the hygiene pyramid sat the wealthy patricians, who treated cleanliness like a competitive sport. These folks didn't just bathe, they orchestrated elaborate cleansing rituals that would make modern spa treatments look like a quick rinse in the garden sprinkler. A wealthy Roman's day might begin with slaves applying various oils and unguents, followed by a leisurely trip to their private baths, then more oils, a visit to the public baths for socializing, then even more oils and perfumes for the evening's entertainment. The oils themselves were a hierarchy of their own. The cheapest bath oil was made from olives, functional but hardly luxurious. Moving up the social ladder, you'd find oils infused with roses, violets, or other flowers. At the very top were exotic imported oils from India and the Far East, scented with spices that cost more than most Romans earned in a year. These premium oils weren't just applied randomly. Wealthy Romans had personal cosmete, slaves who specialized in the application of cosmetics and scented oils with the precision of ancient perfumers. But here's where Roman hygiene becomes really interesting. They believed that different scents could affect your personality and health. Lavender oil was thought to promote wisdom, while rose oil enhanced beauty and charm. Myrrh was considered especially powerful for warding off diseases, which led to some Romans smelling like they'd been embalmed. The really paranoid wealthy would layer multiple protective scents, creating personal aromatic signatures that you could smell coming from 3 blocks away. Middle-class Romans, the plebeians with decent jobs, had their hygiene strategies. They couldn't afford the exotic oils, but they made do with olive oil and local herbs. Many grew their own aromatic plants specifically for bathing. Mint, rosemary and thyme were popular choices. These Romans typically visited public baths several times a week, timing their visits for the hours when the water was freshest and the crowds were thinnest. They developed their own social codes around bath etiquette, including elaborate systems for sharing the limited supply of strigils and determining who got to use the best spots in each room. The working poor had the most creative approaches to hygiene. Many couldn't afford regular trips to the public baths, so they developed alternatives that ranged from clever to desperate. Some would collect rainwater for washing, heating it over small fires in their cramped apartments. Others would visit the baths during the cheapest hours, usually late in the day when the water was questionable but the prices were reduced. Many simply made do with quick washes at public fountains. using whatever soap they could afford or make themselves from animal fat and ash. Slaves occupied the most complex position in the Roman hygiene hierarchy. The house slaves of wealthy families often had better access to bathing facilities than free Romans of lower classes, but only because cleanliness was part of their job requirements. Nobody wanted a smelly slave serving dinner or handling expensive clothing. These slaves often knew more about cosmetics and hygiene techniques than their masters, having learned through daily practice. Some earned their freedom by becoming professional bath attendants or cosmeti, turning their enforced expertise into economic opportunity. The military had its own hygiene culture. Roman soldiers were required to maintain certain cleanliness standards, not just for health, but for discipline. Military camps included bathing facilities and latrine systems that were often more advanced than those found in civilian settlements. Soldiers developed efficient group bathing techniques and shared resources for soap and oil. But they also had to adapt to campaign conditions where proper bathing might be impossible for weeks at a time. Military hygiene was about functionality over luxury, though successful generals often celebrated victories with elaborate communal baths for their troops. Even gladiators had their place in the hygiene hierarchy. These professional fighters were valuable property, so their owners invested in keeping them clean and healthy. Gladiator schools included sophisticated bathing facilities, and gladiators often had access to medical care and specialized oils for treating training injuries. But the irony wasn't lost on Romans. Here were slaves and criminals who had better hygiene facilities than many free citizens, simply because they were profitable entertainment. Roman medical theory regarding hygiene was a fascinating blend of practical observation, philosophical speculation, and what can only be described as enthusiastic guesswork. Roman physicians, trained in Greek traditions but adding their own cultural interpretations, developed hygiene practices that were simultaneously advanced and utterly baffling. The foundation of Roman medical hygiene rested on the theory of humours, the belief that human health depended on balancing 4 bodily fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. According to this system, different types of dirt and contamination could upset your humoral balance, leading to illness, madness, or worse. This meant that how you cleaned yourself wasn't just about removing grime, it was about maintaining cosmic harmony within your body. Roman doctors prescribed specific bathing temperatures for different ailments and personality types. If you were naturally choleric, hot-tempered, you needed cool baths to balance your excess yellow bile. Melancholic people required hot baths to counteract their cold, dry nature. But here's where it gets complicated. The same doctor might prescribe hot baths in the morning and cold baths in the evening, depending on the phase of the moon, the season, and what you'd eaten for lunch. Roman bath prescriptions could be more complex than modern chemotherapy protocols. The medical establishment also had strong opinions about sweating. Roman physicians believed that sweat carried away harmful vapours and corrupted humours, making it essential for health. This perspective led to some interesting treatments. Patients with certain conditions were prescribed sessions in the hottest rooms of the baths, sometimes for hours at a time, sweating out their illness. Others were given exercises designed to produce specific types of sweat: gentle perspiration for delicate constitutions, vigorous sweating for robust patients. There were even specialists who claimed they could diagnose diseases by examining and smelling a patient's sweat patterns. Oil played a central role in Roman medical hygiene theory. Different oils were thought to have specific therapeutic properties that went beyond mere cleanliness. Olive oil was considered warming and moistening, beneficial for dry skin conditions and cold humours. Rose oil was cooling and beautifying, prescribed for hot-natured individuals and skin inflammations. But the real medical stars were the exotic imported oils. Balsam from Judea was believed to cure headaches and promote wisdom. Nard from India was prescribed for depression and anxiety. These weren't just pleasant scents. They were considered legitimate medicines. Roman doctors also had elaborate theories about when and how to bathe for optimal health. Most believed that bathing immediately after eating was dangerous, as it could disrupt digestion and cause the food to corrupt in your stomach. The recommended waiting period varied from 2 to 4 hours, depending on what you'd eaten and your constitutional type. Some physicians prescribed pre-bath exercises to open the pores properly, while others recommended specific breathing techniques during bathing to ensure proper circulation of vital spirits. The relationship between diet and hygiene was considered crucial. Roman medical texts are full of warnings about foods that could make your sweat smell foul or cause your skin to break out. Garlic and onions were thought to produce corrupt humour that emerged through the skin. Fish sauce, beloved by Romans but notorious for its pungent smell, was believed to cause marine humours that required special cleansing techniques involving sea salt and specific aromatic herbs. Women's hygiene was subject to especially complex medical theories. Roman physicians believed that women's monthly cycles created special cleansing needs and opportunities. Certain herbs and oils were prescribed specifically for female patients, often with the goal of regulating their supposedly unstable humoral balance. Pregnancy brought its own set of hygiene rules, with detailed prescriptions for bathing temperatures, oil applications and cleansing schedules designed to ensure healthy babies and safe deliveries. Perhaps most fascinating were the Roman medical beliefs about mental illness and hygiene. Doctors genuinely believed that certain types of madness were caused by corrupted vapours rising from unclean bodies to affect the brain. This led to hygiene-based treatments for depression, anxiety, and what we might now recognise as psychological conditions. Patients were prescribed elaborate bathing regimens, specific oil treatments, and sometimes even therapeutic massages with aromatic substances designed to restore mental balance. The wealthy could afford personal physicians who would create customised hygiene protocols based on detailed examinations of their patients' constitutions, lifestyles, and health histories. These medical hygiene plans were very detailed, specifying when and how to bathe, what to think about, what prayers to recite, and how to breathe during cleansing rituals. Money talks in any civilization, and in ancient Rome it spoke with a distinctly soapy accent. The hygiene industry, employing thousands of people in jobs ranging from respectable to eyebrow-raising, created economic opportunities that would not resurface until the emergence of the modern beauty industry. Let's start with the public baths themselves, which were massive commercial enterprises. A typical Roman bathhouse employed dozens of workers, furnace operators who kept the hypocaust heating systems running, water managers who maintained the complex plumbing, attendants who helped customers navigate the facilities, masseurs who worked out the kinks in Roman muscles, and security personnel who kept order among naked, relaxed, and sometimes intoxicated patrons. The larger thermae were like ancient shopping malls, with vendors selling everything from snacks to jewellery to good luck charms designed to protect you from sewer demons. The oil trade was particularly lucrative. Olive oil was the foundation of the Roman hygiene industry, and controlling olive groves could make you wealthy beyond imagination. But the real money was in specialty oils and perfumes. A single amphora of high-quality rose oil from Egypt could cost more than a skilled craftsman earned in 6 months. The perfume merchants who dealt in these luxury goods often became powerful political figures, using their wealth to buy influence and status. Import businesses thrived on Roman hygiene obsessions. Exotic ingredients came from across the empire and beyond: frankincense from Arabia, cinnamon from India, amber from the Baltic regions, and silk for the finest bathing towels from China. The logistics of getting these materials to Roman consumers created entire industries of traders, shippers, and middlemen. Some merchants specialised in nothing but hygiene-related imports, building fortunes on Roman desires to smell better than their neighbours. The soap-making industry was sophisticated. While Romans didn't use soap the way we do, they did manufacture various cleansing compounds from animal fats, plant ashes, and mineral salts. The best soap makers were closely guarded trade secrets, passed down through generations of craftsmen. Some soap-making families became wealthy enough to own their own bathhouses, creating vertically integrated hygiene empires that controlled everything from soap production to the final bathing experience. Slavery was, unfortunately, central to the Roman hygiene economy. Thousands of slaves worked in bathhouses, oil production, and personal hygiene services. Some specialised in specific skills. There were slaves who could identify the best oils by smell alone, others who were experts at using strigils without causing injury, and still others who memorised complex recipes for custom perfume blends. The most skilled hygiene slaves could earn enough money through tips and side businesses to eventually buy their freedom, though this path to manumission required years of scraping other people's backs and memorising their scent preferences. The construction industry also benefited from Roman hygiene culture. Building a proper Roman bath required specialists in hypocaust heating systems, waterproof concrete, decorative mosaics, and complex plumbing. The techniques developed for bathhouse construction were later applied to other buildings, making Roman hygiene culture a driver of architectural innovation. Some construction families became wealthy by specialising in bath-related projects, travelling throughout the empire to build facilities for wealthy Romans in distant provinces. Then there were the support industries that emerged around hygiene culture. Laundry services cleaned the towels and clothing used in baths. Pottery makers produced the countless vessels needed for oils, perfumes and bathing accessories. Metal workers crafted strigils, mirrors and bathing jewellery. Even the food industry got involved, as many Romans liked to eat and drink while bathing, creating demand for waterproof serving vessels and special bath-appropriate snacks. The medical side of hygiene created its own economic opportunities. Physicians who specialised in hygiene-related treatments could charge premium fees, especially if they claimed expertise in exotic foreign bathing techniques. Massage therapists, aromatherapy specialists, and even professional bath consultants emerged as profitable professions. Some enterprising Romans made careers out of advising wealthy clients on optimal bathing schedules and customised oil blends. Regional variations in hygiene preferences created niche markets throughout the empire. Romans in Britain developed cold-weather bathing techniques that required different oils and heating systems. Romans in North Africa adapted their hygiene practices to desert conditions, creating demand for specialised sun protection oils and sand-resistant clothing. These regional specialisations often became export industries, with local hygiene innovations spreading throughout the empire. The government also profited from Roman cleanliness obsessions through taxes and regulations. Bathhouses paid licensing fees, imported hygiene products faced tariffs, and luxury perfumes were subject to special taxes that helped fund public works projects. Some historians argue that Roman expansion was partly motivated by the desire to secure reliable sources of hygiene-related raw materials, making cleanliness a factor in imperial policy. Roman hygiene wasn't just about getting clean. It was about navigating a complex spiritual landscape, where supernatural forces lurked in every bathing facility, and evil spirits had strong opinions about your personal grooming choices. The Romans had managed to turn basic human cleanliness into a mystical adventure that required careful planning, protective charms, and occasionally professional supernatural consultation. The timing of your bath wasn't just a matter of personal convenience, it was a cosmic decision that could affect your luck, health, and spiritual well-being. Romans consulted calendars that indicated favourable and unfavourable bathing days, based on lunar phases, religious festivals, and the movements of various gods through the celestial sphere. Some wealthy Romans employed personal astrologers whose job included calculating optimal bathing schedules. Imagine having to verify your horoscope before deciding whether to take a shower. Water itself was considered to have spiritual properties that varied depending on its source and treatment. Spring water was thought to carry the blessings of water nymphs, while rainwater collected during thunderstorms was believed to have purifying powers that could wash away curses and negative luck. The Romans went to extraordinary lengths to obtain water with the right spiritual qualities for important bathing rituals. Some wealthy families maintained private springs specifically for ceremonial bathing, hiring priests to bless the water sources regularly. The direction you faced while bathing was considered crucial. Most Romans believed you should face east while entering the bath to welcome the blessings of the rising sun, then turn to face west while leaving to ensure that any evil influences washed away with the setting sun. More superstitious bathers would rotate through all four cardinal directions during their bathing session, creating a kind of mystical water dance that must have been entertaining to watch. Protective amulets for bathing were big business in ancient Rome. These weren't just decorative jewellery. They were considered essential safety equipment for anyone venturing into the spiritually dangerous environment of a public bath. Popular designs included images of Hercules for strength, Mercury for protection during travel, including spiritual journeys undertaken while bathing, and various household gods who specialised in bathroom-related protection. Some amulets were designed to be worn while wet, using special materials and construction techniques that modern jewellers would find fascinating. The Romans had elaborate rituals for entering and leaving baths that would make modern spa protocols look casual. Many would pause at the threshold to recite protective prayers, asking the gods to guard them from evil spirits, prevent accidents, and ensure that their bathing experience would be beneficial rather than harmful. Some would leave small offerings, coins, flowers, or drops of expensive oil, at shrine niches built into bathhouse walls specifically for this purpose. Shared bathing created its own set of spiritual concerns. Romans worried about picking up not just physical dirt from other bathers, but spiritual contamination from people with bad luck, evil intentions, or supernatural enemies. This led to complex etiquette systems designed to minimize spiritual risk while maintaining social politeness. You couldn't just ignore someone in the baths that might offend them and invite retaliation from their personal gods. But you also couldn't become too friendly with strangers whose spiritual status was unknown. The oil and perfume application process was ritualized to an almost ceremonial degree. Wealthy Romans would recite specific prayers, while different oils were applied to different parts of their bodies. Rose oil might be blessed to Venus while being applied to the face, while olive oil could be dedicated to Minerva while being used on arms and legs. The goal was to invoke divine protection for each body part while also ensuring that the gods approved of your grooming choices. Dreams about bathing were considered prophetic and required professional interpretation. Romans who dreamed about dirty bathwater might consult priests about impending spiritual danger, while dreams of crystal-clear pools were considered signs of divine favour. Some Romans kept dream journals specifically to track bathing-related dreams and their outcomes, creating a kind of ancient database of supernatural bath predictions. The Romans even had superstitions about soap and cleansing materials. Some believed that using soap made from animals that had died violently could transfer aggressive spirits to the user. Others thought that cleaning tools used by people who later suffered misfortune were cursed and should be avoided. Such beliefs led to complex systems for tracking the history and spiritual pedigree of bathing accessories, with some wealthy Romans employing servants whose job was to maintain detailed records of where their strigils, sponges and oils had come from. Seasonal bathing rituals aligned with the Roman religious calendar created additional layers of complexity. During certain festivals, bathing was considered either especially beneficial or particularly dangerous, depending on which gods were being honoured. The spring festival of Anna Perenna included ritual bathing that was supposed to ensure health for the coming year, while bathing during the Lemuria, when restless spirits roamed the earth, required special protective measures. As you settle back into your modern bathroom, surrounded by antibacterial soap dispensers and privacy walls, it's worth reflecting on what the Romans actually got right about hygiene, and what we might have learned from their more colourful mistakes. Their approach to cleanliness reveals something profound about human nature, our eternal struggle to balance individual needs with social expectations, practical health concerns with cultural beliefs, and the desire to be clean with the reality of what that actually means. The Romans understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern, individualistic bathing culture. Cleanliness was inherently social. Their communal baths weren't just about getting clean. They were about maintaining the social fabric that held their civilization together. In an age before television, the internet, or even widespread literacy, the baths served as information networks, business centres, and community gathering places. Romans didn't just wash their bodies. They washed themselves back into society each day. Modern hygiene science has validated many Roman practices while debunking others. Their emphasis on regular bathing, the use of oils to protect skin, and even their practice of scraping away dead skin cells were remarkably sound from a dermatological standpoint. The Romans understood that healthy skin required both cleansing and moisturising, though they achieved it through olive oil and metal scrapers rather than lotions and exfoliating scrubs. Their recognition that mental health and physical cleanliness were connected wasn't wrong. It was just expressed through theories about humours and evil spirits rather than modern psychology. The Roman approach to dental hygiene, while involving some questionable ingredients, was actually more advanced than what most Europeans would practice for the next 1,000 years. Chewing on aromatic twigs did clean teeth effectively, and some of their herbal mouth rinses contained ingredients that modern dentistry recognises as beneficial. The fact that they cared about dental hygiene at all put them ahead of many later civilizations that considered tooth care vanity rather than health maintenance. Perhaps most importantly, the Romans demonstrated that public health infrastructure could transform civilization. Their aqueducts, sewers and public baths created living conditions that wouldn't be matched in European cities until the 19th century. The decline of Roman bathing culture after the fall of the empire coincided with centuries of reduced lifespans, increased disease, and general scruffiness that historians now recognise as preventable consequences of abandoning public hygiene infrastructure. The economic lessons of Roman hygiene culture are equally relevant today. They understood that cleanliness could be an industry, creating jobs and driving innovation in ways that benefited entire societies. Their willingness to invest public money in bathing facilities and sanitation systems paid dividends in public health and social stability that lasted for centuries. Modern cities still struggle with the same basic challenge: how to balance individual desires for cleanliness and privacy with the collective benefits of shared infrastructure and social bathing spaces. The Roman mistake of mixing hygiene with superstition offers its lessons. When cleanliness becomes too ritualized or culturally loaded, it can become a source of anxiety rather than health. Modern Western culture occasionally succumbs to similar pitfalls, transforming personal hygiene into competitive displays of status or moral superiority, rather than a means of maintaining practical health. The Romans remind us that it's possible to take cleanliness too seriously, investing it with meanings and expectations that have nothing to do with actually being clean. As you drift off to sleep tonight, clean and comfortable in ways that would amaze any ancient Roman, remember that hygiene is always a work in progress. The Romans thought they had figured it out, just as we think we have figured it out, just as people 1,000 years from now will probably shake their heads at our primitive understanding of cleanliness and health. The pursuit of perfect hygiene is like the pursuit of perfect happiness, an admirable goal that reveals more about human nature than it does about soap and water. The Romans gave us the foundation for contemplating cleanliness as both a personal responsibility and a social virtue. They showed us that being clean could be pleasant, social, and even luxurious rather than just a grim necessity. Most importantly, they demonstrated that a civilization's approach to hygiene reflects its values, priorities, and understanding of what it means to live well together. So the next time you step into your private shower, with your individually chosen soap and your perfectly heated water, spare a thought for those long-dead Romans sitting naked on their communal toilets, sharing their communal sponges, and somehow managing to build an empire that lasted 1,000 years. They may not have understood germs or bacteria, but they understood something equally important, that taking care of your body and sharing that experience with your community was one of the things that made life worth living, despite the fact that it necessitated more public nudity and dubious medical theories than the majority of us would favour.